Section 41 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 13, The Later Years of the 30 Years' War, 1635-48, by A. W. Ward, Part 2. Meanwhile, Banet, whose army had sunk to not more than 16,000 men, had felt himself unable to face the Imperialists, of whom a force nearly doubling the Swedish in numbers was approaching under Gallas. Spreading the report that he was about to march on Erfurt, he carried out a retreat into Lusatia and towards the Oder with such skill that he had put 15 hours' march between himself and Gallas before the latter had tidings of his departure from Torgau. He reached Fürstenberg on the Oder on July 3rd, and was about to continue his march to Landsberg on the Warthe, which marks the boundary line between Silesia and Poland, and there unite with Wrangel, when he learned that Gallas had by a shorter route already reached that place with his whole force. Once more, however, Banet deluded his adversary by spreading a rumour that he designed to march through Poland on Pomerania, and, recrossing the Oder in light marching order, effected his junction with Wrangel at Neustadt. Gallas now withdrew upon Küstrin, and Banet had in masterly fashion, as represented by a popular engraving of the day, opened the sack with his sword and made his way out. Nevertheless, his retreat into Pomerania had involved the sacrifice of all the positions gained in Saxony and Brandenburg in consequence of the victory of Wittstock, and by far the larger part of Pomerania had fallen into the hands of the Imperialists, although they took up their winter quarters in Mecklenburg as a less exhausted territory. Bernard of Weimar, although, after a successful campaign in Franche-Comté, he had early in August crossed the Rhine at Rheinau, halfway between Strasbourg and Breisach, and successfully engaged Johann von Werth at Ettenheim, was in September obliged to return to the left bank, and had to find winter quarters for his troops in the bishopric of Basel. In this operation he was greatly aided by Erlach, an officer in the service of Bern, of whom more hereafter. The general had been much discouraged by the futility of his campaign, and by the lack of support which had once more reduced his force to less than 4,000 men. Before long, the series of successes which marks the final part of his career was at last to ensure consideration for his demands. Bernard's sympathies and interests were alike on the right bank of the Rhine, and Richelieu was gradually awakened to the fact that, notwithstanding his bargain with France, this German prince could not be used merely as an instrument for securing the French dominions on the left. In the winter of 1637-8, Bernard began by ignoring the federal susceptibilities of the Catholic cantons, November, the hostility of the Bishop of Basel as a member of the Catholic League, and the resistance of Archduchess Claudia, widow of Ferdinand II's ambitious brother Leopold, governor of Anterior Austria. In November 1637 he gained possession without a blow of the celebrated fastness of Hohentville, a Württemberg enclave which Duke Eberhard was prepared to make over as the price of reconciliation with the emperor, but which its commander preferred to surrender to Bernard. Then he made himself master of the Austrian Waldstadt on the Upper Rhine, Säckingen, Laufenburg, Waldshut, and finally Rheinfelden, for the possession of which he had to fight 2 battles. In the earlier, February 28, 1638, one of his best officers, the Rhinegrave John Philip, fell, and the Duke of Rohan received his death wound. The second, March 2nd, resulted in a crushing victory, the capture of all the hostile generals, including the terrible Johann von Werth, and of 3,000 troops, most of whom took service under Bernard. The whole of the Rhine above Basel had been gained by this midwinter campaign, and the fall of Rheinfelden and capture of Johann von Werth were celebrated by a Te Deum in Notre Dame at Paris. In January 1638, the whole of the 2,400,000 livres due to Bernard had at last been paid, and he had been promised a similar sum for the second year of the compact. But the question of a supreme command remained unsettled, and it was not till the beginning of May that a body of 4,000 French troops under Count de Guébriant actually joined Bernard near Rheinfelden. He had now some 14,000 men under his command, as against the 16,000 Imperialists under Count Götz, who had reached the Black Forest in order to protect Breisach, on the capture of which Bernard was known to be intent. Goetz contrived to throw some supplies and a small body of troops into Breisach, and though Bernard sat down before the fortress, he found his strength insufficient for pressing the siege further at present, and followed Goetz in the direction of Strasbourg. The course of the campaign had materially reduced the numbers of Bernard's army, and before he could risk a decisive battle in the open, he must have French support. At last it arrived, though in scanty numbers. Once more Bernard had put strong pressure upon the French government, this time through an agent of remarkable capacity, who had begun his career as page to the arch-politician Christian of Anhalt. Hans Ludwig von Erlach, after serving under several commanders, including Gustavus Adolphus himself, had entered the service of his native city Bern, where, in opposition to the efforts of the Swiss cantons for the preservation of a common neutrality towards foreign belligerent powers, he had come forward as a partisan, first of Sweden and the Heilbronn alliance, and then of France. At the first battle of Rheinfelden he was in Bernard's camp, but fell into the enemy's hands, out of which Bernard's subsequent victory delivered him. He now entered into Bernard's service, and became his right hand in court and camp during the remainder of his life. Erlach's prolonged endeavours at Paris to secure for the Duke the French contingent promised to Bernard by Feuquières, and a substantial portion of a subsidy due to him, were however only partially successful. Nor could he obtain any assurance as to the fulfilment of a promise of investiture with the Landgravate of Alsace made to him in the treaty of October 27, 1635. To place so much power in the hands of a Protestant prince was repugnant to the powerful Jesuit party at court, and even to the supple Father Joseph. The concessions actually made to Bernard were doubtless largely caused by the attempts made to draw him over, even now, to the side of the Emperor. At this very time, June 1638, efforts were made in this direction by his own family, and in particular by its head, Duke John Ernest of Weimar, who sent an official named Hoffmann to urge Bernard's acceptance of a peace of Prague. But he haughtily rejected these overtures, and, while declaring himself in favour of a satisfactory general peace, recommended the Emperor, if of the same way of thinking, to send ambassadors to Hamburg to negotiate with those of France and Sweden. The confidence in France which Bernard had on this occasion manifested or professed proved in so far warranted that on August 6th his army in the Breisgau was actually joined by about 2,000 French troops, less than half of the force promised to Erlach, under Turenne, whose military reputation already stood high. Thus reinforced, Bernard marched upon the Kinzig, along which stood the forces of the enemy. The army of the Empire opposed to him, amounting to some 12,000 men, was led by Field Marshal Count von Goetz, a general of great self-confidence but moderate military ability, formerly a Protestant and a Mansfelder, to whom the Elector of Bavaria had, after the capture of Johann von Werth, delegated the chief command, while a smaller division levied by the Emperor was under the incompetent Duke of Savello. On May 9th, when Savello, with the vanguard of the imperialist army, was approaching Breisach with supplies, Bernard of Weimar fell on him as his soldiers were straggling out of the defile at Wittenweier, and put him to flight before Goetz came up with the rearguard. After a brave resistance, he was likewise routed, and Bernard's extraordinary élan had gained another signal victory. The imperialist army was all but annihilated, though Goetz and Savello made their way to Tübingen and Heilbronn respectively, there to engage in mutual angry recriminations. Now that the Breisgau had been freed from the foe, the opportunity had at last arrived for Bernard to seize the prize which he had so long coveted. On August 18th his army arrived in face of Breisach. The fortress, crowning a steep rock on the right bank of the Rhine, which was connected with the Alsatian side by means of a bridge running across two islets, was thought to be impregnable. But Bernard knew that the supplies in it would not hold out for more than 2 months, and that both fortress and town largely depended for their bread on a mill which might be cut off by a wide circumvallation on the right bank of the river. This work was completed by the beginning of October, and after the entrance to the bridge on the left bank had been occupied, the blockade was complete. When Charles of Lorraine, who had been unable to join the Imperialists before the Battle of Wittenweier, approached the Rhine from the west, Bernard, by a brilliant cavalry attack, scattered his forces at Senheim, October 14th. Reinforced by a further French division of 1,000 troops, he then turned again to meet the Imperialists under Götz and Lomboy, whose attack on the right bank was frustrated by Turenne. Field Marshal von Reinach, the governor of Breisach, held out without flinching. But after the arrival of a further French force of 3,000 men, sent by the Duke of Longueville, the failure of Götz, who continued to march round Breisach as a moth goes round a candle, to take Laufenburg, and his final supersession by Count Wolf von Mansfeld, November 29th, all prospect of relief vanished. The advice given by Erlach, when temporarily left in charge of a siege, to starve out the garrison, had been near the mark. Towards the end of November, while Reinach was still parleying, all the horrors of famine had set in at Breisach. On December 17th, the governor signed the capitulation, and honourable conditions of departure were granted to the garrison, though Bernard at the last hesitated before accepting an agreement which had been delayed at so terrible a cost. In view of the strength of the fortress, the magnitude of the efforts made to relieve it, and the success with which they were averted, the siege of Breisach forms one of the most memorable events of the Great War. Yet although the place and the passage over the Rhine which it commanded were of unequalled importance to the powers contending for the mastery of the borderlands, from the Alps to the Low Countries, the progress of the war was not so decisively affected by Bernard's capture of Breisach as might have been expected. As a matter of fact, France had during this year dissipated her strength, and there had been nothing to redeem a series of failures in the Netherlands, in Italy, and above all on the further side of the Spanish frontier, except the progress of Bernard, which had culminated in this success. On the other hand, the Swedish arms had once more made a signal advance. Oxenstierna had finally abandoned all thoughts of a separate peace with the Emperor, and was intent upon reaching a complete understanding with France. After long negotiations at Hamburg between Salvius and the Marquis Saint-Chaumont and his successor, Count Davos, a treaty was in March 1638 concluded for 3 years, which renewed the Franco-Swedish alliance, adapting it to the altered conditions brought about by the Peace of Prague. The two powers undertook to carry on war jointly against the House of Austria, and neither to treat nor to conclude peace unless by mutual consent. France, notwithstanding her financial distress, undertook to pay to Sweden annually 1,000,000 of livres. France was to carry on the war in the southwest, while the Austrian dominions were to be the concern of Sweden, who, by accepting this arrangement, implicitly renounced any claim to the undivided hegemony over the Protestant remnant in the empire. Bannet hereupon received reinforcements and supplies from Sweden, which enabled him, in July 1638, to resume operations with renewed vigour, and, after recovering Pomerania and Mecklenburg, to drive Gallus into Silesia and Bohemia, where the reduced imperialist forces took up their winter quarters. The military activity of the Swedes could not but confirm the Elector George William in the fears which inclined him to adhere to the Emperor, and which induced him, in this year 1638, to conclude at Kösenick an important commercial treaty with Poland. The compact was to be followed up by the joint invasion of Swedish Livonia by Poland, Brandenburg, and the Emperor. This explains why, early in 1639, the Polish prince John Casimir was arrested at Marseille on his way to Spain. On the other hand, the Swedish government gave some support to the attempt set on foot early in 1638 at Meppen on the Ems by the young Elector Palatine, Charles Louis, to recover his patrimony by means of an expedition equipped by English money. But the design ended disastrously in October at Hochfeld, between Weser and Werra, where the remnant of the delivering force was practically annihilated. This was the only actual contribution on the part of England to the later stages of a conflict, in whose beginning she had played so prominent a part. In 1638, Sir Thomas Roe, Elizabeth of Bohemia's assiduous correspondent, appeared at Hamburg as a representative of the English government in the futile peace negotiations which were being carried on there. But his declaration that England had no wish for an open rupture with the Emperor was only significant of his master's well-founded suspicions of the French government. The same feeling would in the following year, 1639, have induced Charles I, had he been able, to support a final design of Spain to obtain the control of the Baltic. But this was a mere effort of the imagination, From the Franco-Swedish alliance, on the other hand, great things might be expected in 1639 if cooperation proved possible between two such commanders as Bannet and Bernard of Weimar. The energy with which the Swedish marshal entered on his campaign in January implied that he actually looked forward to such a cooperation. Crossing the Elbe, he passed through the Brunswick lands, apparently with the view of obliging Duke George of Lüneburg to abandon his neutrality, but he soon turned upon the Saxons and their imperialist allies, and, after driving the former back upon Dresden, defeated the latter under Archduke Leopold William on April 14, 1639, near Chemnitz. He then took Pirna, scattered an imperialist force near Brandeis, and at the end of a month sat down with a much augmented army before Prague. But after a brief cannonade he withdrew to the Elbe, waiting there in vain to be reinforced by Bernard of Weimar, and meanwhile devastating parts of Bohemia and Moravia. Before Bannet's campaign, which had begun so successfully, came to an inglorious end, Bernard of Weimar's career had been cut short at what had seemed its most critical moment. The crowning achievement of Bernard's military career, the taking of Breisach, had at once brought to the front the question who should be master in the captured fortress. Bernard regarded the French promise to him of the Landgravate of Alsace as including the possession of the fortresses there, and no reservation to the contrary had been made by the French government. Now, although Breisach was not in Upper Alsace, but in the Breisgau, the Austrian government had administered both territories conjointly, and Bernard insisted upon the fact that Alsace had no value for him without Breisach. On the other hand, the French government was resolved upon resisting his claim on the fortresses, and on Breisach in particular, especially as he coupled it with a demand that the annual subsidy paid to him should be doubled, since his army now amounted to nearly 18,000 men. About the turn of the year he had anticipated events by naming Erlach governor of Breisach, and when in January 1639 he marched in person into Franche-Comté and took up his quarters at Pontarlier, he clearly indicated that at the risk of relieving the imperialists of any immediate apprehensions and postponing the conjunction with the Swedes, he meant in the first place to protect his own interests. In March he sent Erlach to Paris and secured the concession that he should hold Breisach and the other fortresses in accordance with the treaties, together with a promise of an augmentation of the French troops commanded by Guébriant. But his pecuniary demands were not satisfied, and the instructions sent to Guébriant included the imposition upon Bernard of a written declaration that he held the town and fortress of Breisach under the authority of the French crown, and would never admit troops into it except by that authority. The tension between him and the French government was increasing, and Bernard's self-confidence could not but be heightened by the overtures made to him from other quarters. The truce concluded by the Landgravine of Hesse-Cassel had, in August 1638, led to the conclusion of the Treaty of Mainz, by which the Calvinist estates were to be admitted to the Peace of Prague. But the Emperor refused to ratify the essential clause of the treaty. Bernard hereupon pressed the Landgravine to take the advice of Sweden, France, and the States General, and to break off negotiations with the Emperor and unite the Hessian troops, still numbering over 10,000, with his own. But the Hessian general, Melander, was intent upon an independent line of action, for which he had already obtained the assent of the Brunswick dukes and of Neuburg, and hoped eventually to secure that of Denmark and even of Poland, namely the formation of a third party which, excluding the influence of foreign powers from the empire, should effect an understanding with the emperor on the basis of a Peace of Prague. Of this League of Peace, Bernard of Weimar was to be constituted the commander-in-chief. But he decisively rejected the suggestion, insisting on the expediency of keeping up the great foreign alliances, and condemning the idea of including Catholic princes in the proposed league. He scornfully rejected the attempt of his old adversary Savello to bring him over to the emperor, and refused an imperial invitation through Denmark to send an ambassador to the abortive peace negotiations at Cologne and Hamburg, unless all the electors and estates were represented there. He would receive no imperial or Spanish agent, and was scrupulously loyal to the French alliance, for as such he persisted in regarding it. But since he had obtained possession of Breisach, he was more intent than ever upon establishing a princely power of his own, which he should retain after the conclusion of peace. Such were the contradictions in which the uncertainty of his position, together with an ambition neither unnatural nor ignoble, involved this brave soldier of fortune, who was at the same time a sincere patriot and an ardent Protestant. The charge brought against him by French diplomacy at Hamburg of a desire to secure a dominion for himself at the expense of a king of France was only partially correct. The immediate plans entertained by him in the last weeks of his life remain, however, to some extent obscure. His ambition was still unquenched, but he seems to have had some forebodings of the nearness of his end. Early in July he left Franche-Comté, though with what precise purpose in his mind is unknown. An outbreak of a plague at Pontarlier furnishes a sufficient reason for his departure. At Hüningen-on-the-Rhine he was prostrated by an attack of sickness, and was taken on by boat to Neuenburg, where he died on July 11, 1639, in his 35th year. Whether he was carried off by fever, apparently of a typhoid kind, or was poisoned, has long been disputed. In the latter case the deed was one of private resentment, because of the excesses committed by his soldiery in Franche-Comté. He bequeathed his very considerable conquered lands and fortresses, which he wished to remain part of the empire of a Germanic nation, to such one of his Weimar brothers as might accept the charge, and admonished his inheritor to be true to Sweden. Should none of his brothers accept, his conquests were in equity to go to the King of France, provided that garrisons consisting of his own troops as well as of the king's should be maintained in his dominions, and that, in the event of a general peace, they should be restored to the empire. The command of his troops he made over explicitly to Erlach, with whom were to be associated in the first instance 3 other German officers named in the will. 16 years passed before the remains of the great captain were committed to their last resting place at Weimar. No such interval occurred before the dissipation of his schemes, which had depended solely on his own personality as a commander. The first and most anxious care of the 4 directors, as Erlach and his associates were now called, was to keep the army together, and as the French subsidies had for the present stopped, a month's pay was at once provided by means of a fund of some 300,000 livres reserved by Bernard for emergencies. The army was reckoned, according to a calculation which no doubt included the garrisons, at 6,000 foot and 5,000 horse, and even if this estimate of its actual numbers was excessive, they might at any time be increased by a victory to a force so formidable as decisively to affect the progress of the war. To whom would this army offer its allegiance? Many suitors, to borrow Queen Christina's satiric phrase, presented themselves. The Queen of Sweden's own agent, Mockel, was in attendance at Benfeld, and sought to sow discord between the soldiery and their commanders. But as Sweden would have had to take the army into her pay without the least chance of securing the Breisgau, the prospect possessed no attraction for Oxenstierna. The attempt of a Palatine pretender, Charles Louis, to put in an appearance with the aid of English money was frustrated by his being arrested at Moulins by Richelieu's orders, October, and confined at Vincennes for the greater part of a year. The Weimar dukes, though announcing their intention to accept their brother's territorial legacy, would have nothing to do with his army. On the other hand, the emperor, by mandates and by direct negotiation at Breisach, sought to bring over officers and soldiers into his service. But the effort broke down, and there is no proof that a simultaneous attempt was made by Spain. Finally, the suggestion that the army should, under the command of the directors, make war on its own account could not be seriously entertained as a permanent solution of the problem. The directors and other chief officers of the army had, from the first, made up their minds that it was necessary for them to come to terms with France, and in the circumstances in which they were placed it seems idle to talk of treason. A fortnight after Bernard's death they sent Colonel von Flersheim to Paris to furnish the king with a general assurance of their faithful services and to ask for a continuation of the subsidies. Early in August, Guébriant informed the officers at Breisach that Duke Bernard, whom they had honoured as a prince, had been simply their commanding officer, and that they belonged less to him than to the king, from whom both he and they had drawn their pay. Guébriant was not speaking without book, and Erlach at least must have known of the interviews between Guébriant and Bernard at Pontarlier a few weeks before the Duke's death. when he had promised in writing that in the event of his death his successors would give the king the satisfaction as to Breisach and the other conquered places which he had himself been at all times prepared to furnish. Nor can Erlach have been unaware of a secret article in the Treaty of October 27, 1635, by which Bernard acknowledged the supreme authority of the King of France. Other arguments were not wanting to expedite the negotiations carried on at Breisach during the latter half of September by Baron d'Oisonville, afterwards unwarrantably named governor in Erlach's absence, State Councillor de Choisy, and Guébriant. Some of the officers obtained pensions and grants of land, and the soldiery received the pay due to them, with a modest bonus amounting to not more than 150,000 livres. But the essence of the transaction lay in the desire of officers and men to preserve the unity of a force under its old commanders, and in the determination of the French negotiators that its oath of fidelity should henceforth be to the king alone. On this basis a treaty was signed on October 9th, by which, in addition to satisfactory provisions as to the pay of the army, it was settled that the old Bernardine treaties should continue in force and the army remain together under the command of the directors, the artillery being placed under their and Guébriant's joint control, that Breisach and the other conquered places should be delivered into the hands of the King of France, but their garrisons should consist half of German, half of French troops, under the command of officers chosen from the Bernardine army. A secret article provided that the governors of the fortresses should be in the first instance those appointed by Bernard, and that there should be no interference with the free exercise of a Protestant religion either in the conquered places or in the army. Erlach was appointed Governor-General of the conquered places in the Breisgau and Upper Alsace, and his salary was raised from 12,000 to 18,000 livres. But it was only in the year before the close of the war that he was appointed Lieutenant-General of the French armies in Germany. Up to that date his success as a negotiator had brought him little but bitterness, and though his reputation rose in his last years, it has continued to suffer from the obloquy which always attaches to such transactions as that which he carried through in 1639. But the violent abuse of him as a traitor to Bernard of Weimar, to his house, and to the cause which he had served is unjustified. Erlach acted in the spirit of his former chief, and his army only sold itself in the sense applicable to most of the armies of the 30 Years' War. On October 30th, 1639, the directors and other regimental commanders of a Bernardine army swore fidelity to the King of France at Colmar, in the presence of the Duke of Longueville, who now assumed the supreme command. 800 French troops were shortly afterwards admitted into Breisach, and 300 into Freiburg. On October 20th, the army under Longueville set forth on its march down the Rhine, and within a few weeks, besides threatening Landau, took Germersheim, Bingen, and Kreuznach. On December 28th, the Rhine was crossed in effective style at Bacharach and Overwesel. This crossing of the Rhine, far more directly than the mere conclusion of the Breisach Treaty, influenced the conduct of those German princes who were still hesitating about casting in their lot with France and Sweden, or dallying with the notion of a third party in the empire. The Landgravine Amalia Elizabeth of Hesse-Cassel, who, in order to save the princely liberty of her house, had consented to neutrality instead of allowing Melander to play an independent part, now, March 1640, concluded a temporary subsidy treaty with France, and Duke George of Lüneburg, bent upon adjusting the action of his house to both wind and sun, was encouraged by the determination of the great Landgravine to side with the open adversaries of the Emperor. That the German war after Bernard of Weimar's death entered into a new and more active stage was not only due to Richelieu and to the rapidity with which, at the very time when he was assailing the power of the Spanish monarchy by sea and land, he took advantage of the opportunity offered in Germany by the death of the great captain whose movements France had so imperfectly controlled. It was also due to the energy and diplomatic skill of the Swedish commander-in-chief, Marshal Banet. Nothing had come of the Emperor's attempts in the summer of 1639 to draw off the Swedes from Bohemia by an incursion into Livonia under the command of Colonel Booth, or of the diplomatic efforts at Hamburg of the imperial plenipotentiary Count Kurz to tempt Sweden to a separate peace by the offer of Stralsund and Rügen. In May, when Bannet, after moving from Bohemia into Saxony and then into Thuringia, was joined at Erfurt by the Duke of Longueville, his army numbered not less than 22,000 foot and 20,000 horse, and included, with the Bernardines, the Hessians under Melander, and George of Lüneburg's troops under General von Klitzing. But the opportunity of striking a decisive blow with this large combined force passed away again for the present. Bannet, who was much depressed by the death in camp of his wife, failed to keep the force together, and the Imperialists under Piccolomini at Saalfeld refused his challenge to battle. Melander resigned his command in dudgeon, and a widespread dissatisfaction among the Bernardines had to be suppressed by Longueville, who later in the year was succeeded in the command by Guébriant. In June, Bannet moved towards the Weser, followed by the Imperialists, but neither army could find the necessary supplies in the northwest. The sufferings entailed upon a large proportion of the empire by these constant marches and counter-marches, billeting of troops and shifting of quarters, which it would be futile to pursue in detail, were becoming no longer bearable, and a general cry was arising throughout Germany for a final settlement, such as the Peace of Prague had wholly failed to bring about. Even the Catholic princes had for some time been disposed to favour a general measure of oblivion, which should make possible a reunion among the estates of the empire. With this end in view, a Kurfürstentag, which met at Nuremberg in January 1640, while showing its loyalty towards the emperor by urging the continued detention in confinement of the Elector of Trier, agreed to the proposal that a diet should be summoned, and in September it was actually opened at Ratisbon by Ferdinand III. The motives that had led to the Peace of Prague were thus once more at work to bring about a more effectual settlement on similar lines. On the other side, it seemed clear that some effort should be made to stay the flow of imperialist sentiment, and the requisite antidote was supplied by a publication which appeared in the year 1640 under the title Dissertatio de Ratione Status in Imperio Romano-Germanico. This pamphlet bore the pseudonym Hippolytus a Lapide, but has been attributed with much probability to the Pomeranian Martin Chemnitz, afterwards historiographer to the Crown of Sweden. It would be difficult to exaggerate the effect, both immediate and enduring, of the demonstration supplied in this famous treatise, both of the inherent weakness of the emperor's position in the constitutional system of the empire, and of the manner in which the House of Austria, in accordance with its traditional policy, had abused its imperial opportunities. The Dissertatio cannot be shown to have exercised any direct influence upon the proceedings of the Diet of Ratisbon, but the reception given by the Diet to the Emperor's proposals as to the best way of securing peace and of carrying on war till peace was assured proved its desire to restore and render permanent, by means of a general amnesty, the distribution of power in the empire which had existed before the outbreak of a war. The prospects of the opponents of a dominant imperial authority were further improved by the death, in December 1640, of the sorely tried Elector George William of Brandenburg, who was not born to set right the time. He was succeeded by a prince of stronger mould, Frederick William, afterwards called the Great Elector, the inconsistencies of whose policy were not less than those of his father's, but were at all events successful in advancing the political importance of his state. He threw off the control of Schwarzenberg, who died shortly afterwards, March 1641, and soon, under the form of a truce, concluded a treaty of neutrality for 2 years with Sweden, to the hand of whose young queen he for a time aspired, July 1641. Before this, the Ratisbon Diet, which had drawn up a statement of the appalling sufferings inflicted upon the empire by the war, was rudely surprised in the midst of its deliberations. Whether or not in secret conference with Duke George of Lüneburg, Bannet had, in December 1640, returned to Erfurt, where he was joined by Guébriant and the Bernardines. Early in January 1641 he began a march which, about a month later, brought him so close to Ratisbon that he was able to fire a few cannonballs into the city across the Danube, but stress of weather prevented him from crossing the river, and obliged him gradually to retreat to his old quarters at Zwickau, while Guébriant, with whom he had been involved in more than one dispute, established himself in Thuringia. In April, Bannet received the news of the death of Duke George of Lüneburg, one of the shrewdest of the Protestant princes, though intent upon dynastic ends rather than on the victory of a common cause, and on May 20th Bannet himself succumbed at Halberstadt to his fatigues, or perhaps to his excesses, thus ending in his 45th year a career distinguished by rare military and political ability. End of section 41. Section 42 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 13, The Later Years of the 30 Years' War, 1635-48, by A. W. Ward, Part 3. Meanwhile, the Diet at Ratisbon had continued its deliberations on the gravemina preferred on both sides, and was not dissolved till October 1641, after an absheet announcing an amnesty from which the Emperor's hereditary dominions were excluded. Moreover, it was rendered nugatory by being made conditional upon the actual reconciliation with the Emperor of the Estates desirous of benefiting by it, in other words, upon their renunciation of their adherence to Sweden and France. These two powers had, on August 21st, renewed the treaty of alliance concluded for 3 years in March 1638, and their proposal that future negotiations for peace should be carried on at Münster and Osnabrück was accepted by the Emperor and Spain, December 1641, March 25, 1642 being appointed as the day of the opening of a congress at these two places. The Ratisbon Diet had agreed that the electors and other estates were entitled to take part in these negotiations, but the meeting of the Deputationstag at Frankfurt, which the Diet had arranged for the following May, was delayed till February 1643. The desire for peace, to which the restricted amnesty granted at Ratisbon was regarded as a preliminary step, was intensified by the successful recovery of the Swedes from the difficulties which had followed upon the death of Bannet. The bonds of discipline had of late been utterly relaxed in his army, in which the Swedish troops formed a quite small minority, amounting, according to one account, to not more than 600 men, and there was a serious danger of the army falling hopelessly into pieces. But Guébriant, who had rejoined Bannet shortly before his death, contrived to infuse new spirit into what had been a malcontent and leaderless host. On June 29, 1641, Archduke Leopold William and Piccolomini, intent upon relieving the imperialist garrison at Wolfenbüttel, which the Brunswick dukes were seeking to recover, made an attack upon the Allies. It was successfully repulsed, and the impetuosity of Königsmarck and Wrangel drove the imperialists into precipitate flight. But the victory of Wolfenbüttel had no further result, and the heterogeneous army of the Allies was only preserved from dissolution when Torstenson, who brought with him 7,000 freshly landed Swedish troops, assumed the command. Lennart Torstenson, Count of Ortala, the last of the Swedish generals distinguished in the war, who had been trained by Gustavus himself, was worthy of his master, not only by virtue of his strategic gifts, but also by his power of maintaining among his troops a discipline at once firm and humane. No sooner had he arrived on the Aller, November 25th, than Guébriant, who had been pressing for his recall from an intolerable position, took his departure for the Rhine with the Bernardines. These troops, though their complaints continued to testify to their corporate survival, were soon afterwards formally absorbed in the French army, which was also joined by over 3,000 Hessians. On January 16, 1642, at Hulst, between Kempen and Krefeld, he gained a victory over the Imperialists under General Lamboy, who was taken prisoner with a large number of his officers. After allowing his army a few months' rest, Guébriant, now Marshal, recommenced operations early in the summer of 1642. But though he entered into communications with Frederick Henry of Orange, he declined to confine himself to acting in conjunction with the Stadtholder, and early in October once more crossed the Rhine and marched upon the Weser. In November he was in Thuringia, where in the following month he had an interview with Torstenson, soon after the Swedish victory at Breitenfeld. But no reunion of their forces took place. Torstenson, after recovering from a severe attack of illness, had begun operations with extraordinary energy. His purpose was a direct attack upon the Austrian lands. After taking up his quarters at Salzwedel in the Mark Brandenburg, he advanced, in April 1642, into Silesia, took Glogau, penetrated, May, into Moravia, whose capital Olmütz he occupied, June, sending forward some of his light troops within a distance of not much more than 25 miles of Vienna. In July, however, he was obliged by the approach of the Imperialists in numbers superior to his own to withdraw into Silesia, whence he passed into Saxony. Here, in the face of the Elector's unchanged attitude of resistance, he was besieging Leipzig, when the Imperialists, coming up with him, forced him to give them battle. On November 2nd, 1642, the Second Battle of Breitenfeld was fought, in which the losses of the Imperialists in dead, wounded, and prisoners reached a total not far short of 10,000, and their commander-in-chief, Archduke Leopold William, barely made his own escape. The remnants of the Imperialist force did not rally till they had reached Bohemia, but as Torstensson's junction with Guebriant had not been effected, the beginning of the year 1643 found the Swedish commander-in-chief still besieging Freiberg in Saxony, though Oxenstierna was urging him to transfer the seat of war to the banks of the Danube. The Imperialists succeeded in obliging him to raise the siege, but during the greater part of the year his movements to and fro, more especially in Moravia, and the possibility of his receiving active aid from George Rákóczi, Prince of Transylvania, kept the fears of Vienna alive. Of a sudden, the Swedish commander-in-chief, whose marches and countermarches, menacing Bavaria as well as Austria, had begun to perplex his own army, disclosed to his officers a design which elicited their enthusiastic approval. Christian IV of Denmark, never tired of essaying tasks beyond his power of achievement, had long sought to play the part of mediator in the European conflict. In December 1641, he had succeeded in bringing about the adoption at Hamburg of preliminaries of peace, which were to be discussed at Münster and Osnabrück in the following year. But the actual effects of this formal agreement had been slight, and from about the middle of 1642 Christian's jealous animosity against Sweden revived. The Emperor was assured that Denmark would definitively espouse his cause in the war if he would give consideration to her special claims and requirements. These were for the most part connected with the archiepiscopal see of Bremen, and with the long-cherished designs of the Danish crown upon Hamburg, which in the spring of 1643 led to a blockade of that city. Christian IV, notwithstanding the unsatisfactory condition of his finances, was once more prepared to rush into war, but the far-sighted statesmanship of Oxenstierna anticipated his intentions. In September of the same year, Torstensson received instructions to invade the Danish dominions. Though disabled by disease, he quickly completed his preparations, and by the middle of December his army had reached Holstein, where Duke Frederick of Holstein-Gottorp at once came to terms. Early in January 1644 the frontier of Jutland was crossed, and by the end of the month the whole province had been reduced to submission. Once more, Christian IV's arrogant rashness had brought him to the brink of ruin. While Poland had disappointed him by declining to create a diversion against Sweden, the United Provinces seemed disposed to favour her. Torstensson approached Zeeland from the west, and Horn, liberated from his imprisonment, blockaded Malmö, so as to cooperate from the other side of the Sound in an attack upon Copenhagen. The attempt of the Archbishop of Bremen to come to his father's aid was easily frustrated by a Swedish force under Königsmark. It was not until the end of May 1644 that the Imperialists under Gallas, unchecked by the Transylvanian, began to move slowly from Bohemia into Saxony and thence towards Holstein. An indecisive naval battle, paradoxically known as that of Kolberg Heath, fought on July 1st, failed to open a prospect of a successful attack on the Danish capital. In August, Torstensson, execrating his ill luck, left Wrangel to carry on the Danish war, the further course of which is narrated elsewhere, and moved south with his main force. In November he stood on the Saale, face to face with Gallas, but for this year it was impossible to do more than inflict a defeat upon him at Jüterbock, and oblige him to withdraw into winter quarters in Bohemia. Gallas's force had dwindled to 4,000 men, less than a third of its former number, and the disfavour incurred by him was such that he had to resign his command. In the west, too, the affairs of a Franco-Swedish alliance had once more begun to prosper. After his interview with Torstenson, Marshal Guebriant, whether or not in pursuance of a plan concerted between them for an attack upon Bavaria, had marched towards the Neckar, December 1642. The Bavaro Imperialist Army of Defence was commanded by Field Marshal Franz von Mercy, while a cavalry force under Johann von Werth was near at hand. Tired of the pleasures of his French captivity, the renowned commander had early in the year been exchanged for the Swedish Field Marshal Horn, and was now once more at the front. Guebriant, though much discouraged by the death of Cardinal Richelieu, was assured by the new minister, Cardinal Mazarin, of his confidence, and warmly congratulated on the successful repulse of an attempt by Johann von Werth. But the French marshal was unable to undertake any offensive action without further assistance, and his operations were hampered by the death of Louis XIII, though immediately afterwards Enghien's great victory of Rocroi, May 19, 1643, assured the safety of the northern frontier of France. It was not till the latter part of October that Enghien, drawing near from Lorraine, sent to Guebriant a reinforcement of 5,000 men under the command of the Holstein Count Rantzau. Guebriant hereupon designed to march upon Munich, but while engaged in the siege of Rothwell he was wounded and died on November 24, 1643. On the same day his troops, commanded by Rantzau, were routed at Tuttlingen by the Imperialists, whose entire cavalry had been now placed under Johann von Werth, and Rantzau himself was taken prisoner with a large number of officers. But, as is related elsewhere, the French government and its new chief, Mazarin, whom Richelieu had himself designated as his successor, were resolved to adhere to the course marked out by him. On Guebriant's death, Turenne, who had recently earned fresh laurels by the conquest of Piedmont, was appointed to the command of the army of the Rhine, and at the head of 10,000 men, including the remnants of the Bernardines and Guebriant's other troops, held the left bank of the Rhine as far down as Breisach against the Bavarians under Mercy. After, in June 1644, he had crossed the Rhine and was advancing upon the sources of the Danube, Enghien at last joined him, and their superior forces now confronted those of Mercy and Johann von Werth. A protracted series of battles now ensued, August 4th, 5th, and 9th, near Freiburg in the Breisgau, which ended in a hurried retreat by Mercy, whom however Enghien was unable to overtake. Hereupon he moved rapidly upon Philipsburg, which was quite unprepared for his approach, and took the place September 12th. The campaign ended with a well-ordered and almost unresisted advance of a French army down the Rhine as far as Mainz, which surrendered on September 17th. Its fall was followed by that of Landau, and Turenne also captured Bingen, Oppenheim, and Worms. The readiness with which the population on the left bank of the Rhine submitted to French control was attributable not only to the skill with which Enghien, with Turenne's aid, carried out the comprehensive plan of operations long cherished in vain by Guebriant, but also to the wise humanity that characterized their proceedings. If, Grotius wrote about this time to Oxenstierna, the French continue by their acts to show that they have come to make themselves not masters, but protectors of German liberty, they will also be able to allure other German states to their side. Thus, in the following year, 1645, the Emperor's enemies were able to close in upon his hereditary dominions and upon those of his Bavarian ally. Every effort was made by Ferdinand to meet the approach from Saxony of Torstenson, who had, with Oxenstierna's assent, postponed a resumption of the Danish campaign. In February, after securing the cooperation of Rákóczi, he set forth to meet the imperialist army, commanded by Hatzfeld, Goetz, and the ubiquitous Johann von Werth, and animated by the arrival of the Emperor at Prague and the news that the Blessed Virgin had in a vision promised victory to his arms. At Jankau, near Tabor, the two armies met on March 5th, each numbering about 16,000 men, when a battle in which no quarter was given on either side resulted in a complete victory for the Swedes, mainly, it would seem, due to their artillery. In the end they surrounded the imperialist centre, making prisoners of between 4,000 and 5,000 officers and men, including the commander-in-chief, Hatzfeld, with all their field gear. The Emperor made his way back to Vienna, which once more trembled for its safety. Gallus was substituted for Hatzfeld, and the defence of Upper Austria was entrusted to Archduke Leopold William. The court withdrew to Grätz. By the end of April, Torstenson was within little more than 30 miles of Vienna, but diverged to lay siege to Brünn. Fortunately for Ferdinand III and the safety of his archduchy, the Transylvanian George Rákóczi, after concluding in April 1645 a treaty with France which, in return for liberal subsidies, pledged his services to her and Sweden, was during his advance through Hungary repeatedly defeated by the imperialists under Götz and Puchheim, and finally stopped in his march by a message from Constantinople. Ordered by the weak Sultan Ibrahim to cease at once from hostilities against the emperor, Rákóczi concluded a peace in which he entirely disengaged himself from the Franco-Swedish alliance. August. While Torstenson had once more been disappointed by the course of a campaign begun with high hopes, the defensive forces of the emperor had steadily increased. In his hereditary dominions he had ordered a more or less general levy, and in the west Mercy's surprise and defeat on May 5th of Turenne, who had once more crossed the Rhine at Helpsthausen near Mergentheim, the old Franconian seat of a German order, set free a further imperialist force. In September, Torstenson therefore judged it well to raise the siege of Brünn and to begin a retreat upon Bohemia. But this turn in the course of a war was not to prove enduring. After his reverse at Helpsthausen, Turenne had withdrawn upon Hesse-Cassel, where the indefatigable Landgravine had induced Christopher von Königsmarck to unite his Swedish division with Turenne's army, already reinforced by her own troops. Königsmarck, a daring campaigner, had in 1644-5 rendered substantial service to his government by the conquest of the dioceses of Verden and Bremen, of which he had been appointed Governor-General. When Enghien and Turenne had once more united on the Neckar, July, their forces exceeded 30,000 men, and even after Königsmarck had taken his departure to Saxony, July, still considerably outnumbered the Bavarians under Mercy, who on August 3rd gave battle to the French at Allerheim near Nördlingen. A furious cavalry charge under Johann von Werth failed to turn the fortunes of the day in favour of Mercy's army, and he fell himself in the field. Enghien's victory, doubtful to the last and very dearly bought, was followed by the capitulation of Nördlingen, which the imperialists had held since the great battle of 1634, but the success was not vigorously pushed, and the French troops took up their winter quarters on the left bank of the Rhine in Alsace. Still, the French arms had asserted their ascendancy in the southwest, while Königsmarck carried fire and sword through the Saxon electorate, and by threatening to reduce the country for many miles round Dresden to a desert, forced the Elector John George to a 6-month truce, September. This truce, concluded at Kötschenbroda, and afterwards prolonged till the conclusion of the war, at last freed the Saxon electorate from the incubus of Swedish occupation. 13 years after the conclusion of the Peace of Prague. Besides being granted a free transit through the Elector's dominions, the Swedes were left in possession of Leipzig, together with Torgau, and being now on a friendly footing with Brandenburg, they had the whole course of the Elbe and Oder, as well as that of the Weser, under their control. In the same month, Christian IV at last signed the humiliating Peace of Brömsebro with Sweden and the United Provinces. Thus, when in December 1645 Torstenson's bodily infirmities obliged him to resign the chief command, he was succeeded in it by Carl Gustav Wrangel, a gallant officer, but not comparable in political grasp to either Torstenson or Barnet. Wrangel was unable in 1646 to prevent the junction of part of a Bavarian army with the imperialists under Archduke Leopold William, and their consequent preponderance of strength obliged the Swedes to abandon Bohemia. Wrangel's wish to effect a junction with the French army now under Turenne was, perhaps in part owing to Mazarin's continued desire to spare Bavaria, not carried into effect till July. The invasion of the electorate, which inflicted terrible sufferings upon its inhabitants, then began, and soon extended over the whole country. Augsburg was only saved by the sudden appearance of Johann von Werth with a vanguard of a Bavaro-imperialist army, October, and though Munich, recently put in a better condition of defence, was left unattacked and eastern Bavaria undevastated, Maximilian's lands were suffering unspeakably from both friend and foe, while his treasury was empty. He could see no prospect of peace dawning at Münster, and at last showed himself willing to treat for a separate settlement. Such was the meaning of the truce concluded at Ulm on March 14, 1647, between the electors of Bavaria and Cologne on the one side, and Sweden and France on the other. The Bavarian troops were withdrawn from the Emperor's army, and the free imperial towns of Überlingen and Memmingen were placed in the hands of the Swedes. Augsburg was to remain neutral, but Bavaria at large was to be evacuated by the French and Swedes, the Upper Palatinate remaining open to the transit of their troops. The Elector of Mainz and the Landgrave of Hesse-Darmstadt hastened to give in their adhesion to the compact. Thus the whole weight of the task of carrying on the war against Sweden and France had been thrown back upon the Emperor, and although the excesses of his troops in Bavaria and his neglect in the peace negotiations of the Elector's interests might palliate Maximilian's action, the indignation at Vienna knew no bounds. The Elector was given to understand that his Palatine claims would now have to take care of themselves, and no secret was made of the imperial overtures for a separate peace which Wrangel transmitted to Queen Christina. Ferdinand III did not hesitate to summon the Bavarian army, numbering some 20,000 men, to prefer the allegiance which it owed to him as emperor to any territorial claim. Nor did the call remain altogether unanswered. It was obeyed by the impetuous Johann von Werth, whose loyalty to Maximilian had hitherto been more than unimpeachable, with Count von Spock and a few other officers. The Elector replied by setting a price on Werth's head and ordering the devastation of his estate, and Werth and his companions' own regiments declared their intention of adhering to the Elector. Maximilian was, however, within a few months partly frightened, partly encouraged, into a further change of policy. In September 1647 he concluded the Treaty of Pilsen, by which he returned to the imperial alliance, though refusing to receive back Werth and Spock. The imperial and Bavarian armies were hereupon united once more, and Gallus having died in the preceding year, were placed under the command of Melander, Holzapfel, the gigantic peasant-born soldier who, after commanding the Hesse-Cassel troops till he quarrelled with the Landgravine and her foreign allies, passed into the service of the Emperor and was created a Count of the Empire. The truce with Sweden was at an end, but Maximilian was still hoping to remain on good terms with France, when just before the close of the year, a trumpeter brought to Munich Turenne's message that his government had likewise broken with Bavaria. Meanwhile, Wrangel had begun his campaign of 1647 by the recovery of Nördlingen, April, but the instructions of Oxenstierna, consistently intent upon keeping open the line of communication between the Baltic coast and the Austrian dominions, transferred the operations of the main Swedish army to Bohemia. In July, Wrangel took Eger, though Melander was less than 15 miles off. The Emperor was himself in camp and barely escaped capture in a cavalry surprise. In return, Johann von Werth, who with Melander was fretting at the interference of Hofkriegsratspräsident Count Schlick, executed a brilliant coup de main after his own heart at Triebel, August. But no general engagement ensued, and after the Bavarians had reinforced the Imperialists, Wrangel withdrew by way of Saxony and Hesse to the further side of the Weser. Melander delayed in Hesse in order to settle accounts with the Landgravine, and thus lost the chance of crushing Wrangel, for the menaces of France induced the Bavarian Elector once more to withdraw his contingent from the Imperialist army, November to December. Neither in 1646 nor in 1647 had France been able to put out her strength, and Mazarin's success in alienating Bavaria from Austria had failed to achieve the expected result. The French army had to be recalled from Germany, for the northern frontier of France had become unsafe since the Dutch had slackened their military operations, so that Archduke Leopold William, now Governor-General of the Spanish Netherlands, was preparing to assume the offensive together with the irrepressible Duke of Lorraine. Thus, in May 1647, Turenne withdrew across the Rhine into Alsace, but was stopped by an attempt at mutiny on the part of a remnant of the Bernardines, who refused to serve outside Germany or for any cause but that of German and Protestant liberty. Recrossing the Rhine, he succeeded in repressing this attempt, partly by a ruthless use of force, partly by arrangements made with the help of Erlach. A fraction of Bernard's old followers rejoined Turenne's force. The rest marched to Franconia, and some 1,600 of these were actually incorporated into Königsmarck's division of the Swedish forces. By the end of the year 1647, however, France had definitively broken with Bavaria and renewed her promises of subsidies to Sweden. Turenne received instructions to unite with Wrangel, and when the campaigns of 1648 opened, the military situation had already ceased to be favourable to the Emperor. His belated attempt to draw over to his side the young Elector of Brandenburg, and the breakdown of Frederick William's scheme, by no means the first of its kind, for setting up a third party in the Empire, will find later notice. Towards the end of March 1648, the junction between Turenne and Wrangel was accomplished in the Ansbach territory, the Imperialists under Melander retreating before the Allies across the Danube. How were these vast hosts to be fed? Melander is stated to have estimated their joint numbers at 180,000 souls, a calculation sufficiently illustrative of the family life in the camps of a 30 Years' War. Swabia seemed the only region of the West where supplies were still obtainable, and here at Zummershausen, a few miles northwest of Augsburg, Melander's army suffered a decisive defeat, the stalwart warrior himself falling in the fray, shot through the heart. May 17th. The Imperialist army under Montecuccoli and Kronberg hereupon hurriedly withdrew upon the Isar, followed by Wrangel and Turenne, whose troops, for the most part Germans, devastated the dominions of Maximilian, now a fugitive at Salzburg, with extraordinary fury. Their progress was arrested by the Inn, heavily swollen by the spring floods, and, though several attempts were made to cross this river, it proved the boundary of their march. Behind it stood Piccolomini and Count Francis Fugger, with a force of not less than 20,000 men. Early in August, the two armies came to closer quarters, and Johann von Werth's efforts more than once brought sections of them into actual collision. As the season wore on, however, the Franco-Swedish forces withdrew beyond the Lech, October, and Piccolomini was about to make his way into the Upper Palatinate in order thence to pass into Bohemia and take part in the conflict there, when, greatly to his relief, and to the disappointment of the Swedes, the news arrived of a conclusion of peace, November. Meanwhile, for the successful operations in Hesse against the Imperialists under Lamboy must be passed by, Königsmarck, whom Wrangel, before his invasion of Bavaria, had detached from his main army, had entered Bohemia from the Upper Palatinate. Early in the morning of July 26th, his force, not numbering more than 500 foot and 500 horse, of which the nucleus consisted of the remnant of the Bernardines, arrived before the Kleine Seite of Prague, on the left bank of the Moldau, and just before daybreak, by an escalade, took possession of part of a wall close to the Premonstratensian convent of Strahov. Their guide was Count Odowalski, formerly an officer in the imperial service, from which he had been dismissed by Melander. The seizure, effected without the loss of a single man, was followed by the looting of this quarter of the capital, which included the royal palace, filled by Rudolph II, with innumerable choice treasures of art and literature, and with priceless historical material, and many of the palaces of the nobility. At the end of the month, 8,000 Swedish troops under the Count Palatine Charles Gustavus, afterwards King Charles X of Sweden, arrived, while Count Rudolf Colloredo, who defended the city on the right bank, received a reinforcement of about the same strength. A prolonged siege ensued, and at the end of October Charles Gustavus, whose efforts had so far failed, had marched towards Ega in order to unite his forces with Wrangel's main army, when in Bohemia too, where 30 years earlier the Great War was held to have begun, its course was stopped by the news of a conclusion of peace. How this end had been reached, and on what terms the settlement was at last made, will be told in another chapter. There also some attempt must be made to indicate, however faintly, the lacerated and all but lifeless condition in which the war now ended had left the Midlands of Europe. End of section 42.
Section 43 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Bruce McFadden. Chapter 14, The Peace of Westphalia, by A.W. Ward, Part 1. The peace, which, whatever its shortcomings, achieved its purpose of putting an end to the 30 Years' War, was not made at once. and such had been the multitude and the complexity of the interests involved, the frequency of the changes in the political situation brought about by the shifting fortunes of the war, and the growth of mutual mistrust on all sides, that the efforts of the peacemakers had seemed foredoomed to an endless succession of failures. The evil, however, wrought its own remedy. An advantage was taken of one among many variations in the course of a seemingly interminable struggle to re-establish the European political fabric on bases which, in the main, endured for nearly a century and a half. Change itself, the transition from war to a peace which the nations could no longer see deferred, reigned over change. It has been seen in previous chapters how the project of securing to the distracted empire the blessings of peace had fared, since Wallenstein had in vain striven to be its arbiter, as his detested opponent Gustavus Adolphus had been the arbiter of war. In May 1635 the Elector John George of Saxony, whose imperialist sympathies had survived the Edict of Restitution and the sack of Magdeburg, as well as the battles of Breitenfeld and Lutzen, succeeded at last in bringing to pass the compact known as the Peace of Prague. Though it provided for the restoration of no Protestant prince dispossessed since 1630, and for the retention in Protestant hands of no ecclesiastical property acquired since November 1627, though it secured neither the exercise of the Protestant religion in the dominions of any Catholic government, nor any rights whatever to the Calvinists, yet its acceptance by the Saxon elector, and the belief that the Swedish power would prove unable to maintain itself permanently in Germany, gradually drew over nearly the whole of the Protestant governments in the empire to an acceptance of its terms. But it could not liberate even John George's own dominions from hostile occupation, and the war was destined almost to double its length before it came to an end. Thus the endeavors made in the last 2 years of Ferdinand II's reign, and in the early half of that of his successor, to bring about a general peace, alike broke down. Towards the accomplishment of the end in view, 2 sovereigns in especial, the Pope and the King of Denmark, were persistently eager to give their services as mediators, but each of them was profoundly distrusted by one of the 2 belligerents between whom he proposed to mediate. Pope Urban VIII, so early as the summer of 1635, had made proposals through his uncle at Vienna for the assembling of a congress to discuss the conditions of peace. In 1636, Ferdinand II and Philip IV, though perfectly well acquainted with the French sympathies of the Pope, agreed to send ambassadors to Cologne, where a congress was now actually gathering round the papal legate, Cardinal Ginetti. But though France had assented to the Pope's proposal, a pacific settlement would at this time have ill-suited the policy of Richelieu, and a pretext for hesitation was found in the refusal of the Emperor and Spain to allow passes for the Swedish and the Dutch ambassadors respectively. The Swedish government were thus warranted in declaring that they would have nothing to do with conferences held in a Catholic city, with the Pope as mediator, and after a futile offer of mediation by the Signory of Venice, the Cologne Congress came to an end without having even brought about a truce. Urban VIII renewed his endeavors in 1638, this time with the approval of Richelieu, whose purposes could not have been better suited than by a prolonged cessation of arms on the basis of uti possidetis. But Sweden demanded from France the payment of an annual subsidy of 1,000,000 livres so long as the truce concluded should endure, and the Pope's suggestion to transfer the conference from Cologne to Rome was absolutely rejected at Vienna. Before his death in February 1637, Ferdinand II had fallen back on the familiar conception that peace could only be obtained from France by detaching Sweden from her. With this end in view, rather than that of a general pacification, his agents had entered into negotiations at Hamburg with the Swedish ambassador to the Free City, the versatile and unscrupulous John Alder Salvius, with whom we shall meet again at Osnabrück, He was playing a double part, inasmuch as the Swedish government was really intent upon the renewal of its alliance with France, which in the following year, February 1638, Salvius actually consummated. A conference which early in 1638 the feeble government of Charles I, in the interests of his Palatine nephew, sought, with some support from France, to bring about at Brussels, proved utterly abortive. The Hamburg negotiations languidly continued, being on the imperial side chiefly conducted by an active diplomatist, Baron Kurz, Count von Valley. But the restored self-confidence of the Swedes would not tolerate the mediation of Christian IV, whose services Ferdinand II had invited, and the Danish king was entirely alienated from Sweden by her alliance with France. Brandenburg and Luxembourg's attempts at mediation proved equally futile, and Count de Vaux, the experienced diplomatist in charge of the French interest at Hamburg, was again delaying rather than expediting progress. Both he and Salvius, however, though far from any understanding between themselves, kept up some kind of touch with the imperial councillor, Count von Lutzow, who had arrived at Hamburg in 1640. Endless discussions were carried on as to allowing representation at the definitive peace congress, when it should be opened to the estates of the empire, and as to the form of the letters of safe conduct to be granted to those attending it. In the meantime, the great engine for the continuation of the general war, the Franco-Swedish Treaty of Alliance, was renewed at Hamburg on January 30th, 1641. The Emperor Ferdinand III, who, like his father before him, sought so long as it was possible to reach success by half measures, had in vain attempted a settlement by and for the empire alone. His propositions at the Diet of Ratisbon in 1640 aimed at expanding the Peace of Prague into a settlement for the empire at large on the basis of an amnesty. There is no reason for doubting the pacific intentions manifested by Ferdinand III. Ever since in 1635 he had, in his capacity of probable successor, approved Pope Urban's proposal of a peace congress. But though the action of the son was not dominated in the same measure as that of the father by religious considerations, Ferdinand III was, at Ratisbon, still unable to realize under what conditions alone peace could be contemplated, not to say concluded. The indispensable preliminary condition of a pacific solution acceptable throughout the empire was that the proposed amnesty should be a complete one. But even now Ferdinand III refused to include in it those Protestant estates who were still in alliance with foreign powers, or to entertain the notion that the Protestants, as well as the Catholics, should return to their obligations to the empire on a basis of rights of territorial possession extending beyond that adopted in the Peace of Prague. He was unable to perceive that the Protestant opposition in the empire refused to be coerced now as it had after the Smalcaldic War, and that even a united empire would no longer be able to control the European political situation. The Diet of Ratisbon, while steadily keeping in view the assembling of a general peace congress, resolved that certain questions concerning the internal affairs of the empire, and more especially the imperial administration of justice, should be in the usual way referred to a Deputationstag. Such a supplementary assembly actually met in 1642 at Frankfurt, where for some 3 years it carried on its inanimate proceedings. But though the emperor had intended to charge it with so much of the business of the peace negotiations as concerned the empire only, and thus to keep the several German governments out of the General Peace Congress, he had, as we shall see, to abandon this policy, and in April 1645 the Frankfurt Deputationstag broke up. Some years before this, the scheme of a General Congress had at last matured. On the one hand, it had come to be recognized, even at Vienna, that when the terms of a final pacific settlement came to be actually discussed, the real difficulties to be overcome would lie in the conditions of the satisfaction to be granted to France and to Sweden, respectively, at the cost of the empire. On the other hand, a serious obstacle would arise if the emperor, continuing to regard his interests as identical with those of Spain, were to insist on the conclusion of peace between himself and his adversaries being made dependent on a simultaneous settlement between Spain and France, although there could be no reason against advantage being taken of the opportunity for negotiating a separate peace between Spain and the United Provinces, still technically included in the empire, which to Spain was becoming more and more necessary. Though the peace negotiations at Hamburg had not entirely collapsed like those at Cologne, it had at length become obvious that business would proceed more rapidly and a successful issue seem less remote if the separate negotiations with France and Sweden respectively were carried on in two localities between which communication was easy. Hence the felicitous proposal brought forward by Davos in the latter part of 1641, that for Cologne and Hamburg should be substituted Münster and Osnabrück, two Westphalian towns which are not more than 30 miles distant from each other. The proposal was, after some hesitation, accepted by Sweden and then by the Emperor, upon whom it was urged by the Ratisbon Diet. Lützow, Davos, and Salvius hereupon succeeded in negotiating at Hamburg the preliminary treaty, which was concluded on December 25, 1641, and is to be regarded as the first step actually taken towards the final peace. It provided for the opening on March 25, 1642, of peace conferences at Münster and Osnabrück, the two assemblies to be regarded as forming a single congress, and both towns to be declared neutral territory, inasmuch as the peace was technically to be concluded between the Emperor and his allies on the one hand, and the kings of France and Sweden and their allies on the other. Safe conducts were to be made out on behalf of the Emperor to the allies or adherents of France or Sweden, respectively. With France, the Emperor would treat at Münster under the mediation of the Pope and the Signory of Venice, with Sweden at Osnabrück under that of Christian IV of Denmark. The preliminary treaty was ratified by Louis XIII on February 26, 1642, but the Emperor delayed his ratification until July 22, nor were the difficulties besetting the assembly of the Congress even then at an end. Before the imperial ratification, Lützow had made one more futile attempt to detach the Swedish from the French government, and about the same time Maximilian of Bavaria, utterly skeptical as to the assembling of a general peace congress, was seeking to induce the electors of Cologne and Mainz to join him in a separate negotiation with France, a scheme which he sought to revive after Mazarin had succeeded Richelieu in the direction of the foreign policy of France, December 1642. In the end, however, with the aid of the impression created by Torstensson's victory at Breitenfeld, all obstacles were removed. The preliminary treaty was accepted by Spain, and the Emperor agreed to furnish letters of safe conduct even to those members of the Heilbronn alliance who had not yet become reconciled to him. The date of the meeting of the Congress at Münster and Osnabrück was fixed for July 11, 1643. But, though the imperial plenipotentiaries made their appearance in both places with praiseworthy punctuality, such was not the case with most of their colleagues, and the French ambassadors did not reach Münster until April 1644, having on their way concluded an offensive alliance with the States General against Spain. This alliance, however, failed to prevent the ultimate conclusion of a separate peace between these two powers, just as the Emperor's promise that he would not make peace with France till Spain should also have concluded peace with that power was to be ignored in the settlement between France and himself at Münster. The course of the negotiations between Spain and the United Provinces and their result will be related in a later chapter. In the Peace of Westphalia proper, these powers were included only as allies of two of the belligerents, respectively, the Emperor and France, the Burgundian circle of the empire being treated as in the hands of Spain. During the year 1644, the ambassadors continued to arrive, and the beginnings of a great international concourse stirred the quaint cloisters of the Rathaus in the ancient cathedral city of Münster, and the more scattered streets and lanes of Osnabrück. In accordance with the tendencies of an age delivered over to formalities in church and state, In council and in camp, the beginnings of the discussions between the plenipotentiaries were occupied with questions of precedence and procedure before they so much as approached the problems which the issue of these discussions was to decide. The Congress did not actually get to work till the spring or early summer of 1645, by which time all the immediate and a few of the mediate estates of the empire had received their summons to attend, so that 26 of the votes at the Diet were represented at Munster, and 40 at Osnabrück. On June 1st, the French and the Swedish plenipotentiaries at the two places of meeting brought forward their propositions of peace, the former in their own language, the Swedes in Latin. The general progress of business at the Congress may be summed up as follows. The propositions of the two crowns were received, answered, debated, and settled during a period extending from the above-mentioned date, June 1, 1645, to that of the signature of the Treaty of Peace, October 24, 1648. But the discussions of these propositions by the estates of the empire lasted only from October 1645 to April 1646. On the other hand, the deliberations on the religious grievances brought forward on one and the other side occupied the greater part of the period during which the Congress sat, from February 1646 to March 1648. As some of the chief plenipotentiaries at the Congress necessarily exercised a controlling influence upon both the main divisions of its labors, it may be convenient here to enumerate the most notable among the members of a bipartite assembly of politicians unprecedented alike in the numbers of its members and in the variety of the interests represented by them. To the Emperor's chief plenipotentiary, Count Maximilian von Trautmannsdorf, the work which the Congress actually achieved was preeminently indebted. His firm and self-sacrificing resolve to carry to a successful issue the task which proved to be the final task of his life, rather than any great subtlety in dealing with affairs or irresistible personal charm, enabled him to compass his end. Like Eggenberg, to whose group or party in the court and government at Vienna Trautmannsdorf had attached himself, he was early in life converted from Protestantism. After supporting Wallenstein, he had at last counseled the arrest of the dictator, but he continued to cherish some of the great would-be pacificator's designs. After taking over from Eggenberg the direction of Ferdinand II's councils, he had helped to bring about the Peace of Prague, and under Ferdinand III, whose entire confidence he commanded, his consistent efforts for peace were as unacceptable to the Spanish party as his loyalty to the House of Austria was vexatious to Bavaria. Trautmannsdorf did not make his appearance at Munster before December 1645, but from this date onwards till his withdrawal in July 1647, more than a year before the signing of the peace, he was not only, in Oxenstierna's phrase, the soul of the imperial embassy, but succeeded in contributing more than any of his fellow plenipotentiaries to the work of peace. His success was due to a remarkable flexibility in the conduct of business, but he was always careful of the dynastic interests of the House of Austria, and cannot be acquitted of having sacrificed to these the security of the empire at large on its western border. His efforts were supported at Munster by Isaac Volmar, an astute lawyer and experienced official, and by the personal graces of Count, afterwards Prince, John Louis of Nassau-Hadamar, and at Osnabrück by a pair of ministers who in much the same way balanced each other. Each of the electors, spiritual and temporal, was individually represented at the Congress, but the Bishop of Osnabrück, Count Francis William von Wartenberg, also Bishop of Bremen and Verden, and afterwards Bishop of Ratisbon and Cardinal, who had received powers from the Elector of Cologne and certain other ecclesiastical dignitaries, was finally named representative of the entire electoral college. An illegitimate scion of the Bavarian house and a pupil of the Jesuits, he had rigorously carried out in his diocese the Edict of Restitution, and was in the Congress the chosen champion of German Catholic interests. For the policy of the Bavarian elector was distracted between Catholic sympathies and a growing desire to lean upon France. Among the plenipotentiaries of the Protestant electors and princes, on the other hand, The foremost was Count John von Sayn-Wittgenstein, the trusted ambassador of Frederick William of Brandenburg. He had served in arms under Landgrave William of Hesse-Kassel, if not under Gustavus Adolphus himself, and had been a member of the Concilium Formatum of the Heilbronn alliance. Familiar with Swedish as well as French politics, he was able to promote with skill and vigor the interests of Brandenburg, which may be said already at this Congress to have borne itself as the leading Protestant German state. Many of the other estates of the empire were represented by diplomatists of proven experience, some of whom were also celebrated publicists, and in the case of the Benedictine, Adam Adami, afterwards Bishop Suffragan of Hildesheim, and the historian of the Congress, exercised a powerful personal influence upon its deliberations. In the discussions among the German estates, Adami and the Bishop of Osnabrück frequently commanded a majority of the entire Catholic vote, more moderate members of the party being as a rule found at Osnabrück, and the more extreme at Münster, while Jesuit agents eagerly watched and reported on their action. Among the plenipotentiaries of the Protestant princes, mention should be made of the learned Brunswicker Jacob Lampadius, and the Württemberger John Conrad Warnbühler, a worthy pupil of Gustavus Adolphus' faithful counselor Jacob Loeffler. The chief advocate of the interests of the Swiss Confederation was John Rudolf Wettstein, Burgomaster of Basel, so influential a personage that he was known by the sobriquet of King of the Swiss. The emperor's ally, the King of Spain, had, in addition to a pompous grandee, Gasparo de Bracamonte, afterwards Viceroy of Naples, and a learned ecclesiastic, Joseph de Bergagne, Bishop of Hertogenbosch, and, from 1645, Archbishop of Cambrai. Commissioned 2 capable diplomats, Count Guzman of Peñaranda and a famous man of letters, Antoine Bruins. To their labors was mainly due the actual conclusion of peace between Spain and the United Provinces without the intervention of France. Each of the United Provinces was individually represented at Münster, Holland and Zeeland respectively sending Adrian Pauw, Lord of Hemstede, and John van Canute. The latter of these, as an adherent of the Prince of Orange, was at the outset supposed to have no desire for peace, but Frederick Henry modified his views before his death in 1647, and the States General, under the influence of the bold diplomacy of Francisco de Souza, the Portuguese ambassador at The Hague, took up a stand, which forced Spain into a settlement. At Münster, the diplomatic agents of the newly re-established Kingdom of Portugal and those of the Catalan insurgents appeared under the wing of the French peace embassy. The French plenipotentiaries at Münster were Abel Servien, Marquis de Sable, and Claude de Mesmes, Count d'Avaux. The share taken in the Hamburg negotiations by d'Avaux, who had succeeded Chammas as the chief agent of the policy of Richelieu in the empire, has been already noted. He was a strong Catholic, and as such enjoyed the particular goodwill of Maximilian of Bavaria. Some jealousy prevailed between him and his colleague, who, though his inferior in knowledge of affairs, surpassed him in certain other diplomatic qualities, and since Mazarin had taken the helm was better supported from home. The inconveniences caused by this estrangement, together with the wish to give éclat to the French embassy, induced the Queen Regent in 1645 to furnish it with a figurehead in the person of Henri of Orléans, Duke of Longueville. And in 1647 Servien was detached on a special mission to The Hague. But Mazarin kept up an understanding with him, and on his return to Münster the Duke quitted the city before the actual conclusion of the peace. d'Avaux himself was recalled just before the signing of the treaty. The Swedish plenipotentiaries at Osnabrück were also, though in a less marked degree than their French colleagues at Münster, on unfriendly terms with one another. Count John Oxenstierna, the eldest son of the Chancellor, had served in the German war under his relative Field Marshal Horn, and had gained some knowledge of the chief European states by travel. But he was not his father's equal in intelligence, or able to fall into line with the statecraft of John Alder Salvius, whose experience of affairs extended back to the Prussian War of Gustavus Adolphus, and who was favored by the young Queen Christina, jealous of the Oxenstierna influence ever since, in December 1644, she had taken the government into her own hands. It remains to note that of the mediating powers, Pope Urban VIII and, after his death in 1644, his successor Innocent X was represented in the peace negotiations by Fabio Chigi, formerly Papal Nuncio at Cologne, and afterwards Cardinal and Secretary of State under Pope Innocent X, whom he in his turn succeeded as Pope Alexander VIII. With Chigi, who was perhaps better qualified for his labors at Munster than for the greater task that awaited him, was appointed Alvisi Contarini, a member of one of the most illustrious of Venetian families, whose diplomatic services to the Republic had already extended over nearly 2 decades. On the whole, they acted in harmony with one another, and the falling off of the Venetians' French sympathies synchronized with the change in the policy of the Vatican on the death of Urban. The ambassadors of King Christian IV, who acted as mediator at Osnabrück, Justus Hogg and Gregors Krabbe, both of them members of the Rigsråd, had been instructed by their sovereign to indulge in a lavish expenditure. But the outbreak of hostilities between Denmark and Sweden led to their departure from Osnabrück in December 1643, and the negotiations there were thenceforth carried on without a mediator. No Christian power was unrepresented at either Munster or Osnabrück except the kings of England and Poland and the Grand Duke of Muscovy, and the former two were included in the treaty as allies both of the Emperor and of Sweden, the Muscovite as the ally of Sweden only. The Porte took no part in the Congress. It should be added that the extravagance displayed there on all sides was largely dictated by a desire to show that the sacrifices of the war had not exhausted the resources of the various belligerents. The entry of Davos into Munster lasted for a whole hour, and at Osnabrück, Oxenstierna never showed himself in public except in quasi-royal state. Much money was spent on polite entertainments and more on drinking bouts. As to the expenditure for purposes of corruption, neither its occasions nor its amount admit of definite statement. As already observed, the question of the success or failure of the negotiations at Munster and Osnabrück really turned on the satisfaction of the Swedish and of the French crown. Though in his first answer to the original Swedish peace proposals the Emperor had stated that he was unprepared to proffer any satisfaction to either power, inasmuch as both rather owed satisfaction to him, he declared himself willing to assent to a money payment by the estates of the Empire to Sweden. In reply, that power appealed to the fact that Gustavus Adolphus had been induced against his own wish to enter into the war, and that the enormous and irreparable sacrifices entailed by it upon Sweden included that of the king's own precious life. When, at last, the Swedish plenipotentiaries were brought to formulate their demands, these included the permanent cession of the Swedish crown of Silesia, the whole of Pomerania with Mecklenburg, Wismar and the island of Pole, the archbishopric of Bremen, the bishopric of Verden, and certain other ecclesiastical lands with a compensation to the officers and soldiers of the Swedish army. The territories forming part of the empire, Sweden did not desire to sever from it, but to hold as imperial fiefs, the Swedish sovereign thus becoming an estate of the empire, and entering into the obligations towards it implied by this relation. But although, as has been seen, the Swedes at the end of the war still held a considerable number of places in the empire, including part of Bohemia, they obviously had no intention of insisting upon the demand of Silesia. Pomerania, on the other hand, they had long resolved to annex, with or without the consent of Brandenburg. The Elector George William had steadily refused to yield on this head to Gustavus Adolphus when at the height of his power, but by his acceptance of the Peace of Prague, the Elector had finally gone over to the side of the Emperor, so that, When, by the death in 1637 of Boguslav XIV, the last native Duke of Pomerania, the House of Brandenburg acquired an indisputable right to the entire duchy, Sweden had a sufficient pretext for occupying it. Although imperial troops had, by repeated incursions into Pomerania, contested this occupation, the Swedes had not given way, even after the accession in 1640 of Frederick William as Elector. The Pomeranian estates were, on the whole, notwithstanding some Lutheran qualms, in favor of the Brandenburg claim, while the Swedish pretensions were founded simply on the de facto occupation. Thus it was ultimately agreed that the old division between Vor and Hinterpommern, western and eastern Pomerania, should be revived, and that while the latter passed to Brandenburg, the former, with the island of Regen and the town of Stettin and certain places on the eastern side of the Frischhof, should be allotted as a distinct duchy to Sweden. This arrangement necessitated a compensation to Brandenburg, while the further cession to Sweden of the port of Wismar and the island of Pole made it requisite to find some equivalent for Mecklenburg. Sweden also acquired, as secular duchies held under the Empire, the Archbishopric of Bremen, of which she had, at the outbreak of hostilities with Denmark in 1643, deprived its Danish occupant, Prince Frederick, and the adjoining bishopric of Verden, from which she had expelled the pluralist Bishop of Osnabrück. This was the earliest in the series of secularizations effected in the course of these negotiations. No expedient commended itself so readily for use, and none could have more plainly demonstrated the failure of the whole policy of reaction and restitution, which had begun and protracted the war. Sweden would, henceforth, have seat and vote at the imperial diet, and be a member of 3 of the circles of the empire. And in Pomeranian Greifswalde she would, as was specially provided, possess a German university of her own. It should be noted that, by a special provision of the Treaty of Osnabrück, all Swedish garrisons were withdrawn from the Mark Brandenburg. Finally, a settlement was made as to the claims preferred by the Swedish crown on behalf of the officers and soldiers in its service during the war, though the imperial plenipotentiaries had maintained that every power ought to deal with its own soldiery. Queen Christina insisted most strongly on the satisfaction of her militia, and after a demand of $20 million had at first been put forward, a contribution of $5 million for this purpose was imposed upon 7 of the circles of the empire. France, like Sweden, was slow in formulating her terms of satisfaction. When they were at last presented, the recognition of her sovereignty over the 3 bishoprics of Metz, Toul, and Verdun, of which she had been in actual possession for all but a century, was granted without much ado. The sovereignty of the King of France over Pinerolo was likewise recognized. The provisions of the Treaty of Cherasco between France and Savoy, 1631, remained practically unaltered. Duke Charles of Lorraine was left out of the Congress and out of the treaty. End of section 43.
Section 44 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 14, The Peace of Westphalia by A.W. Ward, Part 2. The claims of France upon Alsace were not so easily settled. The French government had repeatedly declared that it made war upon the House of Austria and not upon the Empire, and it was clear from the outset that the House of Austria would have to defray the main cost of the French satisfaction. This view of the case, which commended itself to Bavaria and the spiritual electors, hardly less than to the Protestant princes, throughout governed the diplomatic action of France in this matter, and she began by simply demanding the cession to her of the Austrian possessions and rights in Alsace. But when the French government and its agents with Servian at their head, entered into these far-reaching negotiations, they were quite uninformed as to the actual extent and character of these rights, and as to the relations to the empire of the component parts of Alsace. Moreover, unhappily for the integrity of that empire and for the future peace of Europe, it did not suit the purposes of the House of Austria, desirous of averting any French designs upon other territories in its possession, to dispel the ignorance of the French negotiators. As a matter of fact, although so late as the middle of the 17th century, Alsace had lost neither its unity of race nor a certain cohesion of life and culture. Its two historic divisions of Upper and Lower, Southern and Northern Alsace, had followed quite distinct lines of political growth. Of the two landgravates into which the ancient duchy had been administratively divided, that of Upper Alsace had, from the days of its landgrave, the great Emperor Rudolph I, fallen more and more under the control of the House of Habsburg, to which nearly 4/5 of the land were now feudally subject. In Lower Alsace, on the other hand, the Austrian rights were virtually restricted to those of the Landvogt, who since the reign of Ferdinand I exercised a certain administrative authority in a district comprising, besides some 40 villages in Lower Alsace, the so-called 10 free imperial towns of Alsace, in both its divisions, Hagenau, Colmar, Schuttelstadt, etc. The nobility of Lower Alsace retained their independence, and its diets their activity, while the dignity of Landgrave had here become merely titular, with a domain or two attached to it, and so far back as the 14th century had been acquired by purchase by the Bishop of Strasbourg. The see had no other formal connection with Lower Alsace, nor was there any tie of the kind between the latter and the free city of Strasbourg, which, like the see, was immediate to the empire. Yet, when in 1645 Mazarin instructed the French plenipotentiaries to demand, in addition to the fortresses of Brissac and Philipsburg, Upper and Lower Alsace, the Sundgau being treated as part of the former, there can be no doubt that he and they supposed the whole of Alsace and its estates to be in one way or another subject to the House of Austria. Being, however, apprised by their Bavarian friends that the case was not quite so simple, they thought it expedient to raise their terms by throwing in a demand for the whole Breisgau, on the right bank of the Rhine, which by November 1645 Mazarin reduced to a claim on the fortress of Brissac only. In these terms the emperor acquiesced, secretly instructing Trotz-Mondorf to this effect in March 1646, and though some further haggling followed on both sides, a settlement on the subject was now to all intents and purposes assured. The Austrian proposals, brought forward in April, and substantially agreed to in the preliminary treaty signed in September following, were embodied in the final instrument of peace. Brissac, to which Bernard of Weimar had so tenaciously clung, was made over to France, but as to the cession of the Landgravate of Upper and Lower Alsace, or of the Landgravate of both Alsaces, for both terms had been in use, together with the Landvogtei over the 10 towns and their dependencies, was to pass in false sovereignty to France. Certain ominous obscurities remained. In the first place, while the King of France undertook to respect the liberties and the immediacy to the empire, not only the bishops of Strasbourg and Basel, but also of all the other immediate estates in both Upper and Lower Alsace, including the 10 free towns, he did so on condition, ita tamen, that the rights of his sovereignty should not suffer from this reservation. The clause gave rise to much alarm at the time, and was afterwards deliberately misinterpreted. but its chief purpose was, beyond all reasonable doubt, simply to secure to the Crown of France the measure of rights which the House of Austria had formerly possessed in Alsace. In the second place, the expression Landgravitas inferioris Alsatici implied a measure of rights which the House of Austria could not transfer, because, as has been seen, it had never possessed them. No Landgravate of Alsace, a term first imported by Austria into the negotiations, had ever existed, and the Landgravate of Lower Alsace implied a title to which Austria had not a shadow of a claim. Thus, in Lower Alsace, Austria had nothing to surrender beyond the Hagenau Landvogtei, which in no wise involved the surrender of the 10 free imperial towns, though these were in certain respects subject to her authority. For the misleading phraseology by which, as conferring upon France rights in Lower Alsace that Austria had never possessed, Louis XIV afterwards sought to justify his notorious reunions, Austria and not France was in the first instance responsible. The attempts of the estates of the Empire of Munster and Osnabrück, and of the estates of Alsace itself, to get rid of the ominous ite tamen clause, were skillfully eluded by Servian, who professed himself quite ready to accept the alternative suggestion that France should hold both Upper and Lower Alsace as fiefs of the empire. But the emperor, who had no desire for such a vassal, would not hear of this solution. Nothing was gained by the agitation except that the city of Strasbourg was expressly named among the estates to be left untouched in their liberties, though Servian declared that there had never been any intention of including it in the French satisfaction, neither with regard to Alsace at large, nor most certainly with regard to Strasbourg. Is there any evidence that either Servian or the French government had at this time deliberately formed any ulterior design? An article of the treaty obliged the King of France to maintain Catholic worship in Alsace, wherever it had been carried on under the Austrian government, and to restore its exercise where it had been interrupted in the course of the war. A compensation of 3 million livres was granted by France to Archduke Ferdinand Charles, who had held the position of governor of the anterior Austrian possessions, and a part of his debts was taken over by her. Though France had not insisted on the cession of Philipsburg, she was allowed the right of maintaining a garrison in the fortress, while the town was left to the Bishop of Speyer. The peace provided for a general and unlimited amnesty in the empire, which was to go back to the Bohemian troubles, i.e., to the year 1618, and to extend to all princes and other estates, immediate or mediate, and their subjects' possessions and public and private rights. But the particular changes and settlements in the empire expressly mentioned in the treaties were held to override any general provision, and on this head the exceptions were in part of very great significance. Foremost among the princes of the empire, whose interests had been impaired by the Swedish satisfaction, stood the Elector of Brandenburg, regarding the sees of Brandenburg and Havelberg, together with that of Cayman, a dependency of eastern Pomerania, as permanently appropriated by his house. He now demanded certain Silesian principalities, without any serious expectation of inducing the House of Austria to hand them over to him, together with the secularization in favor of his dynasty of the Archbishop of Magdeburg and the bishoprics of Halberstadt, Hildesheim, Osnabrück, and Minden. His vigorous diplomacy actually secured to him the first and the last named of these bishoprics, and the Archbishopric of Magdeburg, as hereditary possessions. Magdeburg was, however, not to pass to his house as an hereditary duchy until the determination of Prince Augustus of Saxony's life tenure. The much vexed administrator, Prince Christian William, was granted an increase of the pecuniary consideration allowed to him in the Peace of Prague. The Duke of Mecklenburg-Schwerin, in compensation for the transfer of the lucrative part of Wismar, obtained possession of the sees of Schwerin and Rothsburg, certain actual or contingent equivalents being granted to his kinsmen of the Grossstrau branch. The interests of another North German house had been prejudiced by these arrangements in the absorption by Sweden of the Archbishopric of Bremen. This was the house of Brunswick-Lunenburg, which under Duke George, up to his death in 1641, had played so prominent a part in the latter part of the war. But the Brunswick-Lunenburg dukes, who had, in 1642 at Goslar, prematurely concluded a separate peace in their own interests, were now obliged to give up Hildesheim to its Catholic bishop, the Elector of Cologne, and to see Minden transferred to Brandenburg. Of the three sees on which the princes of the ambitious House of Brunswick had set their hopes, only a moiety of one was assigned to them. For it was settled that at Osnabrück the present Catholic bishop should be succeeded by the Brunswick-Lunenburg Duke, Ernest Augustus, and that after him the see should be alternately held by a Catholic and a Protestant, in the latter case preferentially by a Brunswick-Lunenburg prince. By another abnormal arrangement, the bishop, chapter, and estates of Osnabrück were made liable for the payment of $80,000 to the former occupant of the territory, Count Gustav Gustafsson of Wasserburg, and illegitimate son of the great king. On the other hand, a still outstanding claim of the heirs of Tilly upon the Principality of Kallenberg, Hanover, was now quashed. The Dowager Landgravine Amelia Elizabeth of Hesse-Kassel had, in the face of difficulties innumerable, maintained so close a connection with both the Swedish and the French government that their military commanders and diplomatists alike never lost sight of her interests and pretensions. Special interest accordingly was made of them in the first peace propositions of both powers. Her claims were judiciously spread over a large and varied extent of territory. But in the end, Hesse-Kassel acquired the secularized Prince Abbacy of Hersfeld, which had long been under its control, together with other lands and the large sum of $600,000 for the payment of its soldiery, to be contributed by diverse spiritual potentates. The compact between Kassel and Darmstadt, securing to the former part of the long-disputed Marburg succession, was also confirmed in the peace, so that the great Landgravine, a princess whose extraordinary sagacity and determination deserve enduring remembrance, was now entitled to sing her Nunc Dimittis. She died in 1651. The Peace of Westphalia failed to effect any final settlement of the Jülich-Cleves-Berg question, which had so nearly antedated by a decade the outbreak of the Great War. A pious hope was expressed that the interessati, who, besides the possessing princess, were Brandenburg and Neuburg, the Elector of Saxony and the Duke of Zweibrücken, would soon come to terms, but this hope was not fulfilled till 1666, when, by the Treaty of Cleves, Brandenburg was awarded the permanent possession of Cleves, Mark, and Ravensburg, and Neuburg of Jülich and Barg, a settlement which lasted till the expiration of the Neuburg line in 1742. The Donauwörth difficulty, too, another of the causes of the 30-Year War, was left over for settlement by the next Diet, and Bavaria remained in possession, compensating the Swabian Circle for the loss of the town's contributions. A third and more important question, which during the course of the war had only gradually fallen into the background, once more became prominent in the peace negotiations and had finally to be settled by a compromise. The voice of England, the one Western power represented in these negotiations, could no longer be raised on behalf of Charles Louis, the eldest son of the late Elector Frederick, and the States General could hardly be expected to intervene actively on behalf of a family of which they had long grown weary. On the other hand, Bavaria would leave no stone unturned in order to retain possession of the electoral dignity and of the Upper Palatinate. If Maximilian had to surrender this acquisition, he would at once claim from Ferdinand III his father's pledge of Upper Austria and a debt of $13 million, and if Maximilian lost his electorship, there would be an end of the Catholic majority among the temporal electors. It was accordingly at last agreed that the Upper Palatinate and the Fifth Electorate, which had been transferred to Maximilian in 1623, should remain with the Bavarian branch of the House of Wittelsbach, while the Lower Palatinate, with a newly created Eighth Electorate, was assigned to Charles Louis and his descendants. As the new Elector Palatine would participate in the general amnesty, the emperor undertook to avert so far as he could any opposition in the Lower Palatinate to the restoration of Charles Louis, and even promised him a certain measure of pecuniary relief and support. Unfortunately, it neither supplied his economic needs on his return to the desolate remnant of his patrimony, nor brought about a reconciliation between him and his mother, the ex-queen of Bohemia, who after her odyssey of woes was never to see Heidelberg again. Both the Baden-Wuerttemberg line, which had been deprived of its territories after the Battle of Wimpfen, 1622, and the House of Württemberg, of whose domains Ferdinand II had in his last years distributed a large part among his ministers and commanders, had been excluded from the amnesty granted at the Peace of Prague, and were now reinstated. This was mainly the work of von Bühler, who thus signally contributed to the preservation of Protestantism in southwestern Germany. Several other estates of the empire, which had likewise been excluded from the Prague amnesty, and others which had not been so excluded, endeavored to secure similar recoveries, and in the end a stop had to be put upon these transactions, which threatened indefinitely to postpone the conclusion of peace. The Elector of Trier, thanks to French support, re-entered into all the rights and possessions which he had forfeited, and his soldiery replaced the imperialistic garrisons in his fortresses of Ehrenbreitstein and Hammerstein. While the loose connection between the United Provinces and the Empire was allowed to lapse in silence in view of the recognition by Spain of the independence of what still formed part of the Burgundian Circle, the independence of the Helvetic Confederation of the 13 cantons was explicitly recognized in the treaties of both Onnersbruck and Munster. It remains to summarize the efforts made in the Peace of Westphalia to deal with the religious and political difficulties, for the most part so repeatedly and persistently brought forward as grievances at the Diet and other meetings of estates of the empire that had long distracted and disturbed its life, and had materially contributed to bring about the war. The gravest of these difficulties dated back in their origin to the Reformation, nor could any settlement of them be reached unless they were regarded as radical and treated accordingly. The peace propositions of the Swedish plenipotentiaries demanded that all mutual grievances between the Catholic and Protestant estates should be entirely uprooted, funditus extirpantur. As representing a Catholic power, the French plenipotentiaries were precluded from professing the same purpose, and thus it was only at Osnabrück that the religious grievances were discussed, and the principle of their being ultimately met by a reunion of the religious was once more asserted. The endeavors of the imperial plenipotentiaries to refer the religious grievances to the Diet broke down, and to the exertions of Sweden, whose services to the preservation of Protestantism did not come to an end with the career of Gustavus Adolphus, are to be ascribed such results as were on this head reached in the Peace of Westphalia. The Treaty of Passau, 1552, and the Religious Peace of Augsburg, 1555, were acknowledged as fundamental laws of the empire, but were here broadened in their application by the important provision that among the adherents of the Augsburg Confession should be held to be included those who proposed the Reformed Calvinist form of faith. The Elector of Saxony, consistent to the last, protested against this article. So far, however, was it from implying any general religious tolerance that the same Treaty of Osnabrück expressly directed that no other religion, except those expressly mentioned, should be allowed in the empire. A declaration not, of course, intended to prevent any particular government from granting such protection as it might think fit to individual adherents of other forms of religion. Sweden had originally proposed that, in view of the manifold grievances on both the Catholic and the Protestant side, the state of possession which had existed in the year 1618 should be restored and made perpetual in the case of ecclesiastical foundations and property of all kinds, and in that of all other disputed matters admitting of being so regulated. This proposal represented so enormous an advance upon the Prague settlement, which had fixed the year 1627 for the same purpose and allowed a period of possession from that date onwards of not more than 40 years, that, after prolonged discussions and determined Catholic resistance, the date of January 1st, 1624, was, on the motion of Electoral Saxony, definitely adopted. It was favorable to the Protestants, as entirely excluding the operations of the Edict of Restitution, and even some changes effected by Tilly. On the other hand, a large number of immediate church foundations were thus left to the Catholics. Exclusively, then, of those ecclesiastical foundations, chiefly secularized sees, specific dispositions as to which formed part of the satisfactions or compensations, all immediate foundations and estates, whether archbishoprics, bishoprics, abbacies, convents, or other, were to remain in the undisturbed possession of whichever of the religions had held them on January 1st, 1624, until by God's grace the religious disunion should have an end. If the occupant of such a foundation changed his religion, his occupancy would, ipso facto, cease. In cathedral chapters, if at that date they had been composed partly of Catholic, partly of Protestant members, the same proportion was to be permanently maintained. Thus the knot of the old problem, the question of the validity of the reservatum ecclesiasticum, had been suddenly cut. But practically, so far as the great debatable land of the West and Southwest was concerned, the decision was wholly in favor of the Catholics. A final stop was put upon the spread of Protestantism in the empire by means of conversions in high places. The same rule of date applied to mediate spiritual foundations, mainly convents. No religious order was to be admitted into a convent hitherto held by another, except in the case of its having become extinct in loco, and even then no order founded since the Reformation was to be introduced, a stipulation palpably directed against the Jesuits. Of deeper interest to us, because of its connection with the principle of tolerance, which in this generation was only beginning to dawn upon a few minds, was the problem of the public and private exercise of their religion by subjects who professed a form of faith different from that of their territorial sovereign. The declaration in the Peace of Equality between Catholics and Protestants was restricted by the addition insofar as in accordance with the Constitution and laws of the empire and with the peace itself, and it had to be reconciled with the right of determining the religion of his territory. the jus reformandi, granted by the religious peace of Augsburg to every territorial lord or immediate estate, while to subjects who dissented there remained the alternative of emigration. The Lutherans and the Reformed, whom the Catholics left to settle their own practice on this head, agreed that, without prejudice to liberty of conscience, existing compacts should continue in force where Lutherans were actually under Reformed territorial ruler, and vice versa, and that, in future cases, the ruler, while appointing court preachers of his own religion, should not interfere with his subjects' exercise of their religion, or with the religious conditions which had obtained in churches, schools, universities, etc., in his dominions at the time of the peace. The Lutheran lands about to come under the rule of the Elector of Brandenburg were no doubt kept specially in view. For Catholics and Protestants living under rulers of the opposite faith, the conditions of public and private religious worship, of the constitution of consistories, and of the patronage and tenure at churches, convents, hospitals, etc., which had obtained at the most favorable date in the year 1624, were to be accepted as decisive and to be maintained semper et ubique till the day of religious reunion. A single exception was made in the case of the see of Hildesheim, where a settlement less advantageous to the Protestants than the state of things in 1624 was adopted. In places in this diocese possessed of only a single church, simultaneous Catholic and Protestant worship, i.e., worship at different hours of the same day, was allowed. An odd compromise, largely resorted to elsewhere, though with very doubtful legal warrant. Subjects who in 1627 had been debarred from the free exercise of a religion, other than that of their ruler, were by the peace granted the right of conducting private worship and of educating their children at home or abroad, in conformity with their own faith. They were not to suffer in any civil capacity, nor to be denied religious burial, but were to be at liberty to emigrate, selling their estates or leaving them to be managed by others. Some ambiguity, however, attaches to the stipulations of the peace on this head. One passage provides for the patient toleration of subjects not of the ruler's religion, but another seems to imply that, exceptions apart, the ruler may oblige such subjects to emigrate, though without forcibly abducting them or fixing their destination. An important and perfectly distinct exception to these last provisions was, however, made in the case of the subjects of the House of Austria. The Emperor Ferdinand II had steadily refused to yield to the demand pressed upon him in the negotiations for the Peace of Prague, that the adherents of the Confession of Augsburg in his dominions should be allowed the free exercise of their religion wherever they had enjoyed it in 1612, and a similar non-possumus was opposed by Ferdinand III to the proposals made at Osnabrück, where the years 1618 and 1624 were successively named. The earlier of these was to have included the Bohemian troubles. He insisted on his jus reformandi, and Trautsmandorf repeatedly declared that his master would sooner lose throne and life than assent to such a demand. Certain concessions were granted in the cases of the three Silesian duchies of Brieg, Liegnitz, of Münsterberg-Oels, and of the city of Breslau, as well as in that of the nobility of Lower Austria. But nowhere else in the Austrian dominions was any exercise of their religion allowed to the Protestants of any class or condition. In accordance with the principle of the general amnesty announced in the peace, persons who had emigrated from the Austrian dominions during the course of the war, and who, in many instances, had taken service under hostile princes, were now allowed to return home, but without recovering either the free exercise of the Protestant religion or the possession of their lands. Much trouble between the confessions had always existed in the free towns of the empire. It was now settled that where only a single religion had been exercised in 1624, the town should be treated as Catholic or Protestant accordingly. But in certain towns, of which Augsburg was the most prominent instance, where the adherents of the two religions were mixed, they were to be equally free to exercise that which they professed. At Augsburg, however, a complicated arrangement, quite unfair to the large Protestant majority among the citizens, was adopted as to municipal offices. From religious grievances, we finally passed to political, though, as in the interesting provisions as to ecclesiastical jurisdiction, the two fields of discussion lay very close to each other. At the root of the conflict, which had at last become war, had lain the opposition between territorial and imperial claims. Ferdinand III and his advisers expressed much surprise on finding that both the Swedish and the French peace propositions referred so largely to the rights and liberties of the German estates, but it was in vain that they sought to postpone to the next Diet considerations which possessed so great an interest for the two foreign crowns. What was at issue was nothing short of the restoration of the old territorial sovereignty, Landeshoheit, of the estates of the realm, a few imperial rights being reserved, and a fresh statement of certain rights supposed to be inherent in that sovereignty. Among these rights, Sweden, France, and the princes of the empire were above all anxious to place beyond all reach of dispute the right of concluding alliances, whether with the states of the empire or with foreign powers. This was effected by the provision common to both the Treaty of Münster and to that of Osnabrück, which secured to every estate the right of concluding any such alliance with a view to his own security, provided that it was neither directed against the emperor, the empire, or its landfrieden, nor against the conditions of the Peace of Westphalia itself. Notwithstanding these safeguards, a virtually complete independence was thus assured, so far as any of them could assert it, to each of the 300 or more political bodies which made up the Holy Roman Empire, and this independence extended to the right of carrying on war in fulfillment of the obligations of an alliance which any one of these bodies might have concluded by its own choice. Conversely, the estates of the empire and the two foreign crowns were alike interested in seeking to prevent any resort by the successors of Ferdinand II to arbitrary measures such as those which from religion or dynastic motives he had adopted in the course of the war. The pronouncement of the ban of the empire against the Elector Palatine, the Edict of Restitution, the conclusion of the Peace of Prague. In spite of the resistance of the imperial government, a clause was inserted in both the Münster and the Osnabrück Treaty assigning to the estates of the empire at large, not the electors only, the right of voting in all imperial business, whether it concerned legislation or taxation, or the declaration of war or peace. The free towns, whose position had hitherto been in some measure undefined, but on whom the empire might at all times reckon as its sincerest upholders, were now placed on a footing of absolute constitutional equality with the other estates. In the treaty between Spain and the States General at Münster, the house towns had been allowed the same commercial privileges towards Spain as the United Provinces. In the Treaty of Osnabrück, Sweden undertook that their navigation and trade should be maintained in the same condition as before the war, a strange falling off from the Dominion Marius Baltucci, which these towns were to have helped to secure to the House of Habsburg, but of more direct importance for the political future of the empire, which must continue to be largely dependent on the relations between its religious parties, was an innovation logically deduced from the principle of jure singularum, estate rights, upheld by the Protestants in both theory and practice. It was now provided that in matters of religion, or, as came to be the case, in matters regarded or treated as such, a majority of votes should no longer be held decisive at the Diet, but that such questions should be settled by an amicable composition between its two parts or corpora. In other words, by taking advantage of the jus arundi in partis, the Protestants might, as a body, resist any proposal supported, or likely to be supported, by a numerical majority of Catholic votes. In the same spirit of parity, it was agreed that when possible there should be equality of consulting and voting power between the two religions on all commissions of the Diet, including those deputation of Stodge, which had come to exercise an authority nearly equaling that of the Diets themselves. The Reichskammergericht was reformed on a footing of religious equality, the preponderance still remaining to the emperor, by virtue of his nomination of two surplus assessors and of the Kammerrichter, or Chief Justice, being in some measure neutralized by the fact that the tribunal chiefly acted through its committees, senates. No attempt was made to establish religious parity in the Reichsschule, whose character as an imperial council, not subject to a revision of its decrees, prevented any real assimilation of its procedure to that of the Kammergericht. The Ravitsan Diet of 1653-4 was largely busied with these matters, but they were not brought to a conclusion by it. France and Sweden would gladly have lessened the prestige of the House of Austria by introducing into the Constitution of the Empire a provision that henceforth no election of a Roman king should be held during the lifetime of an emperor. They were also desirous of augmenting the power of the estates at large, among whom Sweden was now herself to be numbered, and France hoped to exercise an enduring influence by making their assent requisite for the holding of any such election, and for the settlement of a permanent Wahlkapitulatium, limiting the imperial authority. But the Austrian diplomacy succeeded in holding over the consideration of these matters for the next Diet. On the other hand, the two powers were able to delay the actual conclusion of the peace for some time after its articles were complete, by long discussions as to the proper ways of executing and of securing it. The peace was actually signed at both Münster and Osnabrück on October 27, 1648. But, though the emperor's edicts for its execution were issued a fortnight afterwards, the ratifications were not exchanged till February 8, 1649. Meanwhile, the exchange of prisoners and other matters appertaining to the execution of the treaties had been taken in hand by the military commanders, and were not wound up till June 1650 at Nuremberg. The protest which the papal nuncio had offered against the peace immediately after its conclusion was reiterated a month later by Pope Innocent X in the bull Zelo Domus Dei, November 26, 1648, but its validity had been denied beforehand in the peace itself, and no proceeding could have demonstrated more palpably the complete estrangement which now prevailed between the imperial and the papal authority. As a matter of fact, the papal protest is not known to have been ever invoked by any power against any stipulation of the Peace of Westphalia. End of section 44. Section 45 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 14, The Peace of Westphalia by A.W. Ward, Part 3. Each of the two powers, whose alliance had prolonged the war, might now seem to have achieved its ends. The statesmanship of Sweden, hardly less than the heroic deeds of her great king, and a succession of eminent commanders, had obtained for her the position of a great European power. But her losses in men were so serious that a war on a similar scale could hardly be contemplated by the living or the next generation, while the monarchy could only defray the financial cost of the effort by processes which ended in changing the basis of Swedish constitutional life. The Swedish crown had acquired a fair German province, which provided the security desired by both Gustavus Adolphus and Oxenstierna for the kingdom itself and for the sufficiency of its share in the control of the Baltic. Sweden hereby also secured a permanent right to a participation in the affairs of the empire, which might at any time be used for the purpose of once more gaining the control of them. But she had to reckon with the jealousy of her new neighbor, Brandenburg, as well as with old Scandinavian enmities, and the maintenance of the position which she at present held among the states of Europe could not be regarded as definitely assured. Far different was the case with France, who, though her sacrifices had relatively been far less than those of Sweden, had reaped a far ampler reward. Besides the recognition of the three seas, she had, by acquiring Breisach and the right of garrisoning Philipsburg, secured direct access to the German southwest. And she had taken Austria's place as the chief power in Alsace. Though she had not herself acquired a place in the system of the empire, the relations into which she had entered with certain of its estates furnished arguments for the support of future claims to an extended sovereignty, and, most important of all, besides opening future opportunities of intervention in the affairs of the empire, the war and the settlement which ended it enormously increased her moral ascendancy in Western Germany and in the empire at large. By consenting to these losses, the House of Austria and the empire, which had so long accepted its headship, had purchased a necessary peace. To the House of Austria, this meant the preservation to it of the great mass of its dominions, and of so much authority as in the eyes of Europe and of the empire still remained inseparable from the tenure of the imperial crown. But to the empire at large, it meant the settlement of the grievances for the redress of which Catholics and Protestants alike had, sooner or later, appealed to the decision of war, or responded to that appeal when it presented itself before them. The religious settlement, however imperfect from the point of view of later times, secured to the Protestants, and to the Calvinists as well as to the Lutherans, the equality for which they had been so long contending, though the point of time which determined the partition of rights and possessions between them and the Catholics had to be more or less arbitrarily fixed. The maintenance of this equality within the empire was guaranteed by a constitutional change to the highest importance introduced into the procedure of the Diet, and the opportunities of the Counter-Reformation had passed away forever. On the other hand, the provision made for individual freedom in the exercise of any one of the recognized religions was insufficient, and from the dominions of the House of Austria as a whole Protestant worship was deliberately excluded. Among the changes introduced by the Peace of Westphalia into the political life of the empire, and contributory to that complete establishment of their liberties, which its estates had consistently striven to secure, the most important was the full recognition of their right to conclude alliances with foreign powers. The empire thus, in point of fact, came to be, except in name, little more than a confederation, but inasmuch as its estates were numerous and a large proportion of them petty and powerless, with few securities for their rights and an endless divergence of interests, the dissolution of the bond that held them together must sooner or later follow, more especially if the historic ascendancy of the House of Austria and its traditional tenure and transmission of the imperial dignity should cease to endure. But the political losses and gains which the Peace of Westphalia entailed upon the empire and its princes sink alike into insignificance, and even the undeniable advance towards religious freedom, marked by the adoption in that peace of the principle of equality between the recognized religious confessions, is obscured when we turn to consider the general effects of the war now ended upon Germany and the German nation. These effects, either material or moral, cannot be more than faintly indicated here, but together they furnish perhaps the most appalling demonstrations of the consequences of war to be found in history. The mighty impulses which the great movements of the Renaissance and the Reformation had imparted to the aspirations and efforts of contemporary German life were quenched in the century of religious conflict which ended with the exhausting struggle of the 30 Years' War. The mainspring of the national life was broken, and to all seeming broken forever. The ruin of agriculture was inevitably the most striking, as it was the most far-reaching result of this all-destructive war. Each one of those marches, countermarches, seizures, reliefs, invasions, occupations, evacuations, and reoccupations, which we have noted, and a far larger number of military movements that we have passed by, were accompanied by devastations carried out impartially by friend or foe. For the peasants who dwelt upon the land, there was no personal safety except in flight. Their harvests, their cattle, the roof of their heads, were at the mercy of the soldiery, and as the war went on, whole districts were converted into deserts. Bohemia, where the war broke out, had the earliest experience of its desolating effects, above all in the sorely tried northwest of the kingdom, but its sufferings reached their height long after the Bohemian Rising had been crushed, as it seemed forever, early in the last decade of the war. The destruction of villages, from which most parts of the empire suffered, was probably here carried to the most awful length. Of a total of 35,000 Bohemian villages, it is stated that hardly more than 6,000 were left standing. The sufferings of Moravia are in much the same proportion, and even more protracted. Those of Silesia only ended when it was made over by Saxony into the emperor's care at the Peace of Prague. Upper and Lower Austria also enjoyed some relief during the last part of the war, when the main anxiety of the emperor was to keep it out of hereditary dominions. The inflictions to which Maximilian's electorate was subjected during the victorious campaigns of Gustavus Adolphus and the subsequent invasion of Bernard of Weimar were followed by more grievous treatment by the troops to Banya and Königsmark. During the concluding years of the war, no other German land underwent more terrible sufferings than Bavaria, where, especially in its eastern part, famine and desolation stalked unchecked. Franconia and Swabia, too, were made desolate by the ravages of war. Famine and disease, especially after the catastrophe of Nördlingen. The pasture lands of the Schwarzland and the vineyards of the Upper Rhine and Neckar country were alike desolated. The Lower Palatinate, when this portion of his patrimony was at last recovered by the Elector Charles Louis, was little better than a desert, so utterly had war, anarchy, and emigration changed the face of the Garden of Germany. The regions of the Middle Rhine were in little better plight than those of the Upper. Nassau and the Waterer had suffered unspeakably, especially during the latter part of the war, and the Hessian lands but slightly more intermittently. In the northwest, neither the Brunswick-Lunenburg lands nor even remote East Frisia had escaped the scourge of military occupation. In Kallenberg, Hanover, whole forests had been cut down by the Swedes. In central and northeastern Germany, Brandenburg and Saxony had during nearly two-thirds of the war been at no time free from occupation or raids, especially on the part of the Swedes. The Anhalt principalities had suffered as if to atone for Christian share in lighting the flames of war, and the Mecklenburg dukes, on their return home, found the land desolate and depopulated. The depopulation of Germany was an even more ominous feature in the aspect of the empire after the war than the devastation of its soil. The statistical data at our command rest on no satisfactory basis, but a comparison of statements as to particular territories seems to show that the population of the empire had been diminished by at least 2/3, from over 16 to under 6 millions. In accounting for the loss, it was reckoned, but how could this reckoning be verified? That not far short of 350,000 persons had perished by the sword. Famine, disease, and emigration had done the rest. In particular, territories the loss of population had been enormous. In the Lower Palatinate, only 1/10, but the much-quoted figure of 1/50th must be dismissed as fictitious. In Württemberg, 1/6 survived. In Bohemia, where, as in the Austrian duchies, emigration had largely helped to depopulate the country, it was reckoned that already before the last invasions of Boehner and Tortenson, the total of inhabitants had since the opening of the war diminished by more than 3/4. Notwithstanding the terrible sufferings which the war had inflicted upon the unprotected peasantry, in by far the greater part of the empire, this unfortunate class were by no means relieved from the burdens ordinarily imposed upon them. The poll tax and the taxes on articles of consumption were exacted where it was possible to levy them. The services, Fromen, were raised to be so enormous a height during the war as to convert the position of a large proportion of the peasantry into one of serfdom, without the advantages of a fixed tenure, which there was no legal means of ensuring. An inevitable result of the devastations due to the war was the practical afforestation of large trade of arable land and the imposition on the peasantry of a fresh burden of services, besides the infliction of endless damage arising out of the chase. To these evils was added the insecurity of life and property due to vagabondage, the inevitable accompaniment and the long-enduring consequence of wars, carried on by mercenaries, and more especially if one conducted on an unprecedented scale and extending over so large a part of Europe. The economic effects of such a condition of things upon the soil and its cultivators need not be discussed at length. During more than a generation after the conclusion of the war, a full third of the land in northern Germany was left uncultivated. Cattle and sheep diminished to an extraordinary extent, and many once fertile districts became forests inhabited by wolves and other savage beasts. The cultivation of many products of the land passed out of use, in particular districts or altogether. Prices fell so low that in Saxony, for instance, the average price of wheat during the first 12 years after the peace was a little less than half what it had been before the war, and that of rye even proportionately lower. Nor was there any prospect of agriculture recovering from so terrible a depression, unless in regions where, as in the Palatinate, the exceptional fertility of the soil cooperated with the solicitude shown by the territorial rulers here and in Württemberg, as well as under less favorable conditions in Saxony and Brandenburg, for the interests of the rural population. If the war reduced agriculture to an almost hopeless depression and lowered the condition of the peasantry to a level at which it remained for the better part of 2 centuries, its effects were hardly less disastrous upon the middle or burgher class and upon the trade and industry to which the members of that class had primarily owed their prosperity. The population of the towns as a whole is estimated to have diminished during the war in a ratio less by 1/3 than that of the country districts. As to property, though the townsmen had more to lose, they were, of course, on the whole far better protected, and the wealthier among them had opportunities of securing their capital in banks at a distance or investing it in foreign trade. At the same time, the fall in the production of raw material which might be worked at home or exported together with the disturbance of all trade routes and lines of communication with foreign countries, were prohibitive of any revival of German industry and commerce. Their chief centers had, from old, been the free imperial towns, but among these only the three great northern cities, which basically represented the remains of the Hanseatic League, Hamburg, Bremen, and Lübeck, had kept the scourge of war more or less at a distance, undergoing comparatively little of the tribulation which fell to the lot of the inland towns of Germany. Though, however, during the 30 years the population of these maritime cities increased, they had to expend large sums upon their protection, and incurred great losses through the utter insecurity of both the land and the sea carriage of goods. And, above all, their trade suffered from the political impotence to which the empire had been reduced after the brief vision of maritime dominion had passed away. As has been noted in an earlier chapter, the Hanseatic League now virtually came to an end, though it was still formally represented by plenipotentiaries at Arnsberg. Lübeck, once the proud head of the Hansa, fell into a rapid decline, having lost almost everything that remained to her, a Baltic navigation and trade, a result which Danes and Swedes were alike active in promoting, and which was consummated by the permanent establishment of Swedish control over the West Pomeranian coast. Though their decay seemed not so hopeless as that of Lübeck, the prosperity both of Wismar, now a Swedish port, and of Danzig, tied for better or for worse to Poland, had been brought low, and the vast corn trade of the latter seemed on the eve of extinction. Hamburg and Bremen had been more favored by fortune. They had been more easily able to make good their losses, and replace by new industries those which they had lost, while for the carrying trade, which for a time became the most important branch of their commercial activity, they possessed unrivaled facilities. Among the leading commercial towns of central Germany, Erfurt, the chief mart of Thuringia, seems to have suffered more than Leipzig, which recovered by means of its fairs. Magdeburg, after rising from its ashes, was again and again under military occupation, but, owing to its great advantages as a natural center of the carrying trade, was able to regain part of its former prosperity. The towns of Westphalia and the adjoining districts lay low, and if the Rhenish were in a somewhat better state, it was as hangers-on of the Dutch that they picked up a small share of their neighbors' prosperity. But Cologne was entering upon a long period of commercial and industrial insignificance, and even more complete was the decay of Aachen, whose population had sunk to 1/4 of its former total. On the Middle and the Upper Rhine, the balance of trade, which had formerly been largely in favor of the products of German, and particularly of Franconian industry, had now entirely shifted in favor of France. Frankfurt, although, together with the surrounding districts, it had suffered severely from the war, recovered with comparative speed. On the other hand, neither Augsburg nor Nuremberg was destined to regain the leading position which these two great towns had held in the commerce and industry of the empire. The smaller free towns of the southwest lost all mercantile importance, and their unwillingness to be merged in the principalities around them deprived them of the last chance of arresting the departure of prosperity from their gates. Wherever throughout the empire particular manufacturing industries had flourished, the war had brought about a decline which lasted long after its close. The cloth of Westphalia and of Bavaria, the linen and wool, the glass and pottery of various parts of the country were vanishing from the market. Everywhere the twofold lack of capital and of labor made itself felt. Only in those lands where wise administrative care specially devoted itself to fostering the native industries, in the electorates of Brandenburg and Saxony, and also in the Palatinate, were there early signs of recovery. in those of the Habsburg lands, which passed through so many vicissitudes in the successive stages of the war. In Bohemia, Moravia, and Silesia, various industries had greatly suffered, mostly of all perhaps the mining industry, which had been largely transferred into Saxony. As a matter of course, the mercantile policy of each one of the German governments, which the Peace of Westphalia had rendered to be so large an extent independent of the imperial authority, was regulated entirely by what it conceived to be its particular interests, or by the arbitrary choice or whim of its ruler. This applied to systems of communications and to tariffs of duties and tolls. While there was no question of combination or union between several governments for the advancement of trade or industry, the development of internal traffic at any particular principality was liable to be impeded or stopped by greed, ignorance, or stupidity. The worst of all, the bad financial expedients to which any of the 300 or more governments into which the empire was split up could resort was that the debasement of the coin already noted. Fortunately, however, this evil practice reached its height so early in the war that measures for arresting it could not be delayed. The decline of German commerce and industry could not but lead to the domination of the foreign trades in the ports, along the riverways, and through entire regions of the interior of the country. A large proportion of the natural and industrial products of Western Germany served to supply the Dutch with articles of export, some of which they occasionally brought back in a different form as imports into the empire. The Dutch were masters of the outlets of the Rhine, and except in so far as in the North Sea and the Baltic, England had begun to compete. They practically controlled the trade at the German ports in both seas. On the other hand, French manufactures commanded an ascendancy in almost every sphere of life, partly because of the deference paid to France in the political, and not less in the literary and artistic world, partly because of a craving for finery of all sorts, which was characteristic of the age, and which the French market alone could meet. Thus the French export trade flourished as that of Germany, whose exports were mainly confined to their natural products, lessened and languished. If we pass from the material to the moral effects upon the nation of the tremendous social upheaval of the 30 Years' War, whether we trace these effects in the pages, only too truthful in their coloring, of contemporary romance, or in the endless mosaic of details accumulated by historic research, they seem hardly to admit of exaggeration. Some of them are no doubt merely continuations of phenomena, noticeable already in the period immediately preceding the outbreak of the war. But for the unparalleled depression as a whole, of which to this day the effects cannot be said to have been altogether effaced, the war itself must be held accountable. Not only was this a conflict in arms more extensive in its range and more protracted in its duration than any that the empire had previously experienced. It was a religious war, in which even the most high-minded of those who took part in it could not so much as pretend to be guided solely by the inspirations of religious enthusiasm, while the deadliest promptings of religious hatred were designedly fostered, and the whole savagery of religious fanaticism was deliberately let loose upon its prey. It was a civil war, fought between members of the same nation, at times between subjects of the same princes, between kinsmen and brothers, but inflicted upon the greater part of Germany invasions of foreign troops from almost every corner of Europe, Swedes and Danes, Spaniards and Frenchmen, Transylvanians, Magyars, Croats, and Poles. Very early in its course, it became a war of mercenaries, a character which it more or less maintained throughout, thus combining every element that deadens and destroys the impulses, the convictions, the hopes, which in a measure redeem the brutality of all warfare. Such, and worse than this, was the 30 Years' War, How then could its moral effect upon all classes of the population have been other than that of a deadly blight? The princes, with certain exceptions no doubt, had unlearnt, with the sense of loyalty towards the empire, the consciousness of duty towards the states over which they severally claimed sovereign authority. Their eyes were turned westward in admiration of the splendors of a court which was seeking to make itself the center of all public and private effort. And it is in this period, rather than in the much decried age preceding it, that there grew up the notion, anything but German in its essence, of a rigidly exclusive princely dignity and authority. The territorial potentate, who esteemed himself the sole fountain of honor, by enlarging the numbers of his nobility, lowered its political and social importance, while the official class, passing more and more completely under his personal control, out of that of the territorial estates, became marked by that offensive blend of servility and insolence, which was to mark the German bureaucracy of so many successive generations, among both the nobility and the well-to-do section of the burgher class. The abrupt changes produced by the war, more especially in the economic conditions of existence, gave rise to a recklessness in the conduct of life, manifesting itself in many ways, but most alarmingly into a wholly unrestrained self-indulgence. It showed itself in an eagerness to gratify, not only the national tendency to excess in eating and drinking, but also a liking for costly, extravagant, and grotesque fashions of dress, in its way one of the most repulsive of the many repulsive features of the times. The order, the comfort, the decency, which had so long distinguished German town life, had come to an end, as the war made sieges, and the fear of sieges, a normal experience. Nor had the comeliness of the flourishing towns of central and western Germany, with their comely walls and smiling gardens, their busy markets and gay Volksweisen, undergone a more complete change than had the local patriotism and solid self-esteem, the whole moral tone and temper of their citizens, the horrors of which some of the towns shared the remembrance with the villages of the peasantry, only that in the case of the former the fury of their captors had usually been intensified by long expectancy and licensed by military usage, had left their degrading mark on the life of families whose womenkind had been dragged away into the servile gypsydom of the moving camps. In the midst of this social chaos, religion, in whose name these iniquities were perpetrated, was trampled in the mire. But in its place, superstition reared its 100 heads unchecked. No doubt in this instance also the age had but entered into a dominosa hereditas of previous generations, but it put out the legacy to multiple usury. Terror, suffering, the loss of all effective spiritual guidance, and the absence of all controlling mental discipline drove the population at large, and first and foremost the soldiers who were the prime agents of the universal unsettlement, headlong into the wildest and most irrational varieties of mischief. In the earlier years of the war, the popular delusions as to witches and witchcraft from time to time demanded their saturnalia of sacrifice. But as the conflict went on, men's minds became more and more unhinged by the volume of sufferings which overwhelmed the country. And though these very sufferings diverted public attention from minor causes or supported causes of trouble and calamity, we hear to the last of wholesale burnings of witches, as if something must be done to balance the account with the author of evil. Within the years 1627 to 8, the Bishop of Würzburg is stated to have put to death 9,000 witches and wizards, and between 1640 and 1641, nearly 1,000 of these unfortunates are said to have been sent to the stake in the single Silesian principality of Annise. If we ask, in fine, what restraining, curative, and consoling influences sought to counteract such phenomena as have been noted, together with a mass of others to the grossest sort, at which it is impossible here to glance, we shall look in vain for active impulses of national patriotism, or, unless in isolated individuals, for that absorption in philosophic speculation, or mystic abstraction, which is able to divert the attention of nations as well as individuals from the experiences of actual life. The general influences of education were but faintly exerting themselves, and those of literature with a still feebler voice. The renewal of religious life by that sense of individual human responsibility to God and man, from which confessional orthodoxy had become estranged, was a work left for another generation, and the course and significance of this most interesting movement must be examined in a later passage of this book. As to popular education, the village schools, which the Reformation had not attempted to make much more than appendages to the village churches, had been for the most part swept away by the storms of the war, though it is interesting to find that immediately after the proclamation of peace in 1649, the Württemberg government, always especially intent upon the care of education in all its branches, sought to impress upon its subjects the general obligation of school attendance by their children. In the Latin schools of the Catholic towns, the Jesuits lost no time in resuming their activity where it had been interrupted. In the Protestant towns, a new influence was needed to animate a system of teaching hardened and narrowed by confessional jealousy, and by the long-continued subordination of all intellectual effort to theological ends. This influence was found in the gradual assertion of the idea of individual education of the individual, which found expression in the pedagogic principles of the great Moravian John Amos Comenius, 1592 to 1671. In the universities, an all-subduing formalism had in the earlier half of the 17th century seized upon and half petrified student life. In this backwater phase of academical history, the universities isolated themselves from the life of the nation. Penalism, the effort to codify the usages of student life, especially with regard to the treatment of freshmen, reached so rank a growth that in 1654, the Diet of the Empire thought necessary to issue an ordinance. This barbarity of manners had only too close a counterpart in the unprofitableness of university teaching, and its failure to communicate that highest impetus without which all academical life must sink into stagnation. Not, of course, that here also exceptional instances to the contrary were altogether lacking. We know that Milton's treatises were used in the German universities about 1651, and at Helmstadt, George Calixtus, during a 40 years' tenure, 1614 to 56, of the Professorship of Controversies, applied himself single-mindedly to the solution of the problem of religious reunion, and bequeathed his sanguine aspirations to the great mind of Leibniz. Helmstadt was also the immediate sphere of the scientific labors steadfastly carried on during these troubled times by the celebrated polyhistor Hermann Comring, 1606 to 81, and by other correspondents of the eminent Habsburg gymnasiarch Jacob Jungus, 1587 to 1657, a typical example of the persevering spirit of true science. Where education so largely failed to exercise a remedial influence, literature, whose opportunities were even more intermittent and could be more easily ignored, could only play a still more subordinate part. Christoph von Grimmelshausen, Adventurus Simplicicus, 1669, closes a satirical narrative of a shrewd peasant's experience in an age of military violence, quackery, and vagabondage, with his relegation to a desert island and his refusal to return thence to Germany, the land of his birth. Not less lurid is the light thrown on this age of war and outrage by the last 7 of the Visions of Philander, 1641-4, in which Johann Michael Mossenrosch went on from an imitation of Queveto's generalizing satire to a series of largely original sketches. But these works contain no suggestion of recovery from the ills of the times, or of a real cure of them, with the exception of some hymn writers, among whom the Lutheran Paul Gerhardt is preeminent. There are but two figures in the German literature of the period of the 30 Years' War, to whom our sympathies are attracted as standing forth from their generation and its sphere of ideas. The one is that of the Jesuit Friedrich von Spee, who, moved by a missionary enthusiasm for which the world was not too wide, is remembered not so much by his hymns as because of his exertions against the persecution of witches, and the other, that of an enthusiast of a different type, Jacob Boehme, the inspired shoemaker of Görlitz, whose orthodoxy passed by with repugnance on the other side, but with whom both in his own and in other lands, lofty and loving spirits in later generations were to find themselves united in mystical fellowship. But Spee died in 1635, Jakob Boehme already in 1624. End of section 45. Section 46 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 14, The Peace of Westphalia by A.W. Ward, Part 4. The durability of the Westphalian settlement and the extent to which its provisions met the existing condition of things at home, in the empire, and beyond its borders, were to be severely tested during the decade which followed upon its conclusion. The whole of this period exhibits a persistent revival of the old and ineradicable tendency among the estates of the empire towards the formation of leagues and associations of all kinds, stimulated by their continued distrust of the policy of the House of Austria, and encouraged by the recognition in the peace of the right of alliance as appertaining to the sovereignty of each immediate estate. The movement began quite unpretentiously in April 1651 by an alliance between the members of the two Rhemish circles. In February 1652 followed the so-called Hildesheim Alliance, an association for military purposes, including, together with the Brunswick-Lunenburg dukes and the Landgrave of Hesse-Cassel, the possessor of the duchies of Bremen and Verden, in other words, the Swedish crown. It was afterwards joined by the Catholic Bishop of Paderborn, though of no great intrinsic importance. These alliances were significant of the combinations which seemed in the end likely to determine the course of affairs in the empire, unless indeed any particular government proved powerful enough to set the balance right from its point of view. But an attempt of this kind on the part of the Elector Frederick William of Brandenburg, who in 1651, by a coup de main, the so-called Jülich War, sought to settle in his own favor the perennial problem of the Rhenish duchies, left open by the Peace of Westphalia, was thwarted in time by his Neuburg opponent. On June 30, 1653, Ferdinand III opened his last diet at Ratisbon. Its meeting had been delayed by the disputes between Sweden and Brandenburg as to the evacuation by the former of eastern Pomerania. But the emperor had quite recently, May, contrived to secure the object nearest to his heart, the election of his eldest son Ferdinand as Roman king. He was thus encouraged to make a stand at the Diet in questions affecting his interests, concerning the authority of the Reichsschulpfloth and the composition of the College of Princes. But in the matter of religious parity in the College of Electors, he had to accept a settlement by which a fourth vote, equalizing the two parties, was accorded to the three Protestant electors, by whom it was to be held in rotation. This result was due to the action of the Elector of Brandenburg and the politician who at this time was his chief adviser. This was Count, afterwards Prince, George Frederick of Waldeck, who served in turn under the Great Elector, Charles X of Sweden, and William III of Orange, and counted for much in the councils of each of these great princes. Distinguished as the commander, he was still more eminent as a statesman, far-sighted in his combinations as Christian of Anhalt and been a generation before, but much superior to him in solidity and power of judgment. On July 9, 1654, the young King Ferdinand, who was to have followed his father on the imperial throne, died, and the question of the succession became one of paramount interest. Waldeck, who had been planning the formation of a league of Protestant estates, of which the leadership would naturally fall to Brandenburg, recognized that, as there could be no question of a Protestant emperor, the readiest way of excluding the House of Habsburg from the succession would be to secure the election of his only possible Catholic rival, Ferdinand Maria, since 1651 Elector of Bavaria. This great design was nursed by him during the years next ensuing, and with a view to carrying it into execution, he entered into protracted secret negotiations with Mazarin. In September 1654, Brandenburg entered into a defensive alliance with the Brunswick dukes, which was formally confirmed in July 1655. But this combination had led in December 1654 to the conclusion of a counter-alliance, also defensive, between the electors of Cologne and Trier, Philip William of Neuburg, and the Marshal Bishop of Münster, Bernhard von Galen. Before, however, the death of Ferdinand III in 1657 brought this complication of alliances to a more definite issue. An imminent danger threatened the peace of the empire. The quarter whence this danger had mainly come was not the west, but the north. The harryings of Charles of Lorraine had been stopped by his imprisonment in 1654. On the other hand, the ambition of Sweden had soon revived under its German king, Gustavus Adolphus's nephew, Charles X Gustavus. Already before his accession, 1654, Sweden, taking advantage of a quarrel between Oldenburg and Bremen, had sought to lay hands upon the Free City, which had not been included in the cession of the duchy to Sweden. But the emperor and the Diet then took the side of Bremen, and the Swedish king, being unwilling to involve himself prematurely in a quarrel with the empire, the independence of the city had been saved. Charles X of Sweden, as will be shown elsewhere, had other ends more immediately in view, and the general unrest which pervaded the Baltic coast marked out these as the theater of his conquering ambition. He was desirous not only of lengthening out the Swedish coastline, but also of securing to Sweden the port duties along the Prussian coast, which, combined with those of the Pomeranian, possessed an importance for her exchequer, paramount like that of the sound dues for the Danish. This involved an encroachment on Brandenburg Prussian as well as on Polish rights, and Frederick William of Brandenburg could not remain a neutral spectator of the conflict preparing itself among the Baltic powers. Indeed, as early as September 1654, Sweden showed her hand at Berlin by suggesting that Brandenburg should give up the Prussian ports of Pillau and Memel in exchange for an inland Polish province. Frederick William had treated his vassalship to Poland in his capacity as Duke of Prussia lightly, refusing to the Polish crown any share in the Prussian coast dues. Nevertheless, he was anxious to be rid of the vassalship itself, and Waldeck advised him to take advantage of the present occasion. If, however, he had to run the risk of a Swedish alliance, a friend in reserve might be of use. Hence Frederick William's defensive alliance with the States General, concluded for 8 years in July 1655, at the very time when Waldeck was carrying on negotiations with Sweden at Stettin. But Charles X would have no such double dealing. The Stettin negotiations were broken off, and Brandenburg had to be contented with a more modest program of gains. But even this proved premature. In July 1655, Charles began his Polish War, which is narrated in another chapter. By October, the doom of Poland seemed sealed, and Frederick William could only hold in readiness for future wants the fine army of near 18,000 men which he had on foot. Much alarm was felt at Vienna, where King John Casimir was suing for aid and whither accurate reports were sent by Baron Francis von Lissela, a diplomatist of notable sagacity and zeal. But Ferdinand III was not prepared to listen to the Brandenburg proposals, which, if carried out, would have amounted to an early partition of Poland, and Frederick William had to prepare to act alone. In October 1655, he reached Königsberg and began to form an alliance with the estates of Polish Western Prussia, by which he placed himself de facto in hostile relations with Sweden. But already in December, Charles X broke through these thinly woven toils. Thorn and Elbing capitulated to him, and in greater strength than ever he faced the Elector of Brandenburg. Before long, Frederick William had conformed to the necessities of the situation, and by the Treaty of Königsberg, January 17, 1656, submitted to the far more burdensome overlordship of Sweden in lieu of that of Poland, undertaking in the event of another war against the latter to furnish a contingent of 1,500 men. Pillau and Memel remained in his hands, but half of the Prussian Portus were henceforth to belong to Sweden. Warmere, Ermenland, was however transferred to Brandenburg, though also as a Swedish fief. This compact left Frederick William with an unemployed army, and on the assumption that the northern troubles were for the time at least at an end, he quickly concluded, February 24, 1656, a defensive treaty with France, who, in return for his support in her war against Spain, was to aid him in securing the portion of the Jülich-Cleves inheritance possessed by Neuburg. But, as is related elsewhere, the Polish rising that took place at this very time drove Charles X to seek safety within the walls of Warsaw, and Frederick William found himself the object of the most seductive solicitations. By the advice of Waldeck, he however decided on preferring the Swedish to the Polish side, and by the important Treaty of Marienburg, June 25, 1656, concluded an alliance which bound both governments mutually to defend their respective Polish and Prussian acquisitions. Brandenburg's full sovereignty over a large part of Great Poland being recognized in the treaty. The great victory gained by the Allies in the 3 days' Battle of Warsaw, July 29th to 31st, justified his decision, and the judicious self-restraint of Charles X in forbearing to seize Danzig induced the Dutch to enter into a commercial treaty with him, which further strengthened his position and that of his ally. But at Vienna, the success of Charles X and Frederick William augmented the ill will cherished against the King of Sweden, and on December 1, 1656, an Austro-Polish alliance was concluded, which, though putting in the foreground the imperial mediation for peace, promised an Austrian contingent of 4,000 men. Charles was proportionately desirous of retaining the alliance of Frederick William, and the latter in consequence insisted upon readjusting its conditions in his favor. The Treaty of Owlivia, November 20th, 1656, acknowledged the sovereignty of the Duke of Prussia over his duchy and Ermeland, while Sweden renounced her share of the Prussian port dues. But Frederick William was still denied the right of keeping warships in the Baltic. Would he be able to assert against Poland the independent sovereignty in ducal Prussia, which Sweden had thus been forced to acknowledge? In consequence of the conclusion of this treaty against his advice, Waldeck passed from the Brandenburg service into that of Sweden. The situation was difficult enough. It would become still more unmanageable if the imperial government carried out its promise of aid to Poland. It was at this crisis that on April 2nd, 1657, Ferdinand III died, but thanks mainly to previous exertions on the part of Lissala. The decision of the House of Austria in the Polish question had been taken. On May 27, 1657, the Austro-Polish alliance was signed, and in July an Austrian army under Count von Hatzfeld entered Poland, where, after driving back the bands of George Rákóczi, it in the following month held its entry into Krakow. Instead of adopting the advice of Mazarin and retaliating by an invasion of the Austrian hereditary dominions, Charles X turned upon Denmark, reserving to a later date his settlement with the House of Habsburg. The final abandonment by Charles X of what had hitherto been the chief theater of his ambition, and the definitive entrance of Austria into the war, determined Frederick William to a further change of attitude. Neutrality being out of the question, he resolved to face both ways. While Mazarin sought anxiously to avert a rupture between Brandenburg and Sweden, Lissala more successfully operated to gain over the elector to the Austro-Polish alliance. After persuading King John Casimir to yield the crucial demand of the Prussian sovereignty, this bold diplomatist kept in his pocket certain minimizing instructions, and thus brought about on September 19, 1657, the signature of the Treaty of Rothwell, which, in return for a Brandenburg auxiliary force of 6,000 men, recognized Frederick William's sovereignty over the Duchy of Prussia. Some final difficulties having been overcome with the aid of Queen Marie Louise of Poland, a Gonzaga, the definitive Treaty of Bromberg was signed on November 6th following. The northern conflict had inevitably led to violations of the territory of the empire on the part of Poland and Denmark, and if Charles X of Sweden could have come to terms with the protector, Oliver Cromwell, England might in 1657 have been found in occupation of the Duchy of Bremen, or at least of the important position of Stade. The heroic Swedish king fought out his first war with Denmark and achieved the triumph proclaimed by the Peace of Roskilde, February 1658, while Frederick William was trying to take advantage of his late allies' difficulties to reopen the question of the cession of Western Pomerania. At Vienna, the question of the imperial succession was under eager consideration, and on February 14, 1658, an Austro-Brandenburg offensive and defensive alliance had been concluded against Sweden, a secret article of the treaty empowering Brandenburg to occupy with her troops certain places in Swedish Pomerania, including Stettin, when the news of the peace which made Sweden mistress of the Baltic obliged the versatile Frederick William to cover his position by means of French negotiations. Before the signal was given for the actual opening of the attack upon Sweden by the strangely concerted alliance between Austria, Poland, and Brandenburg, the question of the election to the vacant imperial throne had been decided. The struggle to prevent the election of the young Archduke Leopold Ignatius, who at the time of the death of his elder brother in 1654 was only in his 15th year, and whose election as Roman king it was therefore then impossible to press, might almost be said to form a final episode in the war of France against the House of Habsburg, whose Austrian branch was still suspected of furnishing support to the Spanish. Mazarin, after some flourishes in favor of the choice of his own sovereign, resolved on pressing the candidature of the young Elector Ferdinand Maria of Bavaria, which Swedish diplomacy likewise supported. Among the electors, Mazarin's Brandenburg ally, so long as Waldeck directed his policy, the impecunious Charles Louis of the Palatinate, and the Elector of Cologne, Maximilian Henry, as a kinsman of the Elector of Bavaria, were likewise in his favor. But Ferdinand Maria was devoid of aspiring ambition, and the female influence of his court was divided. Thus he adhered loyally to his resolution of supporting Archduke Leopold, and when, on the death of the Emperor Ferdinand in 1657, Mazarin renewed his efforts, they were made in vain. Saxony, as usual, adhered to the House of Austria, and Brandenburg was tied by policy to her interests. The Elector of Mainz, John Philip von Schönborn, who played the most prominent part in these transactions, was intent on utilizing the occasion in favor of the conclusion of peace between France and Spain, but not on ultimately thwarting the House of Austria. Thus, with his assistance and the support of Brandenburg, Mazarin in the end concentrated his efforts upon securing a fall capitulation, which included a direct engagement on the part of Archduke Leopold that he would renounce all de facto support of Spain, either in the Netherlands or in Italy. This was the price paid by the House of Habsburg for the unanimous election of Leopold as emperor, July 18, 1658, and the sagacious support of the Elector of Mainz to make sure of the Franco-Spanish peace before assenting to the candidature of the head of the House of Austria for the imperial throne, was thus practically fulfilled. The political complications in the empire were about this time increased by the contention between the Bavarian and Palatine electors as to the vicariate of the empire, settled a century later by the adoption of the obvious expedient of alternation, and by the action that resulted in the conclusion of the Rheinbund. The object of this movement was the endeavor of the Elector John Philip of Mainz to establish a counterpoise in the empire to influences which might threaten the right and interests of its princes. Such an influence must primarily be exercised by the House of Austria, so long as its policy was attached to that of Spain. But the action of France might at any time excite similar apprehensions in the promoters of the League. The secularization of the Archbishopric of Mainz had been actually suggested during the negotiations for the Peace of Westphalia, and the Elector's trusted counselor, John Christian von Boinberg, was not only a patriot, but an ardent advocate of the religious reunion to which his younger friend, Leibniz, afterwards aspired. In August 1655, the Elector of Mainz had, by joining the Catholic Counter-Alliance and bringing about its amalgamation with the Rhenish Alliance of 1651, at once enhanced its importance and enlarged its scope. He was now desirous of widening it still further and completely freeing it from any confessional character by including in it the members of the Hildesheim Alliance of 1652. But these efforts were only very partially successful, though the Brunswick dukes and the Landgrave of Hesse-Kassel joined. On the death of the emperor, and during the interregnum which ensued, the policy of the Elector of Mainz and his alliance developed further. He was, as has been seen, willing to support the Austrian candidature on condition of a change in the Austrian policy. But, although by no means disposed to assist France in securing an emperor favorable to her interests, He proceeded, especially after the election of the Austrian candidate was assured, to avail himself of the assistance of France in obtaining the desired safeguards against the policy and action of the new emperor. Brandenburg, it must be remembered, was now the ally of Austria. Mazarin, who, as late as the summer of 1657, continued to show much reserve towards the Elector of Mainz and his friends, now, after his policy as to the imperial election had failed, was ready to go hand in hand with the Rhinebund. Both this alliance and France desired, above all, to hold down the emperor to the promise of his fall capitulation, which bound him to refrain from support of Spain, and thus assured Spain's acceptance of peace with France a certainty. In the case of certain members of the Rhinebund, corruption may have cooperated with motives of self-interest, but such was not the case with its chief promoter, the Elector of Mainz, and with other princes like himself, sought to make use of France, without intending to become her vassals, a course full of danger, but not for that reason to be condemned as tainted with treason. On August 15, 1658, the new league was formally signed as a defensive alliance for 3 years by the 3 spiritual electors, the Bishop of Münster, the Count Palatine of Neuburg, who had taken an early and active part in the negotiations with Mazarin, the Brunswick-Lunenburg dukes, and the Landgrave of Hesse-Cassel. As Sweden signed for Bremen and Verden, Brandenburg refused to sign, nor was the league joined by Frederick William till 1665, 3 years before it came to an end. On August 16th at Mainz, the league was formally joined by the King of France in his capacity of member of the Peace of Westphalia. The military force of the alliance was fixed at 10,000 men, and as a matter of fact its object was entirely military, and no political purpose was indicated in its deed of agreement, while it indicated to the princes of the empire a mode of action which they had adopted before, and were tolerably certain to adopt again. Its chief political importance lay in its ensuing the conclusion of a pacific settlement between France and Spain. Its main value consequently passed away so soon as the Peace of the Pyrenees had been actually signed. On the very day on which the Rhinebund was formally concluded, August 15, 1658, Charles X began his Second Danish War. His expedition against Copenhagen at once relieved Frederick William of the fear of a Swedish invasion, for which he had already laid his account at Berlin, and enabled him at the head of a motley host of Brandenburgers, Austrians, and Poles to open his campaign in Holstein against the Swedish attack upon the Danish troops there. On December 14th, he took the island of Elsen, which had been occupied by the Swedes, but he was grievously hampered by the want of a fleet and could obtain no active cooperation from the Dutch, notwithstanding their recent naval victory in the Sound. Although the Swedish attempt on Copenhagen had failed and the Danish mainland was cleared of the Swedes, the Allies were, even with Dutch support, unable to occupy Funen, and it seemed advisable to attack the Swedish power in another quarter. In August 1659, an Austrian army laid siege to Stettin, but though Frederick William and Montecucculi now also appeared in these parts, and most of Pomerania was soon in the hands of the Allies, Stralsund and Stettin, with the mouth of the Oder, still remained in Swedish hands. For a time it seemed as if peace was still distant. The refusal of both Sweden and Denmark to agree to the proposals of England and Holland, First Hague Concert, and of Sweden to accept the modification allowed by Denmark, Second Hague Concert, led to Dutch participation in active pressure upon Charles X. On November 24th, the Allies gained the victory of Nyborg, and Funen was recovered from Sweden. But the Dutch had no desire to see either of the two Scandinavian states completely crushed, and Mazarin had throughout adhered to the policy of maintaining in northern Germany the power of Sweden, a military power, always likely to be open to the influence of subsidies. Thus, after he had concluded the Peace of the Pyrenees with Spain, November 1659, he proceeded to take decisive steps for breaking up the anti-Swedish coalition, charging Frederick William with having violated the Peace of Westphalia by the invasion of Pomerania. He threatened to retaliate by a French advance upon Jülich and attempted to stir up the princes of the Rhinebund to cooperation. His efforts were not very successful, but these princes for the most part desired peace and were averse from war against Sweden as actually one of the members of the alliance. Though on February 23, 1660, Charles X unexpectedly died, the ambition of Brandenburg found no support in any quarter, and negotiations began in March 1660, which ended in December with the conclusion of peace at Owlivia, near Danzig. The Elector of Brandenburg derived no advantage from this treaty, concluded under the mediation that, it may be said, by the management of France, except one of which the significance could hardly become apparent at once, namely the recognition of his sovereignty over Ducal Prussia. Western or Royal Prussia returned to its Polish allegiance. On the other hand, not an inch of Pomerania was secured by Brandenburg. The House of Austria gained nothing from its more or less tardy efforts towards the defense of Poland, not even the elusive prospect of a Habsburg succession to the Polish throne. Thus, the Peace of Westphalia was, though in a less important degree than by the Peace of the Pyrenees, supplemented by the Peace of Owlivia, as this peace was in its turn by the Swedish pacifications with Denmark and Russia. From the north, no menace seemed likely to arise against the settlement of Münster and Osnabrück. The empire still had to fear the perennial, but far from extinct Turkish peril, and the pressure on the western frontier, which party alliances might seek to avert or to control, but which there hardly remained so much as the pretense of an imperial authority, commanding the support of a nation to withstand. End of section 46.
Section 47 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Painter. Chapter 15. The Commonwealth and the Protectorates, 1649 to 1659, by W. A. Shaw, Part 1. The execution of Charles I was followed by votes of the House of Commons for the abolition of the House of Lords, February 6, 1649, and of the kingship, February 7. Although the formal acts for putting these votes into execution only passed on March 17 and 19, the votes themselves were instantly effective. The Lords did not meet again after February 1649. The new executive was vested in a Council of State of 41, with full authority in the management of home affairs. But the Council of State was intended to be subordinate to the Parliament which nominated it, and to that end its duration was fixed for 1 year only. Further, the members of it were to declare their approval of the execution of the king and of the abolition of the monarchy. No personal head was chosen for the council, and, to prevent the possibility of any such office developing itself, Parliament refused to allow the title of Lord President to be adopted, although Bradshaw was subsequently elected President and by tacit consent was generally styled Lord President. Out of this Council of 41, not less than 31 sat in Parliament, and, as the average attendance in the latter body was only 56, the council might be regarded as simply a large committee of the House. It is a mere question of terms whether this government should be described as a mixture of the legislative and the executive, or simply as a double-headed executive, or again whether the council should be held to have ruled the Parliament, or vice versa. The main feature of the situation was that there was practical unanimity between the two. This unanimity did not, however, eliminate a certain amount of confusion. The council worked by means of committees, and at the same time the Parliament had its committees, and not unfrequently the two sets are, or seem, competitive, and can only with difficulty be distinguished from each other. Thus, by the vote of February 22, the power of the Admiralty was vested in the Council, but 2 days later the House appointed a committee of its own for the Navy. Similarly, by the side of the Council's power over the army, there ran the power of a parliamentary army committee. But this confusion, and the perpetual necessity of reference or report from the Council to the Parliament, did not interfere with the executive activity of the Council, which, if judged by its fruits, must be regarded as an efficient machine. Beneath the Council and the concomitant Parliament, the lower ranges of administration remained practically undisturbed. After negotiations with the Parliament, a sufficient number of judges were induced to continue in office to work the Common Pleas and the upper, formerly the King's, bench, and so with the local branches or aspects of the legal and administrative machinery. Except in 1 or 2 counties, such as Staffordshire and Cheshire, no difficulty appears to have been experienced in filling up the annual lists of sheriffs, and, wherever justices of the peace could not be trusted, fresh commissions were at once issued and fresh instructions drafted. So far as the mere organisation of governmental machinery is concerned, the revolution may be held to have put itself into working form with remarkable speed and smoothness, a result in part attributable to the fact that in the country at large there was at the outset no strong opposition or disaffection to meet, although the government was certainly not popular. The first trial of its efficiency was, as might have been expected, a military and not a civil one. In Ireland, Ormond had in June 1649 made a treaty with the Confederate Catholics at Kilkenny, and deemed himself strong enough to invite Charles II to make Ireland a starting point for an invasion of England. In Scotland, Charles had been proclaimed king on February 5, the day following that on which the news of his father's execution had arrived, and the Scottish Parliament instructed its commissioners in London to repair to The Hague in order to negotiate with the new king. With correct insight, the English government, Parliament and Council, apprehending that the more immediate danger threatened from Ireland, made provision for a standing army of 30,000 men for England and of 12,000 for the invasion of Ireland. On August 15, 1649, Cromwell landed at Dublin. On September 11 he stormed Drogheda, and on October the 11th captured Wexford. 6 months later, after the surrender of Clonmel, Cromwell sailed for England, leaving Ireton behind him as Lord Deputy, May 26, 1650. The danger from Scotland was met with a vigour not less swift and decisive. Charles had landed there in June 1650, after swearing to the Covenants just before he left his ship. On the 28th of the same month, Cromwell set out for the north, and on September 3 he defeated the Scotch under Leslie at Dunbar. In order to bring to a head the tedious work of the subjugation of the country, he left the road to England open to the Scotch, and when once, July 31, 1651, they were fairly on the way, he started in pursuit, August 2. From Falkirk the Scotch marched through Carlisle, Lancashire and Cheshire to Worcester, where Charles arrived on August 22. Moving in a parallel line further to the east, Cromwell marched through Northumberland, Durham, Yorkshire, and formed a junction with Lambert and Harrison at Warwick. On August 27 he arrived at Evesham, and on September 3 destroyed the Scotch force under Charles at Worcester. After Worcester, and the subsequent completion by Monk of the subjugation of Scotland, all fear of opposition from the Royalist party in the three kingdoms was practically at an end, and the government of the Commonwealth was able to address itself to larger questions of constitutional administration at home and of national policy abroad. The military danger and political needs which had held together the army and the Parliament, and which had brushed aside the demand for a new legislature, had been dissolved by the victory of Worcester. As a result, the constitutional question at once emerged, and Cromwell was left free to urge the demands of the army and the nation alike for the calling of a new Parliament. His reappearance in Parliament after Worcester was followed by the introduction of a bill for the calling of a new Assembly. On November 14, 1651, it was voted that the dissolution should take place on November 3, 1654. In this compromise, Cromwell had himself acquiesced. Nonetheless, he was deeply dissatisfied at the Parliament's attempt thus unduly to prolong its life, and thereby the existing unconstitutional government. In order to propitiate popular feeling, the Parliament entered upon the work of law reform and evinced its regard for the interests of trade by passing the Navigation Act. By prohibiting the importation of the produce of Asia, Africa, and America in any but English or colonial bottoms, and of that of European countries save in English bottoms, or those of the countries of its origin, the Act struck a powerful blow at the carrying trade of the Dutch. Finally, in May 1652, when the nation was on the verge of the Dutch war, but opposition was still unallayed, it was proposed to broaden the existing Parliament by filling up the seats vacated by Pride's Purge. For the moment, however, the outbreak of the First Dutch War again postponed the question of the Constitution. Its opening, June 30, 1652, was followed by Blake's victory off the Kentish Knock, September 28, his defeat off Portland, February 18, 1653, Lawson and Monk's victory off the Gabbard, June 2-3, 1653, and Monk's off the Texel, July 31. Peace was concluded on April 5, 1654. Its terms were far more moderate than those at first proposed by the Parliament. The Dutch were to exclude the Stuarts from their country, to salute the British flag in British seas, and to submit to arbitration the amount of compensation payable to British merchants for their maritime losses in the East and elsewhere. In pressing on the Dutch war, the Parliament had overridden a strong peace party in the Council of State, headed by Cromwell himself, who herein represented the dominant opinion of the majority of the officers of the army. It was accordingly under the influence of this discontent that the officers on August 2, 1652, drew up an army petition demanding comprehensive reforms and the immediate election of a new Parliament. Mediating between the two extremes, Cromwell obtained an amendment of this final demand. Parliament was to be requested to consider of such qualifications as might secure the election of members pious and faithful to the Commonwealth. The House received the petition and made a show of proceeding upon it, but so suspicious and dilatory was its action that, in November, Cromwell was driven to give expression to the strong and growing dissatisfaction of the army. In January 1653, the army officers and the Council of State came to a general agreement that a new Parliament should be chosen. For 4 months, Cromwell, who objected to a forcible dissolution, held back the army from an attack on the Parliament. But, when on April 13, under Vane's leadership, a vote of the House practically transmuted the long-discussed new representative, new elections bill into a scheme for filling up vacancies, Cromwell's hesitation was at an end, and a week later he dissolved the rump and with it the Council of State, April 20, 1653. A welter of opinion ensued as to the new form of government which should be settled, but in the end the views which appear to have been advanced by Lambert almost immediately after the dissolution came gradually to prevail. He proposed a written constitution in which a small council should govern, to be ultimately joined by an elected parliament, and on April 29, 1653, a small council of 10, 7 soldiers and 3 civilians, was actually established. After some delay, there appeared on May 6 Cromwell's proclamation announcing the calling of a parliament. The delay was due partly to Cromwell's desire of broadening Harrison's idea of a Sanhedrim of pious fanatics into that of a gathering of patriotic Puritan notabilities, and partly to divisions of opinion amongst the officers on the subject of religious toleration. Among them all, Cromwell had the truest spirit of tolerance, but Fairfax's refusal to take part in the new government convinced him that he could not propitiate the Presbyterian party. At last, therefore, shortly after the appearance of the belated Declaration of May 6, letters were sent out in the name of Cromwell and of the Council of the Army to the congregational churches in each county, asking them to nominate persons fit to be members of the new representative. The churches promptly returned their nominations, which the Council of the Army discussed from day to day, selecting from the lists or substituting names of their own. By the beginning of June, the lists were complete. The nominated Parliament was to consist of 140 representatives, 129 for England, 5 for Scotland, and 6 for Ireland. The writs ran in Cromwell's name as Captain and Commander-in-Chief of the forces. The Parliament, commonly called, with a play on the name of one of the city members, the Barebones Parliament, met at Whitehall as summoned on July 4, and Cromwell forthwith and in good faith made over to it his dictatorship. By an instrument which he caused to be read to the Parliament on the opening day, the supreme authority was devolved upon it until November 3, 1654, and 3 months before its dissolution it was to choose another assembly to succeed it. Assuming the powers thus, by however doubtful authority conferred upon it, the Assembly, now calling itself a Parliament, nominated a Council of State of 31 as an executive. In this council the civilian element predominated, but Cromwell had a seat in both Council and Parliament. Further, by the reconstruction of the Council of State on November 1, he obtained a working majority in it in favour of peace with the Dutch and of a more conservative policy in Church and State. But in the nominated Parliament itself there was no such working majority. To immature and reckless attempts at legislation for the abolition of tithes and for law reform, this Parliament added impracticable conclusions on finance, and finally stultified itself by its hopeless divisions on church questions. The fatuity of its proceedings precipitated the reaction and gave form to the demand for a written constitution, such as had been sketched in the Heads of the Proposals, August 1, 1647, and in the Agreement of the People, January 15, 1649, save that the question of the hour was no longer as formerly the control of the executive, but the imposition of checks on the despotism of a single house. As always before, the impulsive force came not from Cromwell, but from the Council of the Army. In the last days of November, the officers prepared a draft instrument, offering Cromwell the government with the title of King. But on December 1, Cromwell, still averse from a second military expulsion, refused the offer. Within a fortnight, the officers forced Cromwell's hand by procuring a seemingly voluntary resignation of the nominated Parliament. On December 12, 1653, the majority of that body, 80 in all as it finally proved, waited on Cromwell at Whitehall and announced their resignation. On the following day in the council chamber, Lambert produced before a number of the officers of the army that instrument of government which the Army Council had in its debates 3 weeks earlier elaborated as a paper constitution. After a 2 days' debate, it was accepted by Cromwell. In accordance with the terms of the instrument, he was to be Protector of the Commonwealth of England, Scotland, and Ireland, but with no hereditary office and with practically no power of veto on legislation. A triennial parliament was to be elected on a high electoral property qualification. Roman Catholics were to be permanently excluded, and Royalists from the first 3 parliaments. The executive was to consist of a council of from 13 to 22 members, who were to be irremovable and to be independent alike of Protector and Parliament. To this constitution Cromwell took the oath on December 16, 1653, in the Court of Chancery, and was installed as Protector. Until September 1654, the day on which a Parliament was to meet, Cromwell and the Council were empowered to issue ordinances and to raise money for the army, navy, and civil government. In accordance with this article, 82 administrative ordinances were thus issued in the interval before the calling of Cromwell's first Parliament. Once installed as Protector, Oliver, by his more moderate attitude towards the Dutch, facilitated the conclusion of peace, April 1654. This success was followed by commercial treaties with Christina of Sweden, April 11, 1654, and Frederick III of Denmark, September 15, 1654, and by the completion of another long delayed with Portugal, July 10, 1654. Concurrently with these commercial treaties, Cromwell was carrying on the most tortuous and involved double negotiation for an alliance with Spain on the one hand and France on the other, a negotiation which illustrates more forcibly than any other event in his career the extraordinarily involved, confused, and hesitating method of working of Cromwell's mind during the preparatory stages of a great decision, and at the same time the singular combination in his nature of strong religious feeling with intensely practical sense. His long hesitancy ended at last in the expedition against Hispaniola, a scheme which he definitely embraced in July 1654, but which was delayed until the following winter by unaccountable mismanagement in the fleet and land forces, and in the arrangements as to the command. It resulted in May 1655 in the partial success of the capture of Jamaica. Yet even the events in the West Indies did not instantly precipitate a war with Spain in Europe. It was not until October 15, 1655, that the Council decided on war, declared October 23, in defence of the freedom of the sea in the Western Hemisphere. The effect of this breach with Spain was instantly seen in a better understanding with France, among the first effects of which was the pressure brought to bear by Mazarin in July 1655 on the Piedmontese government to end the Vaudois persecution. On October 24, 1655, the treaty with France was signed in London, but it did little beyond restoring commercial and general friendly relations with France. Nor was it until the failure of the negotiations between France and Spain in the following year, September 5, 1656, that Mazarin consented to pay Cromwell's price and to turn the treaty into an alliance against Spain. From May 8, 1656 onwards, Cromwell's special envoy, Lockhart, had been pressing on the French government Oliver's desire for the acquisition of Dunkirk if and when it should be captured from Spain by the joint forces of France and England. But it was only on November 8 following that the French government could bring itself to accept so unpalatable a proposition, and even then 4 months more of tedious negotiation were necessary before the final Treaty of Alliance was signed on March 23, 1657. In this form, the treaty aimed immediately at the joint reduction by English and French arms of Gravelines, Mardyke, and Dunkirk. Meanwhile, the naval war carried on by England on her own account against Spain had been slowly progressing. But beyond Blake's capture of the Plate Fleet, September 10, 1656, it produced only one great event, the destruction of the Spanish fleet at Santa Cruz, April 20, 1657, a victory soon afterwards followed by Blake's death, August 7. On land, the Treaty of March 1657 lent to prompt action on Cromwell's part. The English forces landed at Boulogne on May 13, 1657. Mardyke surrendered on September 25 following. The Battle of Dunkirk was fought on June 13, 1658, and was followed, 12 days later, by the surrender of the town, which was immediately delivered over to Lockhart in accordance with the terms of the French treaty. At home, the elections for the first representative parliament of the three kingdoms, Scotland and Ireland had each been allotted 30 members, took place in the summer of 1654. Under the restrictions imposed by the instrument, and in consequence also of the extraordinary precautions taken by the government, the Irish and Scotch returns were entirely favourable to the administration, the majority of these members being officers of the army. In England, however, the precautions had not been so successful. Some pronounced Republicans had been returned, and in the West even some Royalists. But the main result was decisive. The extreme party, the fanatics and revolutionaries of the nominated Parliament, were swept away. The new Parliament met on September 3, 1654, and almost immediately proceeded to the consideration of the instrument, while willing to accept from the House a constitution which might take the place of the instrument. Cromwell and the Council were determined that any such constitution should make impossible the despotism of a single house by providing for the command of the militia and for religious freedom. It was in this sense that Oliver harangued the members in the Painted Chamber, September 12. Before they were readmitted, the members were asked to subscribe to 4 fundamentals. These declared that government should be by a single person or a parliament, that parliaments should not make themselves perpetual, that there should be liberty of conscience, and that neither Protector nor Parliament should have absolute power over the militia. No difficulty was experienced in obtaining the subscriptions of the majority of the members, and on September 15 the readmitted subscribers to this recognition resumed the debate on the instrument. For 5 months the parliamentary warfare continued, until on January 22, 1655, it was forcibly ended by Cromwell's dissolving the House in deepest anger. The difference between the House and the government covered practically the whole field of the fundamentals enunciated on September 12 previously by Oliver. But it was the question of the command of the militia and the threat of disbanding the army implied in the financial proposals of the Parliament that forced Cromwell's hand, though, as before, the impulsive force at the crucial moment came, not from his unwilling mind, but from the army officers. Once again they had, against his truer instinct, forced his hand. The result of the dissolution was that Cromwell and the army found themselves in the position from which, during all his remaining years, the Protector strove in vain to escape, that of an unfettered executive, or, in other words, a military despotism, with only its self-imposed instrument as its guide. The events of the succeeding months were of a nature to test the validity and legality of such a governmental system. The royalist plots which resulted in the isolated risings in Yorkshire and elsewhere, March 8, 1655, and in Penruddock's rising in Wilts, March 11 to 14, raised the question of the trial of the royalist rebels and revealed an unwillingness on the part of the judges to act on a treason trial commission based on no greater authority than the instrument. From another quarter, the same fundamental objection was raised in the trial in May 1655 of a London merchant, Coney, who had refused to pay customs. Such legal opposition raised the vital questions of the Protector's right to levy taxes and the validity of ordinances issued under the terms of the instrument. But this questioning of the very fundamentals of the power and existence of the Protector's government only resulted in renewed agitation for the revival of the monarchy, June to August 1655. The civilian element of the council favoured the expedient, but once again the interference of the army officers wrecked any possibility of a settlement. Though desirous of remodelling the instrument, the officers had, from the rumours of plots and from the patent failure of 2 succeeding parliaments, become convinced of the danger of fresh constitutional experiments, and had decided for the nonce to adhere to the prescriptions of the instrument as the sheet anchor of the Protectorate. Accordingly, Royalists were imprisoned without legal warrant, June and July 1655, and the new establishment of the army was promulgated by the authority of the Protector and Council alone, July 31, as was also the scheme of Major Generals. This scheme was intended primarily as a mechanism for the control of the militia and for keeping the Royalists in check, and secondarily to supplement or supplant portions of the local authority of the magistrates. It was adopted on August 9 and followed by instructions August 22 and commissions October 11, with the subsequent adjuncts of county commissions for the preservation of the peace, September 21. The government did not even attempt to defend the legality of these measures. Under the 7th clause of the instrument, a parliament was to be called on September 3, 1654, and after this a fresh parliament once in every 3rd year, to be accounted from the dissolution of the present parliament. Inasmuch as the nominated parliament resigned in December 1653, the instrument thus prescribed the calling of a parliament to meet late in 1656. In scrupulous observance of this paper constitution, writs were sent out on July 10, 1656. The elections took place in August, and the new Parliament met on September 17 at Westminster. In spite of the exertions made by the government, through the powerful machinery of the Major Generals, to secure favourable returns, a great number of the members of the last Parliament, who had been most resolute opponents of the government, were again elected. As a remedy against this, it was accordingly determined to refuse admission to any member except on the production of a certificate of his having been approved by the Council of State. This certificate ran as follows: "These are to certify that is returned by indenture one of the knights, etc., to serve in the present Parliament for the county, etc., of and is approved by His Highness's Council." Accordingly, after listening to the Protector's speech in the Painted Chamber, the members repaired to their house to find persons posted there by the Protector's appointment to receive from each member the above certificate as a preliminary to their being allowed to enter. The result of this drastic and high-handed action on the part of the administration was at once seen in the composition and proceedings of the House. Out of a total of 455, not less than 103 members were excluded for not producing their certificates. Of the remaining 352 members, at least 175 were army men, placeholders, or relatives of the Protector. In view of such figures, it is easy to understand the obsequious treatment which the government received at the hands of the new Parliament. The secluded members petitioned the House for their admission, and thereupon the sitting members, after hearing the clerk in Chancery, requested from the Council of State its reason for insisting on the certificates. On September 22, Lord Commissioner Fines reported to the House the Council's reply, which, in brief, appealed for the legality of its act to the 21st and 17th Articles of the instrument. After a brief debate, it was resolved by 115 to 29 to refer the secluded members to the Council, and that the House do proceed with the great affairs of the nation. How many of these secluded members subsequently made their peace with the Council is not known. The number was doubtless small, but at least 8 of them are subsequently found voting for the humble petition and advice. It is certain also that this arbitrary act of the government disgusted many of the otherwise neutral or favourable members of the House. For in the division immediately preceding the one detailed above, the numbers had amounted to 195, so that it would appear that over 50 members withdrew voluntarily or at least abstained from voting. The tame and submissive act of the House in thus condoning an outrage upon itself implied at the outset a tacit acceptance of the instrument, but the Parliament was prepared to go much further than this. Even before the elections had been held, proposals were advanced for making the Protector's title hereditary, and from the moment of its meeting the air was thick with rumours of some impending attempt in this direction, and in that of changing the title itself. The earlier proposals, which had been made in December 1653 by Lambert and the officers, and again in December 1654 by Augustine Garland and Anthony Ashley Cooper, and again in the summer of 1655 by a civilian petition in the City of London, had all taken the form of urging Cromwell to take the title of king. But the narrower form of the project which was now brought forward differed from these. The present proposal was to make Oliver's protectorate hereditary, the very idea against which Cromwell had so strongly protested in his speech at the dissolution of Parliament on January the 22nd, 1655. The first form of the proposal was made on October 28, 1656, by Major General William Jepson, and it agitated both the army and the Parliament all through November. But early in December the matter was dropped, and when in February 1657 it was again brought forward by Sir Christopher Pack, it had assumed a wider form. The lawyers, under the lead of Whitelock, had seized upon the proposal with avidity, and in adopting it had extended its range so as to include the old idea of the revival of the kingly title. Whitelock says, "I declined the first delivery of the petition and advice, not liking several things in it. But Sir Christopher Pack, to gain honour, presented it first to the House, and then the Lord Broghil, Glyn, I, and others put it forward." Ludlow says that the Commonwealth's men fell so furiously on Pack for his presumption that they bore him down from the Speaker's chair to the bar of the House. Writing to Monk on the proposal, Secretary Thurlow says, "I do assure you it arises from Parliament only. His Highness knew nothing of the particulars until they were brought into the House, and no man knows but whether, if they be passed, His Highness will reject them. 'Tis certain he will, if the security of the good people and cause be not provided for therein to the full." According to contemporary newsletters, there are 2 to 1 for it. The soldiery are against it in the House and without doors. They mutter, but I am of opinion it will pass. They, the legally minded majority in the House, are so highly incensed against the arbitrary dealings of the Major Generals that they are greedy of any powers that will be ruled and limited by law. All the Major Generals voted against it, and most of the officers of the army, now in town, talk openly of their dislike to it. End of section 47. Section 48 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Painter. Chapter 15. The Commonwealth and the Protectorates, 1649 to 1659, by W.A. Shaw, Part 2. As a preparation to the great work of the settlement of the Constitution, the House appointed a fast to be held on Friday, February 27. Whilst the Commons attended their fast, the officers of the army met, as they do weekly, at Whitehall, where the business of the kingship was debated, and, hearing that the major generals were met at the Lord Desborough's lodgings, sent a committee to acquaint them with the fears and jealousies that lay upon them in relation to the Protector's alteration of his title, and to desire the knowledge of the truth of things. The major generals hereupon invited them to come thither, where the Lord Lambert opened the substance of the bill for kingship. After several officers had particularly delivered their judgments in dislike of the thing, the meeting broke up. Subsequently, on the same day, after the devotional exercises were done, 100 officers of the army waited on Cromwell at Whitehall, and, through Colonel Mills as spokesman, presented him with an address praying that he would not hearken to the title, King, because it was not pleasing to his army and was matter of scandal to the people of God. In reply, Cromwell disclaimed all knowledge of the proposal, till the day before that Colonel Mills acquainted him with it, and that he had never been at any cabal about it, and had no delight in the mere vain title of King, but that he thought it convenient that a check should be put upon the unlimited power of the Parliament. And, after rating them soundly for always forcing his hand and making him their drudge, he invited 10 of them with some other friends to meet him and debate things for their satisfaction. The immediate result of Oliver's direct appeal was remarkable. 3 major generals were won over, the officers were quieted, and many fell away from the rest. A newsletter of March 5 adds the sequel: "This day the officers sent a committee to wait upon His Highness, to assure him of their satisfaction in His Highness, and of their resolution to acquiesce in what he should think to be for the good of these nations." This temporary conciliatory acquiescence of the army was further evinced when the first clause of the remonstrance, as the petition and advice was first styled, came to be debated in the House. It ran as follows: "That your Highness will be pleased to assume the name of King." By agreement, this clause was postponed till the end of the debates of the whole House, and on the following day, Tuesday, several officers of the army met at Whitehall, and other members of the Parliament and army joined with them, and upon debate of the business of kingship, much satisfaction was given of the proceedings and result of the House therein. Accordingly, on the same day, the House accepted without division the succeeding paragraph empowering Cromwell to nominate his successor. This unwonted harmony between Parliament and officers remained apparently undisturbed through the succeeding debates as to the qualifications of members of Parliament, as to toleration, and as to the revenue. But on the final debate on March 25, 1657, as to the postponed clause relating to the title of King, the division revealed that there were 62 against and 123 for it. There were several bitter speeches made against it, but they, the malcontents, could not carry it. The new draft constitution thus framed was presented to Cromwell in the banqueting house at Whitehall on March 31. Oliver, in reply, asked time to deliberate. On April 3, he refused the title and therewith the whole proposed new constitution, but not in express or peremptory terms. I have not been able to find it my duty to God and you to undertake this charge under that title. On April 8 he repeated his refusal, but in an even more enigmatic and hesitating form, hinting that he desired first to be satisfied of many things in the humble petition and advice. Seizing the possibility of compromise which this invitation held out, the House appointed a committee to confer with him. Of the succeeding conferences there are many but mutilated and confused accounts. These extraordinary debates between Oliver and the committee took place on April 11, 16, 20, and 21. From the mass of involution and logomachy, it is possible to disentangle Oliver's clear, strong, rugged conviction that, though the legal arguments for the kingly title were strong, they did not establish the necessity of it, but only its convenience, and that this was counterbalanced by the offence which the title would give to the army. The other objections taken by Cromwell to the humble petition and advice were of minor import. Oliver's rejection of the petition and advice in its first form disconcerted and amazed his supporters in the House. On May 8, several officers of the army petitioned the House not to press His Highness further, and at last, on May 19, the Parliament resolved by 77 to 45 to insert the title of Protector instead of that of King in the petition and advice. As so amended, it was presented to Cromwell on May 25, 1657, and received his assent. Once again the army officers had triumphed by deciding Oliver's indecision. Once again their want of practical sense had frustrated a settlement of the nation, and the lawyers who had boasted that they would make penknives of the soldiers' swords hung their heads in sullen defeat. On June 26, Oliver was solemnly invested at Westminster in his new function, and on the same day, after presenting to the Protector further clauses additional to and explanatory of the humble petition and advice, the Parliament was adjourned till January 20, 1658. Summarised quite briefly, the humble petition and advice laid down that Oliver should bear the title of Lord Protector of England, Scotland, and Ireland, and should during his lifetime declare his successor, that he should call parliaments consisting of 2 houses once in 3 years at least. The qualifications of elected and elector were laid down. The second house was to consist of 70 persons named by the Protector. A yearly revenue of £1,300,000 was provided. A Privy Council of 20 was prescribed, and finally terms of religious toleration were set out. At the same time it gave Cromwell a retrospective ratification of his government. Clause 12 ratified his acts and ordinances for the sale of crown and church lands, and Clause 16 ratified all other acts and ordinances not contrary to the humble petition and advice itself. Before the Parliament reassembled in January 1658, Oliver had issued the writs summoning the members of the second house. The list of these members contains 9 peers and 61 commoners. Accordingly, when Parliament again met on January 20, 1658, it consisted of 2 houses, and Oliver opened it in the House of Lords in the ancient manner. But the face of the lower house was now seriously changed. By Clause 3 of the humble petition and advice, the excluded members were now freely admitted, with the result that over 100, Cromwell himself stated them at 120, of bitter enemies of the government were now present. Oliver had also taken more than 40 of his best managers from the Commons to help towards forming his new second house, with the further result that the handling of his business in the lower house suffered correspondingly. The disastrous consequence of this double change became quickly apparent. Led by the Republican newcomers under Scott and Heselrigge, and by the now recalcitrant officers who objected to the very existence of a second house, the Commons set themselves to question factitiously the title and powers of that house. Oliver tried personal intervention and summoned both houses to his presence, January 25, exhorting them to unity and particularly to an honest acceptance of the humble petition and advice as a working constitution. His efforts were vain. The Republican party in the Commons had ramifications in the city and in the army, and an intrigue was set on foot to promote a petition in both those quarters. Under cover of specious demands for the right of Parliament to control taxation, and for the irremovability of soldiers and officers except by a court-martial, the petition aimed at a Commonwealth. There was to be sent up at the same time, if rumour spoke truly, another petition supported by 10,000 persons, demanding the restoration of Charles Stuart. As part of the Republican intrigue, it was intended, on the presentation of the first of these petitions, to pass a vote in the House to ask for a limitation of the Protector's power over the army and, if need were, to supersede him by Fairfax. Oliver had quickly perceived that the question of the status of the second House was merely a side-wind by which to raise the larger question of his own position, and so to tear up the constitutional settlement of the humble petition and advice. But it was not till he received news of the intrigue between the Republicans in the House and his army that he saw its full significance. In a hurricane of wrath, and with a swiftness of decision characteristic of him in his greatest moments, he dissolved the Parliament, February 4, 1658. The dissolution was promptly followed by the arrest of Hugh Courtenay, John Rogers the preacher, Major General Harrison, and John Carew. The immediate danger from his own army Cromwell met with equal promptitude. 2 days after the dissolution, he summoned the officers to the banqueting house, and there, in a 2 hours' harangue, so prevailed with them that all, with the exception of 17 or 18, swore to stand by him and the cause. Lambert was dismissed with a pension, and 6 officers of the Protector's own regiment, after a few days spent in futile reasoning with them, were cashiered. They were all Anabaptists. The threatened royalist rising and invasion were dealt with not less swiftly. This royalist danger had been impending since before the preceding December. Royalist congregations had met openly in the city, and a gathering of Cavaliers on Benstead Downs was only just anticipated in time. Daily arrests of Cavaliers took place. The sudden dismissal of the Parliament averted the more immediate danger, but by no means allayed the Protector's fears. On February 25, a proclamation was issued commanding all Papists and Royalists to depart from London, not to reside within 20 miles of it, and not to leave their homes. A fortnight later, on March 12, Oliver summoned the mayor, aldermen, and councillors of the city to Whitehall, and there, in the presence of many of the officers, expounded to them in a 2 hours' speech the imminent danger threatening from the Royalists, and advised them to settle their militia and to put their city in a posture of defence. The city instantly adopted the advice, and the militia enlisted cheerfully. Later, on Wednesday, March 20, all the general and field officers about headquarters met at Whitehall and signed an address of loyalty to the Protector. A general search was then made in the city for Royalists, and many were taken prisoners, including Sir William Waller and Colonel Russell. On April 13, a High Court of Justice was constituted, and it met on May 12 for the trial of 14 Royalists. Mordaunt, the brother of the Earl of Peterborough, escaped conviction, but Sir Henry Slingsby and Dr. Hewitt both suffered death, together with 3 others of lesser note, Colonels Ashton, Stacey, and Betterley. While these trials were proceeding, a belated attempt at a rising was made in London on May 15. The militia were called out, and 40 conspirators were arrested. Some weeks later, 7 of these were brought before the High Court, July 1. 6 of them were convicted, and 3 executed. During the few remaining months of his life, Oliver's government stood at its greatest height of power. Abroad his arms had been successful and his influence decisive. At home, all opposition and intrigue, royalist and republican alike, had been beaten down, and his hold over his army remained unshaken. There is even some evidence that he had gained over such Commonwealth men as Ludlow, Rich, and Sir Henry Vane. If he had lived to meet the Parliament which he intended to call late in the year, the probability is great that he would have secured that recognition of his government and that financial support from Parliament which, in February 1658, he had only missed through an unnatural combination of royalist and republican intrigue. But it was not to be. On September 3 he died, leaving an unsanctioned military absolutism to be administered by a man who had no hold whatever over the army, no prestige, no administrative gift, no force of character. On the following day, September 4, 1658, Richard Cromwell was proclaimed Protector. At some time during Oliver's last illness, he had verbally nominated Richard as his successor. On all hands, by army and country alike, the new Protector's accession was peacefully acknowledged, and a fortnight later the officers at Whitehall unanimously adopted a loyal address to him. But this unanimity quickly disappeared. Intrigue against the civil power began afresh in the army, and early in October a petition was presented by the malcontents, praying that Fleetwood might be appointed general of all the forces with power to grant commissions, and that none should be cashiered but by court-martial. Fleetwood himself communicated the petition to Richard, who, however, firmly refused to part with the power of the sword. For the moment, the agitation was quieted by Fleetwood and Desborough, October 8 and 18, and hereupon Fleetwood was appointed Lieutenant General of all the forces. But in November, the agitation among the officers recommenced. They had met several Fridays in succession at St. James, but until November 12 it is distinctly stated that they meddled not with the affairs, civil or military. On that day they began to break out and to hint at some alterations in the army. Accordingly, on November 19, Richard again met the officers with the object of remaining on good terms with his army. To all appearance he succeeded in again quieting them. "He courted them at a high rate," says Whitelock. A fortnight later, Thurlow wrote to Captain Stokes that those little notions that were in the army were all quieted and things in good order. November 25, 1658. When, however, the financial needs of the government led to the calling of the expected Parliament, the old antagonism between the military and the civil power at once emerged again. On December 3, Richard, by advice of the Council, resolved to call a Parliament to meet on January 27, 1659. Taught by the experience of Oliver's last 2 Parliaments, in which the redistribution of seats, the disfranchisement of the lesser boroughs and an increase in the representation of the counties, had served only to produce a strong and independent country gentlemen's party, the government now resolved to fall back on the old electoral model. The representation of the counties was cut down to 2 knights each, and the petty boroughs received back their franchise. For the second House the full number of 70 was summoned, but only 44 at any time appeared, some declining the summons out of disdain, while others were in their commands at home or abroad. As before, Heselrigge, though summoned to the Lords, sat in the Commons, being elected for Leicester Town. The Upper House therefore remained in this Parliament as despised an entity as it had been in the last one. When the Commons were summoned to the Lords to hear Richard's speech at the opening, not more than 12 or 15 members of the Lower House obeyed. On February 1, 1659, a bill was introduced for the recognition of Richard's title as Protector. This bill, which rekindled the fires of faction and intrigue, was put forward by Thurlow, ready drawn, and represented the desires of the court, civilian and legal parties. In opposition to the measure were ranged the Republicans, led by Ludlow and Heselrigge, an opposition intent on remodelling the humble petition and advice by additional clauses which should recover to the Parliament the power over the militia and the abolition of the Protector's veto. The votes of the House taken on February 21 amounted to the acceptance of the principle of such remodelling. It is true that the courtiers were strong enough 3 days later to pass by 176 to 98 a vote empowering the Protector to issue orders to the fleet. But this vote was not intended in any quarter as a settlement of the constitutional question of the command of the forces. It was to divert the attention of the House from this crucial question that the courtiers directed the debate to the problem of the second House and its recognition, as a preliminary to the greater problem of the fundamentals. On March 28 it was resolved to recognise the Upper House during the current Parliament. The numbers on this division, 198 to 125, probably represent the respective strengths of the two parties, Court and Republican. The division in the House reproduced itself in the army, which was now split into factions, but in which there had at last emerged triumphant that cross-current of motive, personal ambition, which during Oliver's life had been kept sternly under. The factions in the army now consisted of the Commonwealth men, led by such personalities as Colonel Lilburne, the Wallingford House party, so called because led by Fleetwood, at whose residence, Wallingford House, the Council of Officers met from April 1659 in conjunction with Desborough, which desired to make Richard its puppet and so rule through him, and a smaller remaining faction under the lead of Inglesby, which sided with the Council in supporting Richard. Whitelock attributes the succeeding coup d'etat to the Wallingford House party and ascribes it to the personal ambition of Fleetwood. But it is clear that the Commonwealth men in the army were at one with the grandees, the Wallingford House party, in desiring to put an end to a parliament in which the court party were proving too strong for the Republicans. Nehemiah Bourne's account of Richard's fall distinctly states that the Republican party in the House, finding itself defeated, applied to the officers of the army. Several debates were held, but the superior officers were despondent, nor was it till the generality of the officers took heart and began to work upon the grandees that these began to incline towards reviving the good old cause. Some confirmation seems to be lent to this view by the fact that the scheme of an army petition was set on foot on the very day, February 14, on which the court party had carried the vote of recognition in the House. On that day, a committee of officers was appointed to draw heads of a petition to be presented to the Commons. The heads of the petition were resolved upon on April 2, at a great meeting of all the officers at Wallingford House. The petition itself was presented to Richard on April 6 following, and was by Richard forwarded to the House on the 8th. Ostensibly the main item of the petition concerned the provision of pay for the soldiers. but the merely formal heads of the petition were immaterial. The underlying motive and mainspring of the whole was the army's jealousy of the design of the court party in the House to vote Richard the power of the sword as general of all the armies of the Commonwealth. That scheme had the result of uniting against Richard the grandees, who wished their commissions to be secure against Richard, the Republicans, who detested the Protectorate, and the common soldiers, who were deceived by current rumours of an impending restoration of Charles Stuart, for whom Richard was said to be only keeping the saddle warm. The course of events during the next 10 days, April 8 to 18, can only be reconstructed with the greatest difficulty. Whitelock says that Richard advised with the Privy Council as to whether the Parliament should be dissolved or not, and that the majority were in favour of dissolving it. Ludlow, on the other hand, vaguely charges Richard with intriguing with the Parliament, with a view to engaging the House in his defence as against the Army Council. Nehemiah Bourne said not less vaguely that Richard intrigued with a section of the army so as to create a party of his own there. Not one of these statements is satisfactory. The most natural explanation seems to be that, until the Parliament had completed the acceptance of the humble petition and advice, every dynastic interest of his own dictated that Richard should hold by the Parliament, that, as the army became more antagonistic to the House, he was obliged to defend the Parliament against the soldiers, and that if finally he threw over the Parliament, it was only as the result of the army revolt and under the pressure of sheer force. According to this view, which is borne out by Edward Phillips' narrative in his continuation of Baker's Chronicle, Richard's change of front could only have taken place on April 21. But against this view there must be set several statements. Writing to Lockhart on April 14, Thurlow says, "His Highness a few days since said that God had revealed it to him that he must sink with or stick to the party." Being asked who they were, he said, "The Commonwealthsmen in the House." Who were they? He was asked, and he answered, Sir Arthur Heselrigge and Sir Harry Vane. Charles Stuart and his family must be disowned. This highly suspicious statement would seem to indicate that Richard had begun to change possibly even before the army petition. Again, Lord Broghill said that Richard gave a commission to Fleetwood and Desborough to hold a council of war at Wallingford House. This meeting was probably that which was held on April 13. At Richard's request, Broghill attended the meeting and thwarted the designs of the Wallingford House men. He then persuaded Richard to revoke that commission, and Richard seems to have done so on the following day, going himself to Wallingford House for that purpose, and, after listening quietly to the debate for an hour, rising and dissolving that council. Nehemiah Bourne's statement that they so far obeyed him as to forbear any general meeting may refer to this particular juncture. Finally, yet another version, but probably a disingenuous one, is contained in Sir Henry Vane's words spoken in the great debate in the House on April 18. "I hear it abroad and from one in the council chamber, I am not able to name the person, that the occasion of the calling together this council of war was by His Highness on purpose to try if they, the soldiers, would take commissions from him exclusive of the Parliament." In the absence of any detailed record of the proceedings of the officers during this crucial period, April 8 to 18, the point must be left uncertain. Thurlow's statement, if it be accepted, must be read as confirming Bourne's assertion that Fleetwood and Desborough and others went to Richard and dissuaded him from urging the point of the generalship by his courtiers in the Parliament, which he promised them he would, and that there should be nothing done on it. If true, this must have been prior to the votes in the House on April 18. It is clear that, although Richard had revoked his special commission for a meeting of a council of war, to adopt Broghill's questionable terminology, the General Council of the Army did not dissolve itself. Accordingly, on April 18, debating with closed doors, the Commons resolved that there should be no General Council of the Army save with the consent of the Protector and both Houses, and secondly, that no person should have command in the Army or Navy who declined to pledge himself not to disturb the free meetings in Parliament. These votes carried with them by implication that the command of the army was now to be in the Protector and the Parliament. Richard summoned the officers to Whitehall on the same day, and there with threats bade them dissolve their General Council of Officers. 3 days later, on Thursday, April 21, the mayor and aldermen of the city presented a petition to Richard, declaring their resolution to stand by him and the two houses. But they were followed by the officers of the city trained bands with a representation in favour of the army petition. Richard sent for his lifeguards, but even his own regiment marched away and went over to the army, and all the force that Richard's friendly colonels could raise for him did not amount to 3 companies or 2 troops. Another report puts the situation more clearly. Thursday night, all the regiments here, both horse and foot, were in arms. That of the late Lord Pride marched into Whitehall without opposition. His Highness gave orders to Colonel Hacker's and other regiments to march to Whitehall for the preservation of his person, but, having before received other orders from the Lord Fleetwood, they with all the rest obeyed his Excellency's, Fleetwood's, orders rather than those of his Highness. That night Fleetwood and Desborough were closeted with Richard till 11 o'clock, and then declared their full satisfaction in what his Highness had then said to answer the desires of and to live and die with the armies. The result of this coup d'etat was quickly seen. On the following day, April 22, Richard signed a commission dissolving the Parliament. In face of the military revolt engineered by Fleetwood, he had yielded to force, had thrown over the Parliament, and with it the last uncertain chances of constitutionalism, and had thereby signed the death warrant of his dynasty and of the Commonwealth. Henceforth till the Restoration, anarchy and the sword prevailed in the land. If the intention of the Wallingford House party had been to retain Richard as a tool or puppet, and with him the Protectorate, but shorn of the command of the army, and shorn also of the veto, they quickly found that they could not prevail against the now rampant republicanism of the inferior officers. On the very next day, April 23, the Council of Officers sitting at Wallingford House at once took the direction of affairs, debating the settlement of the government, whether it should be by way of the humble petition and advice, by a recall of the rump, or by again a new constitution. The grandees of the army wished for a nominal or mere figurehead protector, but the inferior officers, who on the same day held a council of their own at St. James, demanded a republic. On May 2, conferences began between representatives of the officers and of the remains of the Long Parliament. On the 7th, the rump reassembled at Westminster, and on the 25th, Richard sent a message to the House conveying his formal submission to the new government, whatever this may have meant. If Richard's protectorate can be said to have terminated on any particular day or by any particular act, it was by this submission on May 25, 1659. But, as a matter of fact, from the dissolution of his Parliament on April 22, he had dropped out of view as a nonentity. End of section 48. Section 49 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Painter. Chapter 15. The Commonwealth and the Protectorates, 1649 to 1659, by W. A. Shaw, Part 3. The ecclesiastical history of this period is simply a record of confusion. The key to the religious problems of the Commonwealth is to be found in the conflict between the political necessity which drove Oliver to attempt to conciliate the Presbyterians and that exalted conception of freedom and toleration which distinguished him beyond all his contemporaries. So irreconcilable were these two conflicting interests that to the end of the Commonwealth no religious settlement was ever arrived at. The triumph of the army meant that of the principle of toleration, but this victory never obtained full legislative expression, and the remains of the Presbyterian system were left cumbering the ground. Its position as the legally recognised form of national church government was never legally abrogated, and all attempts at a religious settlement subsequent to 1649 took the form of such a definition of toleration as would secure the liberty of individual men and congregations on the one hand, and as would guard the state against the dangers of popery and blasphemy on the other. Such a problem of necessity resolved itself into a discussion not of principle or of forms of church government, but of a definition of fundamentals of Christian belief. So long as Parliament was not sitting, the problem hardly existed for Oliver. The religious freedom which he had won with the sword, he was strong enough to keep by the sword, and under his rule a statesman-like tolerance prevailed. But whenever Parliament was in session, the ineradicable itch of the theologian-politician for a systematic definition of fundamentals instantly reappeared. During these periods, it is always the Parliament which plays or tries to play the part of the divine, of the intolerant persecutor. In 1650, the Rump persecuted the Ranters. In February 1653, it promulgated a standard of conformity and of toleration, but the scheme was rendered abortive by the ejection of the Rump. The project of the nominated Parliament for such a declaration as would give fitting liberty, whilst discountenancing blasphemies, met a similar fate. In December 1653, the instrument declared for a toleration of all professing faith in God by Jesus Christ, provided that liberty extend not to popery and prelacy, nor be abused to the disturbance of civil peace. The attempt to define these simple words, faith in God by Jesus Christ, left Oliver's first Parliament to summon a second assembly of divines to draft the fundamentals. Whilst the independent divines, now stigmatised by Baxter as stiffly orthodox, were engaged in their congenial repressive task, the Parliament was persecuting John Biddle for heresy. But again the whole contemplated work fell to the ground when, in January 1655, Oliver dissolved the Parliament. In Cromwell's second Parliament, the antagonism between his own large-minded tolerance and the Parliament's intolerance was still more strikingly evinced. He intervened with the object of saving James Naylor from persecution at the hands of the Commons and refused their bill for catechising. But he accepted the scheme of fundamentals of belief as set out in the 11th article of the humble petition and advice. This is therefore the first, and down to the fall of Richard Cromwell it remained the only legislative pronouncement of the Commonwealth period on the subject of toleration. It is this impotent and delayed legislation which accounts for all the chaos of parochial church affairs throughout the period. Presbytery, voluntary association, separatist congregation and sect existed side by side, with no legally enforced definition of their position. As between them all, the civil power was only concerned to keep the peace, while maintaining a watchful eye on Papist and Episcopalian. And indeed, save in a disjointed, piecemeal way, the Protector's government never made any attempt at restoring the broken machinery in the higher ranges of church organisation. The question of tithes was never settled. The problem of providing maintenance for ministers was whittled down to the mere granting of augmentations out of certain specific funds vested ad hoc in the hands of the plundered Ministers' Committee and of the Trustees for Maintenance, a scheme comparable to the later Queen Anne's bounty rather than to anything else. Finally, the only provision made for any trial of the fitness of ministers and for their ordination was contained in the imperfect machinery of the Committee for Scandalous Ministers and the Commissioners for Ejection and the Commissioners for Approbation or the Triers. Confused and difficult as is the subject of the Commonwealth Church organisation, that confusion and difficulty sink into nothing by the side of the perplexity of the problem of Commonwealth finance. In 1649, the Exchequer, so far as its receipt was concerned, was completely out of joint and practically non-existent. The Customs and Excise, the former of which had constituted the main branch of Exchequer revenue, were worked through the Customs House and the Excise Office respectively. The older and more insignificant and casual sources of Crown revenue formerly received in the Exchequer had either disappeared or were administered by a parliamentary committee styled the Committee for the King's Revenue. Many, too, of the Exchequer officials had followed the King to Oxford, carrying with them the mysterious knowledge which was necessary for the working of that ancient institution. On the other hand, the enormously increased financial needs of the Civil War period had necessitated the invention of new financial machinery. Even had it existed, the old Exchequer receipt system would have been quite unable to cope with the problem of organising and auditing the ever-increasing stream of new forms of taxation and revenue. In the absence of any adequate machinery, therefore, the Long Parliament was for 12 years reduced to working the complicated financial system by means of special committees. The names of those committees are legion. Each one had its own treasurer and treasury, and orders for payment were issued upon these various treasuries or funds indiscriminately by the Parliament or by the Committee of both kingdoms. By the time of the establishment of the Commonwealth, however, these various committees, treasuries, or funds had been reduced to the following. 1. The Committee for the Advance of Money, sitting at Haberdashers' Hall, appointed in November 1642 to provide the sinews of war for the parliamentary party, and the Committee for Compounding, with delinquents, sitting at Goldsmiths' Hall. From April 1650, these two committees are practically identical. After February 1654, they are known as the Committee for Sequestration. 2. The Prize Office, in Threadneedle Street. 3. The Revenue Committee. This had formerly been styled the Committee for the King's Revenue, but at the establishment of the Commonwealth its title was changed to that of the Committee for the Public Revenue. It administered such parts of the old Crown revenues as had formerly been paid through the sheriffs, viz. Casualties, the Crown lands, etc. 4. The Treasurers at War, who administered the regular monthly assessments. 5. The Treasurers for sale of Dean and Chapter's lands. 6. The Excise Office in Broad Street in the City. 7. The Customs, managed from the Custom House. But there were also other committees which, while apparently not administering, i.e. receiving and handling funds, being themselves fed by funds from the other treasuries above named, had the disposal of funds, that is to say, were empowered to issue money warrants. Such were the Navy Treasury, the Treasury of the Council of State, and so on. Finally, the Committee for taking the accounts of the kingdom, which sat at Worcester House, or the Duchy House, was an audit committee. Even before the establishment of the Commonwealth, the inextricable confusion produced by the coexistence of these various separate financial machines, had been keenly felt, and from 1649 onwards repeated attempts were made both by the Council of State and by the Parliament to reduce the system to order. On July 16, 1649, the Council of State appointed a committee to consider how the whole income and expenditure of the Commonwealth might be brought under the control of a single institution. Committee after committee was appointed with the same purpose by the Council, August 16, October 11, and by the Parliament, until in November 1649 the Council had got so far as to draft an Act for the purpose of bringing all public money into one treasury. There for the time, however, the matter slept. But in July 1652 it was again taken up by the Council, July 22, and 3 months later in the House, October 1. Accordingly, on December 10, 1652, an Act of Parliament passed appointing 4 commissioners to inquire into the several revenues and treasuries of the Commonwealth and the bringing of them into one system. All this parliamentary legislation on the subject was, however, rendered fruitless by the abortive termination of the Rump and after it of the nominated Parliament. It was therefore not until July 21, 1654, that the Act for bringing the public revenues of the Commonwealth into one treasury was passed, and then it was issued on the authority merely of the Protector and his Council. This Act, which re-established the receipt of the Exchequer as from 1654, June 24, for the receiving of all moneys representing the old, hereditary and casual revenues of the Crown, and of customs, excise and prize goods, requires scanning narrowly before it gives up its whole secret. It practically restored the old Exchequer system in its entirety, both for the receipt and issue, but only for such funds as had been administered by the Exchequer before the outbreak of the Civil War. It therefore did not give to the re-established Exchequer the administration of the monthly assessments. On this head, the Act was significantly silent. Why did not Cromwell turn the assessments into the Exchequer? The problem is a most interesting one, and the answer is not wholly clear. There were probably 2 reasons. First, the old Exchequer system had never managed monthly assessments on the plan adopted during the Civil War. It had only managed the old-fashioned subsidies of tenths and 15ths, etc., and was consequently neither by its records nor by its mechanism fitted at the moment to undertake the working of the novel institution of the assessment. Secondly, Oliver was doubtless jealous of keeping the means of supplying his army under his own eye and hand, unfettered by any of the sacrosanct constitutional safeguards as to the issue of money, privy seals, etc., which had gathered round the Exchequer system through centuries of English history, and which were now revived as part of it. By keeping the administration of the assessments in the hands of the treasurers at war, and so under his own immediate power, he escaped all conflict with those hoary constitutional safeguards, and he at the same time evaded all that liability to audit which throughout English history has been the chief glory of the Exchequer system. It must therefore be carefully borne in mind that from June 1654 onwards there were 2 parallel treasuries in England. 1, the Exchequer administering the old hereditary revenues of the Crown, including customs and excise, and 2, the treasurers at war administering the assessments. In so rapid a survey as this, it is quite out of the question to attempt a statement of income and expenditure for the years 1649 to 54. That is, for the years during which the multifarious treasuries above described were in existence. But from 1654 onwards it is possible to furnish a brief statement and authentic figures. During the 5.5 years from Michaelmas 1654, when the Exchequer opened its doors, to Easter 1660, the total income received in the Exchequer was £4,745,358, yielding an average of £862,791 per annum. The total receipts of the treasurers at war during the period June 24, 1654 to Easter 1660 from assessment was £3,576,174, or an average of £621,908 per annum. The total average annual yield, therefore, of all revenue, Exchequer revenue and assessments combined, was £1,484,699 per annum. It must be borne in mind that these figures do not include the following items. 1. Such portions of the receipts from the sale of and the doubling upon Crown lands, which from 1649 onwards produced £1,993,951, as were realised within the above period of 5 years and a half, since this fund was separately administered by its own treasurers. 2. The similar portions of the moneys raised by the sale of Dean and Chapter lands, which from 1649 onward produced £980,724 by August 31, 1650, and possibly a further £503,178 later, since this fund also was likewise separately administered. Of the sale of Bishop's lands no account has survived, but the sale had probably been completed and the money expended before 1654. 3. The ecclesiastical revenues which were administered by the trustees for the maintenance of ministers. This fund amounted to roughly £110,000 per annum. 4 and 5. The revenues of Scotland and that of Ireland. The figures given above, however, include all receipts from sequestrations from September 29, 1654 onwards, as from that date all such monies were received by the Receivers General of the counties and by them were accounted for in the Exchequer. The present writer has calculated that on an average there was a deficit of from £400,000 to £500,000 yearly on the total expenditure of the three kingdoms. In the statement for the year 1659, which is printed in the Commons journals and in the report on the Dartmouth manuscript, the total revenue for England, Scotland and Ireland is given as £1,868,717, 9 shillings no pence. The total expenditure as £2,201,540, 15 shillings and fourpence, thus leaving a deficit of £332,823, 6 shillings and fourpence. And this was at a time when the expenditure was much less than in the preceding years. It may be very roughly reckoned that the extraordinary sources of income, viz., the sale of bishops' lands, royalist compositions, and the sales of crown lands and of dean and chapter lands, made up this yearly deficit and kept the Commonwealth fairly solvent till about 1654, from which time onwards the deficit became an accruing and ever-increasing debt. In 1659 this debt is estimated in the Commons journals at £2,474,290 and 1 pence, which, if averaged for the 5.5 years period as above, would make the annual deficit tally with the average deficit of £400,000 to £500,000 estimated above. There can be little doubt that the practical repudiation of the greater part of this debt at the Restoration was an act of national bankruptcy, and that the consequent distress among the creditors of the nation must have been one of the most decisive causes of the commercial and financial stagnation which ensued immediately upon the Restoration. The effect which this financial strain produced upon the economy and the policy of the Commonwealth may be stated in a very few words. It consisted in the ever-recurring desire or attempt to reduce the standing army and to substitute for it the militia. The militia was a wholly inexpensive force, and what was more important still, the burden of its maintenance would have been local, not national. This desire had throughout only one basis, namely retrenchment. Whatever later polemical writers may have thought or think to the contrary, there never was in it throughout the Commonwealth period anything political. Over and over again the scheme split and was brought to naught because the militia could not be trusted. On this point, Dr. Gardner's estimate of the chances of Oliver's ever securing a loyal militia is probably far too favourable. There never was any substantial prospect of such a consummation. When the scheme was at last firmly tried, it brought with it the institution of major generals as a necessary concomitant, for the simple reason that the government dared not trust the militia to the hands of the old county lieutenants, who were royalist to a man. And the abolition of the major generals, after a brief experience of them, is to be regarded as the result not so much of the revolt of the country against their tyranny and repressive puritanism, as of the perception on Oliver's part that the whole militia movement was a failure, and that it was consequently impossible, while leaning on so broken a reed, to risk a great disbandment of the standing army. From this source, or indeed from any other, financial relief was destined never to come to Oliver or his son. The clear perception of this only brings out in stronger relief the unfaltering courage with which, in spite of all, Oliver pursued his high and strong foreign and domestic policy. End of section 49.
Section 50 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Alister. Chapter 16. The Navy of the Commonwealth and the First Dutch War, by J.R. Tanner. Part 1. To students of the 17th century, it must always appear remarkable that the period of the Commonwealth should have witnessed, in a state already exhausted by civil war, a striking increase in naval power and a vast extension of the range of naval operations. The fundamental cause is to be found in that change in the political conditions of the time, which substituted France and the United Provinces for the declining power of Spain as England's real foes. This change carries us back to the beginning of the Stuart period, but the historian of the Commonwealth Navy need not look so far behind him. On the side of shipbuilding, his investigations should begin with ship money, for it was in the ship money fleets that the foundations of success in the First Dutch War were laid. But, for naval administration, he need only go back to 1642, when the winnowing fan of revolution purged the floor, and the history of naval action does not seriously begin, for him, until 1648, with the partial revolt of the parliamentary fleet. Although the ship money fleets achieved little in action, they mark an epoch of great importance in the development of the English navy. In the earlier expeditions of the century, there had been a helpless dependence upon the mercantile marine, but the second and the third ship money fleets discarded merchantmen, and thus an important step was taken towards the establishment of a real professional navy. It is true that in the stress of the First Dutch War there was a reversion to armed merchantmen, but the government now aimed at the permanent maintenance of a standing naval force. Charles I's revival of naval activity was fated to assist in working his political ruin, and this fact has invested ship money with a sinister significance in the minds of constitutional historians, and has obscured its real importance in naval development. The ship money fleets were, however, scarcely more than an experiment. The great development of the fighting strength of England at sea belongs to the period between 1649 and 1660. During the 11 years of the Commonwealth, no less than 207 new ships were added to the Royal Navy, a vast increase upon the modest accessions of earlier times. The period of the Commonwealth undoubtedly saw a notable advance in the purity and efficiency of naval administration. The moral exaltation of the times, which raised the standard of duty and created an atmosphere unfavourable to corruption, contributed to this result. But perhaps too much stress has been laid upon considerations of this kind, and too little upon the complete transformation of administrative methods accomplished by the Great Rebellion. Under Charles I, the higher government of the Navy had been in the main aristocratic. It was in the hands of great personages absorbed in other business and cut off by their want of professional knowledge from the effective supervision of naval affairs. But the Civil War tapped a new reservoir of administrative ability. Parliament was now learning the art of government, and appropriating large territories hitherto outside of its province. The supreme control of naval affairs passed to a parliamentary Committee of the Navy, whose members were frequently changed, and subordinate to this committee were the Commissioners of the Navy, a body of experts charged with the management of executive detail. Under this system, the activity of the Parliamentary Committee made effective supervision possible, and as most of the Admiralty staff, like the combatant members of the service, cast in the lot with the Parliament, the new government could take over a going concern, while the old vicious traditions of court influence and the sale of places came to an end. In the year 1649, the work which the Civil War had begun was completed by a further reorganisation, which has been described as the application to the Navy of the principles of the new model. The office of the Lord High Admiral, hitherto held by the Earl of Warwick, was taken over by the Council of the State, which proceeded to divide its functions. The distribution and movements of ships were determined by the advice of Popham, Dean, and Blake, who were appointed on February 27th, generals at sea, while the other duties of the office were delegated to an Admiralty Committee of the Council of State. This committee comprised a majority of soldiers, including 3 Puritan colonels as active members, and the younger Vane as chairman. Parliament was still represented by a Committee of the Navy, which claimed, and on occasion exercised, supreme authority, and 5 Commissioners of the Navy, appointed in February 1649, attended to the building, repairing, cleaning, and victualling of ships, and to the difficult business of providing them with men. It was very probably the paramount importance of placing the command of the fleet in absolutely trustworthy hands which led to this reorganisation of 1649, and to the substitution for Warwick, who was neither an independent nor a regicide, of a group of trusted army officers. But the results of the change, as they gradually unfolded themselves, proved to be of a far-reaching character. Since the close of the Civil War, the Parliamentary Committee of the Navy had been losing influence, and it was now destined to be eclipsed by the Admiralty Committee of the Council of State. And, inasmuch as experience in war had already come to be experience in business, the administration of the Navy was thereby improved at one of its weaker points. But, at the same time, the expert Commissioners of the Navy began to eclipse their own official superiors, the Admiralty Committee. These Navy Commissioners bore the brunt of the work of administration, and, although their proceedings in the matter of hiring merchantmen and private trading are not entirely above suspicion, they were on the whole remarkably efficient, and displayed great devotion to the service. The change which thrust corrupt parliamentary influences into the background, and brought forward experts of relative honesty, forms an important landmark in English naval history. Under the Stuart monarchy, the numerical growth of the Navy had been associated with an almost incredible administrative inefficiency. The King's service was shunned as a serpent, and there was always the greatest difficulty in obtaining men. Wages were lower than in the merchant service, and they were not punctually paid. The arrangements for supplying victuals were inconceivably bad. The want of proper clothing was a standing grievance, and there was no satisfactory organisation for dealing with the great amount of sickness caused by the horrible conditions of life imposed upon the seamen. The revolutionary governments went a long way towards setting these things right. Both the Long Parliament and the Commonwealth disposed of large resources. They were not, like Charles I, straitened for supplies and hampered by constitutional restrictions, and they had the strongest motives for contenting the seamen, and so retaining them in their due obedience to the authority of Parliament. Thus there was, for a time, and especially during the Civil War, a great improvement in the punctuality of payment, although subsequently complaints about overdue pay became frequent again. The same motives which led to an improvement in pay led also to the provision of better victuals, but in this department also the Commonwealth failed to maintain the standard of the Long Parliament. Complaints began to be frequent about 1650, and in the years 1653 and 1654. The expressions used recall the palmiest days of maladministration. In 1655, a state victualling department was substituted for victualling by contract, but the new method had scarcely a fair chance. On the eve of Restoration, things were as bad as they could be. The Commonwealth was the first English government to make systematic provision for sick and wounded seamen, besides regarding the men as subjects for humane consideration in other ways. All of this reacted favourably upon their attitude towards the service, and there was no serious difficulty in finding men until the outbreak of the Dutch War created an altogether unprecedented demand for them. The fleets of Charles I had been manned by 3,000 or 4,000 men. The estimates of 1653 provided for 16,000. Even now, the seamen who volunteered came willingly, and the few cases of insubordination which occurred were due rather to the delay in the payment of wages or prize money than to royalist sympathies or to dissatisfaction with the general conditions of service under the Commonwealth. When the war with Spain broke out, a new kind of difficulty was experienced, for the men displayed a great fear of tropical climates. It was reported that they are so afraid of being sent to the West Indies that they say they would as soon be hanged. Although much was done under the Commonwealth to improve the condition of the Navy, the more serious evils could not be eradicated all at once. The administration could not be manned from top to bottom with new men, nor did the mere substitution of a parliamentary for a monarchical government kill the old abuses. John Holland, writing in 1688, ascribes many of the disorders of Charles I's reign to insufficient payment. Men had to buy their places in the first instance, and then, for want of sufficient means from the king, they were necessitated either to live knaves or die beggars, and sometimes to both. When pay was small, and still more when it was unpunctual, pursers, gunners, boatswains, and clerks were driven to daily embezzlements, thefts, and purloinings. But Holland also attributes abuses in part to the laxity of discipline from above, for everyone was entangled in the same net. No man suffered as an officer for any kind of delinquency in his place, though he hath been convicted of direct stealths, burglaries, etc., because the high officers knew that their inferiors, like themselves, could not live upon their pay, so that the whole service came to be engaged in a vast conspiracy to lower the standards of public duty. The Commonwealth abolished the sale of places, and, within certain modest limits, increased the scale of pay, but it failed to keep up punctuality of payment, and it inherited an army of officials already debased by systematic corruption. As Pepys was to discover later, the tone of a public service can be permanently raised only by the long-continued pressure of authority. The Puritan movement deeply affected English habits of thought, and therefore, in the long run, influenced conduct, but its immediate effect upon the generality of men is often overestimated. The minor officials of the Navy adapted themselves readily enough to the new fashion of religious speech, but the spiritual revival failed to renovate a public service which had degenerated in obedience to the laws of its environment. The charges of corruption which Holland brings against the naval administration of the Commonwealth are supported by other evidence, although he omits to record the conscientious efforts made by the higher officials to put down abuses. The history of naval action during the period of the Civil War may be said to begin in May 1648, when a partial revolt of the parliamentary fleet gave the royalist party the control of a naval force. The greater sea power was still retained by the Parliament, for the revolted squadron consisted only of 1 second rate, 5 third and fourth rates, and 3 small pinnaces. Nevertheless, there was now a royalist fleet, and from this fact consequences of great importance flowed. It enabled the Prince of Wales to make a demonstration off the English coast, which was useful, and only just missed being successful, and it made possible for Rupert to cooperate with Ormond in Ireland. Rupert sailed from Hellevoetsluis on January 11, 1649, with 8 ships under his command, but they were all miserably undermanned, and nothing but speedy success made it possible for them to keep the sea. If he could have cooperated effectively with Ormond, Rupert might have rendered a really great service to the royalist cause, but either his equipment failed him, or his genius was ill-suited for the more sustained efforts by which the issues of war are rarely decided. The dashing cavalry leader, who would plunder the parliamentarians, speedily mastered the art of destroying commerce upon the sea. He established himself, without difficulty, at Kinsale, and during his voyage thither, and after his arrival, captured so many prizes that his financial difficulties were for the present removed. He also relieved the Scilly Isles, which Sir John Greenville was holding as the headquarters for royalist privateers. But the serious issues of the war lay with Ormond, and Rupert failed to support him, although urged to render assistance by blockading Londonderry or Dublin. The opportunity was missed, and before long the greater resources of the Commonwealth, both by sea and land, were brought effectively into play. The defensive scheme of the Commonwealth against Ormond was Cromwell's invasion of Ireland, and an element in that scheme was the elimination of Rupert's fleet. On May 22nd, Blake arrived off Kinsale and blockaded the harbour, thus clearing the way for Cromwell, who landed in Dublin on August 15th. During the whole of the summer, the commanders of the Commonwealth kept a close watch upon Rupert, and at the same time prevented communication between Munster and the continent, and intercepted privateers cruising under letters of marque from Charles II. The work was useful work, but it strained the resources of the fleet to the utmost, and in October, when the blockading squadron was driven off by a storm, Rupert with 7 ships escaped to the open sea. His course now carried him very speedily outside the range of the Irish squadron. On December 1st, news came that he was capturing English merchantmen off the coast of Spain, and soon afterwards he made his way with a number of prizes to Lisbon, where he was hospitably received by King John IV, and allowed to sell some of his prizes in order to arm and equip the rest with the proceeds, thus increasing his force to 13 ships. Rupert's reception at Lisbon created a fresh difficulty for the Commonwealth. The strength of the new military state made it an important factor in continental diplomacy, a desirable ally for every power, and yet every power regarded it with detestation because it had executed a king. The states of Europe were disposed to recognise Rupert, if they dared, and swarms of privateers were let loose from every European port to prey upon English commerce. It was therefore a matter of vital necessity for the Commonwealth to vindicate its claim to all the rights of a properly constituted government, as well as to protect the trade routes and to destroy Rupert wherever he might be found. And to this end, the English government nerved itself to an energetic display of force in distant waters. In February 1650, Blake, with 12 ships of war, sailed on a southern expedition, and on March 10th, he cast anchor outside the fortified entrance to the river Tagus, and opened negotiations which aimed at persuading the King of Portugal to expel Rupert as a pirate from his port. These dragged on for about 2 months, and then the king cast in his lot with Rupert. On May 26th, Blake was reinforced by Popham, who bought 4 ships of war and 4 armed merchantmen, together with the authority from home for open war with Portugal. The main business of the next 3 or 4 months, from the end of May to the middle of September, was the maintenance under difficulties of a blockade of Lisbon. Blake and Popham could no longer obtain supplies from the shore, and they had to detach ships from the blockading squadron to fetch them from Vigo and Cadiz, where the hostility between Portugal and Spain guaranteed a friendly reception. On the other hand, Rupert was not only well provided, but he could now reinforce his fleet with ships furnished by the Portuguese and by the French merchants at Lisbon. In these circumstances, the complete failure of Rupert's 2 attempts to break out proves both the efficiency of the blockading squadron and the ineptitude of the Portuguese. On the other hand, Blake succeeded on September 14th in intercepting their fleet of 23 sail from Brazil. After a 3 hours' action, fought in the midst of a violent gale, he sank the Portuguese vice-admiral and took 7 prizes. He then raised the blockade and departed with his prizes to Cadiz. The duel between Blake and Rupert was now to be transferred to other waters. From Cadiz, Badilli was detached to convoy the prizes home, but Blake himself remained there with 7 ships. On October 12th, Rupert, now no longer a welcome guest at Lisbon, put to sea with 6 ships and made for the Straits to prey upon English commerce. being destitute of a port," wrote one of his followers. "We take the confines of the Mediterranean for our harbours, poverty and despair being companions, and revenge our guide." Intelligence having reached Blake on October 27th that Rupert had attacked some English merchantmen in the harbour at Malaga, he was speedily within striking distance of Rupert's fleet. On November 3rd, he captured one of his ships, and on November 5th, the rest were driven ashore and wrecked in attempting to escape from Carthagena. Rupert and Maurice, who had been separated from the rest of their squadron, made their way with 2 ships to Toulon. The final extinction of Rupert's squadron as a fighting force was for the present deferred. In Toulon, he succeeded in increasing his force to 5 ships, and with these, conceiving all disasters past, he fixed his resolution to take revenge on the Spaniard, who had furnished Blake with a naval base. The hunting ground of the Elizabethan pirate captain still retained its glamour for the seamen of the next generation, and, with the Azores as his goal, he was able to man his ships and sail westward, capturing English and Spanish prizes indiscriminately on the way. Though it was Rupert's intention, ultimately, to support the king's cause in the West Indies, his ship's companies cared only to spoil the Egyptians. They refused to leave Spanish waters, and the chance of achieving anything was lost. During the rest of 1651, the squadron lingered off the Azores. In the spring of 1652, it cruised off the coast of Guinea and the Cape Verde Islands. Nor was it until the summer of 1652 that Rupert reached the West Indies, 6 months after Ascue's fleet had secured Barbados for the Parliament. Political results could no longer be achieved, and meanwhile the fleet had been steadily deteriorating. In 1651, the flagship and another vessel were lost. Early in 1652, the crew of the Revenge mutinied and carried her over to the Parliament. In September of the same year, Prince Maurice and 2 ships were lost in a storm. In March 1653, Rupert returned to France with his own ship and a few unseaworthy prizes. His squadron was now finally broken up, and the Royalist party ceased to command naval power. When on February 13th, 1651, Parliament solemnly thanked Blake and voted him £1,000, the statesmen of the time showed their perception of the fact that he had achieved something more than breaking the head and pulling up the roots of the enemy's marine strength in Prince Rupert. With the appearance of the English flag in such force in the Mediterranean began the acceptance of the Commonwealth by the powers of Europe, the recognition of the pariah state. From Blake's southern voyage there also dates a new departure in English naval policy, the establishment of systematic convoy to the Mediterranean. Hitherto, the English government had only acknowledged the duty of protecting commerce in the neighbourhood of the English coasts, more particularly in the Channel and the North Sea. Now the operations of Rupert, the privateers, the French cruisers, forced upon the Commonwealth the duty of protecting commerce over a wider field, and for this purpose it was necessary to maintain a large naval force in the Mediterranean. The date of the new departure can be fixed with precision. On October 31st, 1650, an Act was passed adding 15% to the customs, and providing that the money thus obtained should be used in paying the expenses of men of war employed to convoy merchantmen. From this time, the system of convoy was entirely remodelled, and first Hall, and then Appleton and Badilly, were employed in escorting the Levant trade. The destruction of the naval power which the Royalists had acquired by the Mutiny of May 1648 is the most important episode in the period of Commonwealth naval history which precedes the outbreak of the First Dutch War, but the command of the sea was of high value to the Commonwealth elsewhere as well in the Mediterranean. The fleet intercepted arms and stores destined for Ireland, and cut off communication between Charles II in Scotland and his friends in Holland. Cromwell's invasion of Scotland would have been scarcely feasible at all, had not his army been furnished with supplies landed from the fleet which accompanied its march. It was to the command of the sea also that the Commonwealth owed its ability to wind up so speedily the affairs of the monarchy, and to assert its sovereignty over the whole of the dominions of the House of Stuart. The Scilly Islands, the Isle of Man and the Channel Islands, all of them nests of Royalist privateers, were successively reduced during 1651, mainly by an exertion of naval force, and in 1652 Ascue's fleet ensured the submission of the West Indian Islands and of the plantations on the mainland of America. The Commonwealth was at last supreme, not only over the whole realm of England, but over her dominions beyond the sea. End of section 50. Section 51 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Alister. Chapter 15, The Navy of the Commonwealth and the First Dutch War, by J.R. Tanner. Part 2. The government which had thus established itself so firmly in England was in closer touch with commercial interests than any of its predecessors, for the control of foreign affairs had passed out of the hands of kings and diplomatists into those of members of Parliament. By a singular coincidence, the same thing had happened in the United Provinces, when in 1650 the death of the stadtholder, William II, the son-in-law of Charles I, threw the control of the foreign policy of the Dutch Republic mainly into the hands of the merchants of Holland, and substituted for the dynastic and family sympathies the interests of the great ports of Amsterdam and Rotterdam. Commercial rivalry between the English and the Dutch was thus accentuated, and the First Dutch War, which opens the heroic period in the naval history of England, is also an important landmark in her commercial history. Moreover, the reigns of James I and Charles I had witnessed a wider distribution of seaborne commerce, and a progressive improvement in the size and efficiency of ships, which were destined to affect profoundly the character of the war itself. The navies of 1652-4 could keep the sea and strike at great distances in a way which would have been impossible at an earlier time. The old conception of a naval militia, reinforced by armed merchantmen, was disappearing in favour of a professional navy permanently in the service of the state, and associated with this was an increased professional feeling among officers and men. Even in the merchant service, the seamen had long experience of fighting, since piracy and privateering thrust upon them the necessity of going armed. Ships sailing on the Indian and American voyages, and even those in the Levant trade, carried large crews, heavy guns, and a complete equipment. It would be a mistake to suppose that until the time of Blake, professional and caste feeling did not exist in the Royal Navy, but between 1642 and 1660 this feeling was greatly developed. Squadrons were kept at sea for longer periods of the year. The number of seamen employed in the ships of the state bore an increasing proportion to the mercantile marine, and both officers and men now had experience of continuous service. Such an episode as Blake's pursuit of Rupert, with the delicate calculations involved in the maintenance of a blockade of Lisbon from so distant a base as Vigo or Cadiz, must have gone a long way towards the production of properly trained crews. Clarendon's description of seamen as "in a manner, a nation by themselves," thus acquires a new significance in its application to this period. In a word, the Commonwealth was able to bring against the Dutch what had not existed a generation earlier, a great professional navy. In the character of their resources, the two combatants differed widely. England was still a pastoral country, although with a growing maritime trade. The prosperity of the United Provinces was established upon fisheries, manufactures, and the carrying trade. Amsterdam was built upon herrings, and the yield from the export of cured fish was said to be greater than all the treasure brought from the New World by the galleons of Spain. The manufacture and export of fabrics was facilitated by the Dutch waterways, which on the one hand gave cheap and easy access to Germany, and on the other placed the Dutch manufacturing towns within reach of the sea. The position of the United Provinces, between France and the Baltic, at the mouth of the great German rivers, and within reach of the Mediterranean, made them the waggoners of all seas. Last of all, the great companies engaged in the colonial and eastern trade were tributary to the full-fed river of Dutch prosperity. Thus, as a contemporary observer remarked, the Dutch sucked honey like the bee from all parts. Yet in the event of a war between the Commonwealth and the Dutch Republic, the geographical advantages were with the former. Lying, as it were, upon the flank of the Dutch trade, England occupied a strategic position which gave her control over its main thoroughfare. Ships trading to the Baltic started from points immediately opposite the English coast. Ships trading to the Mediterranean must pass the channel at its narrowest part. In relation to the eastern trade, also England occupied interior lines, and, even if a homeward-bound fleet should take the long and dangerous voyage round the north of Scotland, it could easily be cut off before it reached the Dutch ports. Moreover, the general conditions of navigation compelled sailing ships to hug the English coast, and the prevalence of westerly winds was to the advantage of an English force attacking the Dutch coasts or shipping, and to the disadvantage of a Dutch force delivering a counter-attack. The geographical advantages of England over the United Provinces were in 1652 seconded by the possession of what was, on the whole, a better fleet. The Dutch claimed that in comparison with their own, the English had but a small navy. It was true that the United Provinces possessed more ships, but they were not able at any given moment to put more ships into the fighting line, and they were also relatively deficient in large vessels. Owing to the fact that their great struggle with Spain had shaped itself as a land war, the number of ships actually fit for sea had sunk as low as 50, and the deficiency had to be made good by hastily arming merchantmen. In England, on the other hand, during the years 1649 through 51, 41 new ships had been added to the navy list. Though before these additions, the navy of the Long Parliament was already the strongest navy which the country had ever possessed. The English ships were more solidly built than the Dutch, being full of timber. An English sea captain had expressed the differences by the phrase, "We building ours for 70 years, they theirs for 7. The sandy character of the Dutch coast also affected the size of their ships. Thus, when the rival navies came to action upon the open sea, it was found that the English ships could stand battering better than the Dutch, and where the former were only crippled, the latter were sunk outright. The English ships were also more heavily armed, and were certainly better provided, and although the Dutch had a large number of merchant ships to draw upon for the service of the state, the English merchant ships were larger and carried more guns. The manning of the fleets was a difficulty upon both sides, but the English officers and men were much more experienced in the actual business of war, for the Dutch navy had seen little real service since 1609. When the war broke out, the seamen Askew and Penn had just returned from long cruises, the former from America and the latter from the Mediterranean, while the soldier Blake had already accumulated a large naval experience in his dealings with Rupert. Moreover, among the higher English officers, political divisions had ceased to affect naval efficiency. Whereas in the United Provinces, the perpetual conflict between the great merchants and the House of Orange had been fanned into fresh flame by the ambition of Stadtholder William II. As a result of this, an attempt had been made to purge the Dutch navy and introduce into it officers who were not professional seamen. The counterpart of this in the English navy was the employment of military officers, but under 17th century conditions, their experience of fighting could easily be applied to the sea. It has been suggested that the English officers and seamen also enjoyed the advantage of that serene confidence and high religious enthusiasm which had carried the soldiers of the new model to victory, and had made the enemy as stubble to their swords. But this comparison between the army of Cromwell and the fleet of Blake has probably been pressed too far. Both the political and the religious life of the army had been kept in full tide by the election of agitators, the church meetings of the sects, and the free intercourse between the regiments. In the navy, the conditions were wholly different. The separateness of the ships, the need for perpetual vigilance, the various preoccupations of life upon the sea, must have proved unfavourable alike to religious intercourse and to political speculation. Except in a few instances, the letters of the naval officers failed to yield any evidence of the strong Puritan zeal which is supposed to have animated them. The seamen were pressed without distinction of doctrine, and so, as long as they were well fed and punctually paid, they served the Commonwealth cheerfully and fought for it courageously, but there is nothing to show that they were profoundly interested in religious questions. The influence of Puritanism upon the English navy is rather to be sought in the higher administration on land than in the ships at sea. The naval administrators of the Commonwealth were more honest, energetic, and capable than any of their predecessors, and they supported the fighting fleets more efficiently than they had ever been supported before. But it must not be forgotten that the tone of Dutch feeling was scarcely less religious, while Dutch patriotism burned with an even brighter flame. In contrast to the comparative precision and effectiveness of English naval direction, the Dutch administrative methods were singularly ill-adapted to put forth the whole strength of the nation upon the sea. Even in the days of the Stadtholderate, the naval organisation of the 7 provinces had been extraordinarily loose, and local feeling had succeeded in expressing itself in 5 distinct and separate boards of admiralty. The only real link between the boards was the Stadtholder, who as Admiral-General presided over each board. Thus, when in 1650 the Stadtholderate was abolished, and the powers of the Admiral-General passed to the States-General, an organisation already loose suffered a kind of disintegration. The appointment of officers of ships, hitherto made by the Admiral-General on presentation of the Boards of Admiralty, was now transferred to the States-General, the members of which were at once more susceptible to local pressure and more ignorant of naval affairs. It must also be remembered that of the 7 provinces represented in the States-General, 4 had no direct interest in the navy. The only influence counteracting this tendency to disorganisation was the preponderance of the province of Holland, which contributed 5/6 of the fleet and controlled 3 of the 5 Admiralty boards. Thus the advantages in the coming conflict were likely to be almost entirely on the side of England, and, to crown all, she enjoyed this further advantage that, in her case, the war was one of limited liability. For the Dutch, everything was at stake: their carrying trade, their import and export trade, their fisheries, and their colonial trade, and therefore they could be satisfied with nothing less than absolute naval supremacy. England, on the other hand, with a naval force almost as great, was risking far less commercially, and the result of this disproportion of risks is to be seen in the fact that the Dutch prizes taken during the war amounted to something like double the value of the whole ocean-going mercantile marine of England. The solitary advantage enjoyed by the Dutch was a better banking system, supported by greater financial resources, and even this was to a certain extent neutralised by the jealousies of the provinces, and the difficulty of adjusting between them the burden of the war. Moreover, the finance of the Republic was based upon its commerce, and Rayleigh's comment, made a generation earlier, had lost none of its point. If they subsist on their trade, the disturbance of their trade, which England can only disturb, will also disturb their subsistence. On the other hand, at no previous time had England been able to so easily bring her whole financial resources into play. The revolutionary government had already emancipated itself from the vicious traditions of the subsidy and had organised the whole power of the country for war. It was free from the constitutional limitations which had proved a hindrance to heavy taxation in the past, and the irresistible force of its veteran army could be applied at every point of the national life. The outbreak of war between England and the United Provinces was at one time attributed to the passing of the Navigation Act on October 9, 1651, but is more properly assigned to the effect upon the Dutch carrying trade of the informal maritime war between England and France. The letters of reprisal issued by the English government let loose privateers not only upon French ships, but, in accordance with the older maritime law, upon French goods in neutral ships, and this in turn carried with it the right of search. Down to the beginning of 1652, however, there was nothing to show that war was close at hand, but in February the irritation among Dutch merchants was greatly increased by the news that Ayscu's fleet had seized, at or near Barbados, 27 Dutch ships found trading there in contravention of an act of October 3, 1650, forbidding all commerce with the royalist colonies of Virginia, Bermuda, Barbados, and Antigua. The result of the policy of England towards neutral commerce was that on February 22nd, the States General decided to fit out 150 extraordinary ships of war, over and above the ordinary fleet, which had already been increased to 76 ships. In spite of financial and other hindrances, by the end of April as many as 88 out of the 150 were reported to be nearly ready for sea. The arrangements made for their distribution show the chief preoccupation of the Dutch government was to guard against an invasion, but the instructions given to Tromp involved the ultimate certainty of war. He was ordered to resist any attempt to exercise the right of search, and it should also be observed that he neither received nor gave any instructions upon the important point of striking the flag. Meanwhile, although negotiations were still going on in London, the English government was also busily preparing for all eventualities. The news of the decision to fit out the 150 ships reached Westminster on March 5th, and the first of the orders of the Council of State, designed to meet the new situation, was dated March 8th. The arrangements made included the reinforcement of the summer guard, the building of ships, and the purchase of ordnance. The nature of the emergency compelled the government, once more, to rely in part upon armed merchantmen. On March 13th, the Council required from all the ports a return of ships of 200 tons burden and over, fit to carry guns, and ordered the owners of them to get them ready for sea. The opening of hostilities might perhaps have been delayed if the two navies had not come into premature collision over the question of the flag. The action off Folkestone on May 19th, 1652, was then and afterwards supposed to have been the result of a premeditated attack by the Dutch fleet. It is, however, now certain that the conflict was due to a misunderstanding between Tromp and Blake. The news was received by the Dutch government with something like consternation, but the English Commission of Inquiry reported that Tromp had deliberately provoked the conflict, and against this it was impossible for the advocates of reconciliation to make any headway. Nor was it, in England only, that the tide of popular excitement was rising. The Dutch government had always to reckon with the possibility of a revolution in favour of the House of Orange, if they should appear to be sacrificing the national honour, of which the stadholders had always been so jealous. Accordingly, on June 30th, the final rupture took place, and the Dutch ambassadors withdrew. One of them remarked just before their departure, "The English are about to attack a mountain of gold. We are about to attack a mountain of iron." The war opened with an English attack upon Dutch commerce. On June 26th, Blake, with about 60 ships, set sail for the north. He was ordered to take and seize upon the Dutch East India fleet homeward bound, and to interrupt and disturb the Dutch fishery upon the coast of Scotland and England, and the Dutch Eastland, or Baltic, trade, at the same time securing that of the Commonwealth. Askew, with a small force, was left in the Downs to guard the mouth of the Thames and to intercept Dutch commerce as it passed the narrow part of the Channel. On July 2nd, with 9 ships, he attacked the Dutch fleet homeward bound from Portugal, and managed to take 7 and burn 3. Tromp had been prevented from an immediate pursuit of Blake by northerly winds, and he therefore turned upon Askew in overwhelming force, with 96 ships of war and 10 fireships, and on July 11th prepared to attack him in the Downs, where he lay with only 16 ships. By great good fortune, however, the wind dropped and then blew strongly from the south, making it impossible for the Dutch to beat up against it through the narrows, and, at the same time, giving the long-looked-for opportunity for the pursuit of Blake. But it was only by this accident that Askew escaped annihilation. When on July 11th Tromp started his pursuit of Blake, he was without any certain information of the English admiral's whereabouts, and was prepared to search the whole of the North Sea, even as far as Shetland. And it was off Shetland that he found him, fresh from the inglorious exploit of breaking up the herring fleet. But once more the weather befriended England. On July 25th, a few hours after Tromp had succeeded in locating the English fleet, a great storm blew up from the southwest, converting the Shetlands into a dangerous lee shore for the Dutch, while they served to shelter Blake, who was northeast of them, from the fury of the gale. On the morning of the 26th, Tromp could only muster 34 warships out of 92, and 1 fireship out of 7. Most of the missing ships ultimately reached Dutch ports in safety, but at the time they were supposed to have been lost, and it was therefore decided to make for home. When Tromp sailed away to the north, leaving Askew undamaged in the Downs, a situation was created which compelled the Dutch government to take further steps for the protection of that part of their commerce which passed through the Straits of Dover. For this purpose, a new fleet of 23 men of war and 6 fireships, under the command of Michael de Ruyter, put to sea on August 1st, escorting a number of merchantmen outward bound to Spain and Italy, and intended to meet the ships homeward bound. Meanwhile, the policy of the English government was being determined by precisely similar considerations. On July 20th, instructions were sent to Askew to sail to the westward for the better security of the ships homeward bound from the Indies, the Straits, Guinea, Spain and Portugal, convoying them, if necessary, from the Land's End or Scilly or even further to sea. Thus the 2 fighting fleets, drawn by identical motives, were moving westward along the great highway of trade, and the next action of the war was sure to be fought at the point at which they should meet. The fleets met on August 16th between Plymouth and the coast of France, and, in spite of the fact that Askew with his 40 men of war and 5 fireships outnumbered the war fleet of the enemy, now reinforced, by something like 4-3, he was compelled after a sharp engagement to put into Plymouth to repair damages, and Ruyter was able to send his convoy on its way. The disparity of forces was to a certain extent redressed by the fact that some of the merchantmen which Ruyter was escorting were armed, and it is possible that they took part in the fight. In this engagement, as in the later battles of the war, the English fire was directed mainly upon the hulls of the Dutch ships. The Dutch, on the other hand, fired at the masts, sails and rigging, the enemy's main design being to spoil them, in hope thereby to make the better use of their fireships upon us. It is also noticeable that both sides complained of the behaviour of some of their captains. The next action in the war was due to considerations of a different kind. On his return from the north, Tromp had been suspended, and the command of his fleet had been given to Vice-Admiral de With. Towards the end of September, de With found himself reinforced by Ruyter, and set free for a moment by the safe arrival of the homeward-bound fleet from Spain and Italy, from the necessity of protecting trade. He was therefore tempted to strike directly at the English war force, in the hope of overwhelming Blake, and obtaining command of the sea. For such an enterprise, the force at his disposal was inadequate. But this was not realised at the time, and on September 25th he appeared at the back of the Goodwins, intending to attack Blake as he lay at anchor in the Downs. The weather, however, made the operation impossible, and the action was not fought until September 28th, when Blake took the initiative, and with 68 sail, encountered the Dutch fleet of 57 ships off the Kentish Knock, one of the most easterly of the sands which guard the mouth of the Thames. The fight began at about 5 in the afternoon, continuing till it was dark night. The resistance of the Dutch, strenuous and fierce as it was at the beginning, was beaten down by sheer weight of metal and accuracy of fire. They lost 2 ships in action, and their fleet was further weakened by the withdrawal of about 20 more, most of them commanded by captains from Zealand, who were hostile to the domination of Holland, which De With represented. On September 30th, therefore, De With decided to return home, under the erroneous impression that Blake's fleet had been strengthened by the arrival of 16 large ships on the preceding day. The importance of the victory off the Kentish Knock appears to have been exaggerated by the English government, who regarded the war as over for the year. The batteries constructed to protect the anchorage in the Downs were dismantled, and Blake was ordered to detach 20 ships for service in the Mediterranean. Towards the end of November 1652, he was left with only 42 ships of war in the Downs, besides fireships and smaller craft. Meanwhile, the Dutch government had recalled Tromp to his command, and had been straining every nerve to set forth another fleet. On November 21st, Tromp put to sea from Hellevoetsluis, with a force which was soon augmented to 88 ships of war, plus 5 fireships and 8 smaller craft. He was, however, hampered by an enormous outward-bound convoy, and on the 22nd he had with him altogether as many as 450 ships. Leaving his merchantmen off the Flemish coast, on November 29th he appeared suddenly at the back of the Goodwins, and Blake decided to leave his anchorage and fight. The 2 fleets came into action off Dungeness about 3 in the afternoon of November 30th. The fight was stubbornly maintained with what a contemporary account describes as bounteous rhetoric of powder and bullet, until the combatants were separated by the darkness, when Blake, completely outmatched, retreated to Dover Road under the cover of night, and the next day returned to his anchorage in the Downs. The Dutch had succeeded in taking 2 ships. Besides this, 1 had been burnt, 3 blown up, and many others severely damaged. Besides his inferiority in force, there was another cause for his defeat. Much baseness of spirit, not among the merchantmen only, but many of the States ships. The defence of the defaulting captains was that they had not enough men to ply their tackle, and the evidence of the want of seamen about this time makes this very probable. The effect of their victory off Dungeness was to transfer to the Dutch the control of the Channel, and the great highway of Dutch trade once more swarmed with ships. English prizes were taken almost at pleasure, and a projected attack on the Thames itself was only abandoned for the want of pilots. It was at this time, according to the popular fable, that Tromp hoisted a broom at his masthead to indicate that he had swept the English from the seas. There is, of course, no good authority for crediting so steady and sober-minded a seaman as Tromp with any such melodramatic proceeding. The year 1652 also closed badly for England elsewhere than in the Channel, for the Dutch had established a decisive superiority in the Mediterranean, with the result that, early in 1653, the English Levant trade was at their mercy, and their understanding with Denmark led to the closing of the Sound against England, and the detention of English merchant ships bringing Eastland commodities from the Baltic. This cut the English navy off from the main source of its supply of hemp, tar, and certain kinds of timber and plank. But the starvation of the dockyards was averted, as naval stores came in slowly from various places in spite of the measures taken to intercept them, and the navy administrators of the Commonwealth displayed much ingenuity in opening new sources of supply. The defeat off Dungeness was followed by an inquiry into its causes, and this in turn by extensive measures of reorganisation in the English navy, which were destined to exercise an important influence upon the issue of the war. A new scale of pay was adopted for officers and seamen. A new scheme was adopted for putting an end to the delays in the distribution of prize money, and, by the laws of war and ordinances of the sea, published on December 25th, 1652, captains and ships' companies displaying reluctance to engage were rendered liable to the penalty of death, as also those guilty of slackness in defending a convoy. A change of the utmost importance was also made in the system upon which armed merchantmen were hired. The reluctance of merchant captains, who were often part owners, to risk their ships in action, had contributed not a little to the defeat off Dungeness. It was now ordered that the captains of hired ships should be chosen and placed by the state, and the other officers likewise to be approved of. It was not until the middle of February 1653 that Blake's reorganised fleet, of from 70 to 80 sail, was fully manned, but it was ready in time to dispute Tromp's passage through the Channel, as he returned in charge of the homeward-bound merchantmen from the Mediterranean, and to compel him to fight the 3 days' action of February 18 through 20, generally known as the Battle off Portland. Tromp had a fleet of about 75 sail, but he had to cover from 150 to 200 merchant ships, and to fight a rearguard action. Moreover, the Dutch were now to experience the enormous disadvantage of fighting far from their base. The English fleet was fresh from port and fully supplied with ammunition and stores, while Tromp had had no opportunity of replenishing his magazines since the action off Dungeness, and was therefore obliged to husband his resources. It was only by a magnificent display of judgment and seamanship that he was able to draw off his convoy homeward. 4 Dutch ships of war were taken, and 5 sunk, and it was claimed that as many as 50 merchant ships were taken, but the information on this point cannot be accepted as entirely trustworthy. 1 English ship was sunk, 1 burned by accident, and 3 disabled. End of section 51. Section 52 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Alister. Chapter 16. The Navy of the Commonwealth and the First Dutch War, by J.R. Tanner. Part 3. From March to May 1653, there was a lull in the major operations, but the silent pressure of the naval war was beginning to be severely felt by both sides. It proved impracticable in the long run efficiently to protect trade in the Channel, and the Dutch merchant traffic was being diverted to the long and dangerous route round the north of Scotland. The imperious necessity of protecting commerce on its newly chosen route at first drew Tromp to the north with convoys. The English fleet followed, but failed to meet him. The next encounter took place nearer home on June 2nd and 3rd, off the Gabbard Shoal, east of Harwich. Tromp had with him 98 men of war and 6 fireships, while the English fleet numbered 100 men of war with 5 fireships, but the English ships were altogether superior in size and weight of metal, and the calmness of the sea was all to the advantage of the heavier English guns. Administrative deficiencies also prepared the way for disaster, for after the first day's fighting, the Dutch found themselves short of powder, and on the second day the English fleet was reinforced by Blake, with 13 fresh ships. Although Tromp was able to effect a retreat, he lost 20 men of war, all of which had fallen to the enemy as prizes, and the English fleet could now blockade the Dutch ports, reduce to a standstill such trade as remained, and even plan, although not carry out, a landing of troops. The establishment of a blockade of their coasts compelled the United Provinces to make a supreme effort to regain control of their own waters. The beaten fleet of Tromp was refitted in the Meuse, and with De With collected a squadron in the Texel, but the Dutch admirals could achieve nothing of importance until they had united these two forces. It was Tromp's attempt to do this in the teeth of Monk's blockading fleet which led to the final battle of the war. On July 24th, Tromp put to sea with 80 men of war and 5 fireships, and on July 28th, Monk left his anchorage with about 90 men of war and a number of smaller craft, and allowed himself to be drawn southward in pursuit of Tromp. He brought the Dutch rear to action off Kazbek, but the soldier had been outmanoeuvred by the seamen, and De With's escape from Texel was now assured. In the afternoon of the 30th, he joined the main fleet with 27 men of war and 4 fireships. And on the 31st, Monk found himself confronted off Scheveningen by a numerically superior force. But once more the issue was decided by the larger ships and the heavier guns. Tromp fell as the fleets were coming into action, and was thus saved the humiliation of witnessing a great disaster. When the engagement was ended by the approach of night, the Dutch were in full flight towards Texel, having lost heavily, both in ships and men, but the English fleet was too much damaged to keep the sea without refitting, and thus Tromp's last achievement was to break the blockade and to open up the sea once more to Dutch commerce, although at a prodigious cost. On the side of the United Provinces, there was as yet no thought of giving up the conflict. A successor to Tromp was found in the person of Opdam, a land officer, of whom a contemporary wrote, Never having sailed anywhere but on the canals of Holland, he was obliged to make up by his goodwill and courage for the naval experience in which he was deficient. But much the same might have been said of Monk on his first appointment, and Opdam was to have Ruyter as his vice-admiral. So considerable was the revival of energy and confidence that nothing but the want of provisions prevented the Dutch fleet from attacking the mouth of the Thames and endeavouring to block the river by means of sunken ships. But at the end of October, De With's fleet, riding off Texel, encountered a furious gale from the northwest, by which half of it was destroyed or dismasted. The rest of the history of the war is concerned only with small captures on both sides. Of the two belligerents, the Dutch were more exhausted. The impossibility of completely protecting their commerce had caused a shrinkage in the volume of seaborne trade, and a consequent diminution in the area of productive business upon which the wealth of the country was based. Furthermore, the captures at sea had caused an actual transference of fixed capital from one side to the other. The loss to Dutch commerce occasioned by the war may be measured from the fact that the prize goods sold in England in the 7 months between July 27th, 1652 and March 8th, 1653, at prices in all probability much below the normal market values, amounted to £208,655. Thus peace, which was to England only a relief, was to the Dutch a vital necessity. And this difference in the situation of the two countries was reflected in the terms of the treaty signed on April 5th, 1654. The Dutch acknowledged the English claim to a salute for the flag in British seas, undertook to pay compensation on account of the massacre at Amboina, promised to make good the losses of the owners of the English merchantmen detained in the Sound by the King of Denmark, and by implication accepted the Navigation Act. Each state also agreed to expel from its borders the enemies or rebels of the other. Commenting on this last provision from the Royalist point of view, Hyde wrote, "The news of this treaty has struck us all dead." But if the terms of the peace ruined the Royalists, the war which it ended had helped wreck the Commonwealth. The causes of the Restoration make up a whole chapter of history, but among them a prominent place must certainly be given to the financial exhaustion of the revolutionary state. If the naval operations of the First Dutch War are viewed as a whole, something of the nature of a progressive evolution may be detected in the strategical conceptions by which they were governed. It has been pointed out that this may be regarded as the first modern naval war, because it presents for the first time vast concentrations of naval force, merely for naval operations, as distinguished from the enterprises like those of Cadiz or Rey, or even that of the Spanish Armada itself, in which naval force was employed to escort and cover a land expedition. But although in this sense it was a modern war, the employment and distribution of naval force was not determined by modern rules. The war begins, not with an attempt to secure command of the sea by striking at the enemy's fleet, but with an eager attack upon Dutch commerce, which ignored altogether some of the considerations that weigh with modern naval strategists. When Blake sailed to the north with a large fleet to do what a large fleet was not required for, he left Ayscue exposed to annihilation, and nothing but the accident of a change of wind saved him from destruction. In regarding the destruction of Dutch commerce as the primary object of the war, the instincts of the English seamen of the day were not altogether at fault, for the trade of the Dutch Republic was its life. What they did not at first realise was that the best way to attack commerce was to find out and destroy the enemy's fighting fleet. On the other hand, the instructions to Tromp and his dispatches to the States General at the opening of the war suggest that the Dutch seamen were already thinking upon more modern lines. When Tromp followed Blake to the north, he had evidently grasped the idea that the best way to protect the herring fleet and to put the homeward-bound merchantmen out of danger was to find and fight the fleet that threatened them. Notwithstanding Tromp's breadth of view, which his correspondence shows to have been shared in a measure by the administrators who instructed him, this principle was not yet accepted as axiomatic, and the Dutch government was always under strong temptation to surrender to the merchants and to make the protection of commerce the primary object of naval operations. So much was this the case that, generally speaking, the whole of the first phase of the war, so far as the engagement of Plymouth, was dominated by the idea of the destruction of commerce on the one side and its protection on the other. But a development of strategical conceptions can be traced in the later phases of the war. Although the modern phrases were not as yet in use, the Battle of the Kentish Knock may be described as a deliberate attempt on the part of De With and Ruyter, now unhampered by convoys, to find and destroy the enemy's fleet, and so to secure the command of the sea with all its ulterior advantages. The failure of this attempt threw the Dutch back once more upon the protection of trade, but their fleet was not limited to the business of convoy, and it went out of the track of trade to engage the British fleet. The action off Dungeness was fought to obtain command of the Channel, and to free it to Dutch commerce. But the reorganised English fleet challenged Dutch control in the action off Portland, and the result of it closed the Channel, and diverted the trade of the provinces to the longer route around the north of Scotland. In attacking off Portland, Blake may still have thought of himself as intercepting commerce, but the action off the Gabbard shows that the English also had now firmly grasped the importance of searching out and destroying the enemy's fleet, and the result of it enabled them to take the offensive and to blockade the Dutch upon their own coasts. Last of all, in the operations off the Texel, Tromp, by a stupendous effort, flung off the tightening coils and set the Channel free. The tactical problems involved in the history of the First Dutch War are at once important and difficult of solution. The contemporary accounts of the naval battles are incomplete, confused, and contradictory, and the absence of conclusive evidence upon the points at issue establishes conditions favourable to controversy. The papers already published show that the Dutch fleets possessed a complete squadronal organisation. They were divided into 3, 4, and even 5 squadrons, and each squadron was itself subdivided, usually into 3 divisions, each under its own commander. In the English fleet, squadrons can be traced back at least as far as the expedition of the Norreys and Drake to Portugal in 1589, and they occur in the expeditions to Cadiz and Rey. As far as the Dutch War was concerned, the foundation of a squadronal subdivision was laid on May 19, 1652, when Penn was appointed Vice-Admiral and Bourne Rear Admiral, and it is clear that the English fleet was divided into 3 squadrons under Blake, Penn, and Bourne at the Battle of the Kentish Knock, although at Dungeness we are told, while the Dutch had divided themselves into 3 battalions or squadrons, ours continued in one entire body. Another controversial question connected with the tactics of the First Dutch War is the battle formation of the fleets. At the beginning of the war, the current conception of the way to fight in action was that expressed in Lindsay's instructions of 1635, and again in a slightly different form in the instructions given to Penn in 1648. An assault by the Admiral, Vice-Admiral, and Rear Admiral upon the corresponding ships of the enemy, the other ships to match themselves accordingly as they can, and to secure one another as cause shall require. Under this system, the commanders would manoeuvre for the wind, and, having gained it, would bear down upon and thrust themselves through the hostile fleet, the ships of each squadron rallying round their own flagship. The action would then resolve itself into a general melee, in which individuals would perform prodigies of valour, but there would be no attempt at concerted action on any important scale. Of such a kind was the first battle of the war, fought off Folkestone on May 19th, 1652. The conflict was unpremeditated. There was no satisfactory evidence of a regular battle formation, and after the battle was joined, there appears to have been a general melee, the ships being crowded together at short range. It was only to be expected, however, that the experience gained from the first continuous series of fleet actions at sea would lead to a development of tactical conceptions, and in this war a remarkable advance is noticeable towards the establishment of the line ahead as the inevitable battle formation of fleets. But it is by no means easy to determine precisely how far the development of tactics towards the line ahead was carried by the seamen of the Commonwealth, for the meagre allusions in the contemporary accounts do not enable the historian to realise in imagination exactly how the battles were fought, and there is a standing temptation to interpret doubtful phrases in the interest of a preconceived idea. The whole of the evidence is now before us, so far as the 3 days' battle of Portland on February 18th to 20th, 1653, and it is not too much to say that it contains no suggestion of the existence of a line formation upon either side. The common form for the description of these actions on the English side is to say that a particular flag officer charged the enemy stoutly, or made a furious assault, and the context makes it probable that he was supported only by a group of ships. The formation of the Dutch fleet is indicated by Tromp's resolutions of June 20th, 1652, on the distribution of the fleet in case of its being attacked. These provide that the Vice-Admiral squadron is to lie or sail immediately ahead of the Admiral, and the Rear Admirals close astern of the Admiral. But nothing is said about a line formation, and each captain is required only to keep near the flag officer whom he serves. As each squadron had a divisional Vice-Admiral and Rear Admiral, besides the Admiral in command, these instructions, when carried out in practice, would have involved an organisation in small groups, but that the effect produced was not that of a line formation appears from the contemporary accounts. It is expressly stated that the Dutch lay in a close body at the beginning of the action off the Kentish Knock, and Gibson's account of the Battle of Portland is that a Dutch fleet in a body bore down upon the generals. The action off the Gabbard on June 2nd, 1653, appears to have impressed contemporaries somewhat differently from the earlier battles of the war. The older phrases are not used to describe it, and an eyewitness observes of the English fleet that the ships did work together in better order than before, and seconded one another. The action off Scheveningen on July 31st, 1653, was also described as a very orderly battle. These references to a better order are the way in which the contemporary accounts reflect what was not far short of a revolution in naval tactics. The way for this had been prepared by the reorganisation of the English Navy, which had taken place just before the Battle of Portland. In the earlier actions of the war, the presence of large numbers of armed merchantmen would have been fatal to orderly fighting, for the merchant captains, who were always trying to save their ships in action, and could not be trusted to obey a simple order to engage, would scarcely have been able to carry out fighting instructions which required concerted action of an elaborate kind, and at the same time exposed individual ships to greater risks. The reorganisation of 1653, which placed the hired merchantmen in the charge of officers chosen by the state, was a condition precedent to the adoption of a tactical system in place of promiscuous fighting. The new tactical system was imposed upon the Navy when on March 29th, 1653, the generals at sea, Blake, Dean and Monk, issued the first fighting instructions, which aimed at the line ahead as a battle formation. And it was under these instructions that the action off the Gabbard was fought. They required ships of each squadron, so soon as the signal to engage was given, to endeavour to keep in a line with their own flag officer, unless he should be disabled, in which case his squadron shall endeavour to keep in a line with the Admiral, or he that commands in chief next unto him, and nearest the enemy. That an attempt was made to carry this out in practice appears from an account of the action of June 2nd, sent from The Hague, stating that the English put themselves into the order in which they meant to fight, which was in file at half cannon shot. It should, however, be observed that the problem of the introduction of the line ahead is not of so simple a nature that it can be regarded as entirely solved by the issue of the fighting instructions of March 29th, 1653. On the one hand, it is usual for fighting instructions to crystallize previous experience rather than to establish a novelty, and the English naval commanders must have been feeling their way towards the new formation before they embodied it in formal instructions. It is probable that the influence of Monk was exerted in favour of introducing some of the orderliness of a land battle into battles at sea, but it is not likely that Monk could have carried through a revolution in tactics unless it had been justified by the larger naval experience already acquired by his colleagues of longer service. On the other hand, although the instructions of 1653 established the line as a formation for squadrons, it would be premature to conclude upon the evidence at present available that we have here the single line ahead of later naval tactics. It is improbable that such a system would spring suddenly into being in full completeness to replace the older form of fighting, and if such a revolution in naval tactics actually took place, we should expect it to leave deep marks upon the history of the problem. In the Battle off the Gabbard, the English fleet consisted of 100 men of war and 5 fireships. In that off Scheveningen, Monk had 90 men of war and a number of smaller craft. If these had gone into action in a single line ahead, the difference in formation from that of the earlier battles must have struck the contemporary imagination, and if so, it would have been reflected in the contemporary narratives, which would have teemed with statements supplying positive evidence of the fact. A very orderly battle appears a singularly inadequate phrase in which to record so striking and obtrusive a change, and yet the documents at present accessible yield nothing more definite. The one statement which, if true, would be conclusive, that on July 31st, 1653, the English fleet was drawn up for battle, in a line more than 4 leagues long, rests on questionable authority. The idea of the single line ahead is, no doubt, to be found in the fighting instructions of 1653, but if practice rather than theory is considered, the transition from promiscuous fighting to the single line ahead would appear to lie through an application of the system to squadrons rather than to fleets. However this may be, recent investigation has effectually disposed of the notion, once current among historians, that the new system was borrowed from the Dutch. The line ahead and its applications were English from the beginning, and there is no satisfactory evidence upon which the Dutch admirals can be credited with initiating the change. 3 months after the signature of the Treaty of Peace with the United Provinces, England found herself drifting towards a commercial war with Spain, and by the end of the year 1654 the Protector was employed in carrying out the Western design. The expedition of Penn and Venables, which sailed in December, was the one irredeemable failure of Cromwell's military career. He had approached the details of the scheme with some of the irresponsible optimism of Buckingham, and the enterprise reproduced most faithfully all the administrative defects which had ruined the expeditions to Cadiz and Ré. Although the demeanour of Penn and Venables towards each other during the voyage was reported as sweet and hopeful, the jealousy between them accentuated the evils arising out of a divided authority. The soldiers were not seasoned regiments, but drafts from different parts of the country, chosen by their colonels for foreign service because they were useless at home. The victuals were found to be defective, and the casualties of diseases that men are subjected to in the tropics had not sufficiently been taken into account. The troops landed in Hispaniola on April 13th, 1655, and marched to attack the city of Santo Domingo, but no satisfactory arrangements had been made to keep open communications with the fleet, and the want of supplies, and especially of water, reacted disastrously upon discipline. The attempt upon the city proved a hopeless failure, and on May 4th the expedition re-embarked for Jamaica. Here success was cheap and easy, as the total Spanish population did not exceed 1,500 persons, and of these not more than 500 were capable of bearing arms. On June 25th, Penn set sail for England with his larger ships, leaving the frigates to guard the new acquisition and to look out for prizes. And soon afterwards his example was followed by Venables, with some justification, as he was dangerously ill. An attempt was made to suggest that Jamaica was practically part of Hispaniola, but to the Protector the failure of the expedition stood confessed. He had hoped to command the trade route of the Spanish treasure ships, and, as he himself had phrased it, to strive with the Spaniard for the mastery of all those seas. His great scheme had broken down, like those of Buckingham, upon the details of administration, and at the prodigious cost in men and money he had acquired only a useless island. Yet, after all, the occupation of Jamaica must be viewed as part of a greater whole. The Dutch war had given England the command of the sea, and thus she was led to take the first step upon the road which was to lead to the empire in the West. The Western design had grown out of the Protector's relations with Spain. His relations with France led to the adoption as a principle of the maintenance of a permanent fleet in the Mediterranean. When Blake set sail on October 8, 1654, with 24 ships of war, his immediate purpose appears to have been to frustrate the expedition which the Duke of Guise was preparing for the conquest of Naples, and it is probable that his presence in the Mediterranean goes far to explain the ultimate abandonment of the project by France. But the expedition was also intended to protect the Levant trade against the Barbary corsairs, to show the flag in the Mediterranean ports, and to continue the reprisals against France. The problem of piracy was the standing perplexity of the English government in the first half of the 17th century, and attempts had already been made to deal with it. Rainborough's blockade of Scilly in 1637, in particular, is for several reasons a notable exploit in the naval annals. He was the first commander to recognise the value of the boats of a squadron for the purposes of blockade. He anticipated Blake in attacking forts with ships, and the proposals made by him on his return home for dealing with Algiers by protracted blockade anticipated the plan carried out in Charles II's reign under Narborough, Olin, and Herbert. Blake's dealings with Tunis in 1655 mark another stage in the development of naval operations. Tunis itself was invulnerable, but Blake found 9 of the day's men of war lying in the neighbouring harbour of Porto Farina, under the protection of a fort and batteries. On April 4th he made his way into the harbour with 15 sail, and silenced first the batteries on the moles, and then the guns of the castle. The Lord being pleased to favour us with a gentle gale off the sea, which cast all the smoke upon them, and made our work the more easy. Meanwhile, under the cover of the fire from the ships, boats of execution boarded the Tunisian vessels, and set them on fire one by one. The fleet then warped out again, having inflicted ruinous loss upon the enemy at the trifling cost of 25 killed and 40 wounded. It was not the first time that a fleet had successfully engaged shore batteries, and the landing of troops had been covered in this way before. But here we have a naval operation, pure and simple, in which, without any landing of troops, the fire of shore batteries was overpowered and silenced direct from the sea. In spite of this exploit, Tunis remained obdurate, but when, on April 28th, Blake appeared before Algiers, he met with quite a different reception. The Treaty of 1646, securing freedom of trade to English merchants and the exemption from slavery of Englishmen captured after that date, was extended to inhabitants of Scotland and Ireland, and numerous captives were ransomed. Blake's work was completed 3 years later by Stokes. In January 1658, he appeared before Tunis and obtained from the Dey a treaty protecting English trade from interference, and giving the warships of each state free access to the ports of the other. And from Tunis he repaired to Tripoli, and obtained for the asking a treaty similar to those which had been made with the other piratical states. On October 24th, 1655, peace was signed with France. A few days earlier, on October 15th, the Council had decided upon war with Spain. During the months which intervened between this decision and the formal declaration of war by Spain in February 1656, a powerful fleet was equipped in the English ports for service upon the Spanish coast, and Edward Montague, afterwards Earl of Sandwich, one of the Protector's personal friends, was assigned as a colleague to Blake. His appointment as General at Sea dates from January 2nd, 1656, but the fleet of about 46 sail did not leave Torbay until March 28th. The expedition was too late to intercept the treasure fleet, and nothing could be done at Cadiz, for the Spanish warships had taken refuge in an inner channel of the harbour. Blake and Montague were, therefore, obliged to fall back upon their secondary objects, and one of these was to occupy a point in Spanish territory from which they could control the straits, and intercept any expedition for the relief or reconquest of Jamaica. The first suggestion for the occupation of Gibraltar as a naval base had been made at a council of war held at sea on October 20th, 1625, to decide on the objective of the ill-fated expedition which went to Cadiz. During the winter of 1651, Penn had used Gibraltar as an anchorage when he was watching the straits night and day for prizes, and Blake himself had already had abundant opportunities of appreciating the importance of the rock which commands what has been called the Mediterranean defile. Thus it was only a further step upon a road already taken when it was now proposed to seize and occupy Gibraltar. It is probable that the project had already been discussed with the Protector before the expedition sailed, and he recommended it in a dispatch of April 28th. But this did not reach the generals at sea until after the idea had been abandoned as impracticable, and a second reconnaissance only convinced them that the place could not be taken without a land force of 4,000 or 5,000 men. The generals therefore contented themselves with maintaining the blockade of Cadiz. It was in the course of this operation that Richard Stiner, one of Blake's best captains with only 3 ships in action, attacked and nearly destroyed the Spanish plate fleet of 8 sail on September 9th, 1656. One of the prizes was a great treasure galleon valued at £600,000, while the total loss to Spain was something like 2 millions. After the destruction of the plate fleet, Stiner and Montague, with several of the larger ships, went home, but Blake, undertaking a new development in naval warfare, maintained the blockade of the Spanish coast all winter through. Not long after Stiner had rejoined him in the spring, news reached him that the Silver Fleet from America had got as far as Santa Cruz in Tenerife. On April 20th, 1657, he arrived there with 23 ships to find the fleet moored in the harbour under the protection of the castle and a number of smaller forts and entrenchments. The harbour was not an easy one to get out of, especially as the breeze was off the sea, and Blake had to take great risks. He stood into the bay with the flowing tide, intending to destroy the ships and forts, and come out when the tide turned. Any miscalculation in the point of time might have meant a grave disaster, but Blake's confidence in his guns was not misplaced. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, every Spanish ship was sunk, blown up, or burnt, without serious loss to the English fleet, which drew off on the ebb as its commander had intended. Legend is now rejected that the retirement was assisted by an almost miraculous change of the wind. The blows struck at Santa Cruz had great results. The destruction of the Silver Fleet and the interruption by England's sea power of the flow of treasure from the New World disorganised the military operations of Spain, both in Portugal and Flanders. With this great achievement, the work of Blake was ended, and he was ordered home. But he died on board his ship on August 7th, 1657, at the entrance to Plymouth Sound. His successor, Captain John Stokes, maintained the power of England off the coast of Spain and in the Mediterranean. But the political troubles which preceded the Restoration were felt far away from the centre, and in June 1659 Stokes was recalled. In the year 1657, the English military and naval forces found a new objective, and in alliance with France they were directed against Mardyk and Dunkirk. The share of the navy in this enterprise was limited to the maintenance of a fleet of 26 ships off Dunkirk, to cover the military operations and to cooperate with the besieging army. In March 1659, also, an English fleet under Montague was ordered to the Sound, to arrange and if necessary enforce, in conjunction with the Dutch, such a peace between Denmark and Sweden as should prevent the Baltic becoming a Swedish lake. The experience of the Dutch War had shown how important free access to Eastland commodities was to both the great naval powers. Meanwhile, the tide of events was beginning to run strongly towards a restoration. The revolutionary governments of the period of the Commonwealth had been based upon military power, and except for Monk, who combined the parts, it may be said that the restoration was effected by soldiers and not by seamen, but no opposition came from the navy. Montague's resolution in favour of the king was adopted on May 3rd, 1660, at a council of war without a dissentient voice, and Pepys tells us that all the fleet took it in a transport of joy. On May 12th, the fleet sailed from the Downs, and on the 25th it reappeared, with the King on board. And thus the weapon of naval power, first forged by the Stuart House, passed into its keeping again. But in the interval this weapon had acquired a keener temper, and had been wielded by stronger hands. England as a military state, disposing of a veteran army, must in any case have exercised an important influence upon the system of states to which she belonged. But England armed on land was also armed at sea, and a period which had begun with the ineffective expeditions of Charles I's reign ended with intervention everywhere, supported by a naval and military force which seemed almost irresistible. Thus the Commonwealth may be regarded as a period of transition between the naval tradition of Elizabeth and the modern conception of the English Navy. It is curious to find this most strikingly expressed by a statesman who, during the impressionable years of youth, had himself watched the great conflict between the English and the Dutch for naval supremacy. Shaftesbury, who served under Cromwell, and who was still a young man at the Restoration, had been nourished in a period of revolution upon the ideas of the future. And he put one of these into words when he said to the pensioned Parliament, "There is not so lawful or commendable a jealousy in the world as an Englishman's of the growing greatness of any prince at sea." End of section 52.
Section 53 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 17, Scotland from the Accession of Charles I to the Restoration by P. Hume Brown. Part 1. Scotland from the accession of Charles I to the Restoration. Before the accession of Charles I, Scotland had already had experience of an absentee king. In the 22 years during which James ruled the two kingdoms, he had but once visited his native country, and his visit had extended to less than 11 weeks. But in the case of James, there always remained the closest relation between himself and his northern subjects. Of none of their kings had the Scots a more vivid impression than of the son of Mary Stuart, an impression partly due to his personal idiosyncrasies, and partly to the peculiar circumstances of his reign. As the result of the Reformation, a national consciousness had been awakened which had quickened the popular interest in all the actions of the government to a degree unknown at any previous period. Nor had any former king of Scots shown such a direct and persistent interest in every question that bore, however remotely, on the relations of the crown to the subject. Thus it was that James and his Scottish people had come to a mutual understanding of each other's character and affinities, which his long absence could not wholly efface. It was James's boast that he knew the stomach of his Scottish subjects, and his subjects had an equal knowledge of his own. In the case of his son, it was wholly different. As we follow the events of Charles's reign, we have a difficulty in deciding whether king or people most completely misunderstood each other. Of the peculiarities of the Scottish intellect and temper, of the general conditions of the country, which were the net result of its previous history. Charles, to the last, showed hardly a glimmering of knowledge, or even of appreciation. On the other hand, the Scots showed an equal inability to understand the character and motives and ends of a king whose ideals and methods of government seemed to them expressly directed against their national traditions and aspirations. In time they came to form a definite conception of him as their prince, but the man Charles remained to them a mystery to the end. The Scottish Constitution, as Charles had inherited it from his father, made him virtually an absolute monarch, By a simple and effective process, James had converted Parliament into a baron court. As the business of the Scottish Parliament was arranged, it was directed and controlled by the Lords of the Articles, and since their origin, the election of these officials had been a ground of contention between the Crown and the estates. The persistency and astuteness of James secured their election by the Crown, with the result that Parliament in all matters of high policy became the simple instrument of his will. From the date of his migration to England, indeed, it was not through Parliament, but through his Privy Council that he governed Scotland, and of the one he was as uncontrolled master as he was of the other. In previous reigns, the members of the council had been chosen partly by the estates and partly by the king. But, favored by peculiar circumstances, James had succeeded in acquiring the sole privilege of nominating every member of the body. It was no vain boast, therefore, when James addressed his English Parliament in these words: "This I must say for Scotland, and may truly vaunt it. Here I sit and govern it with my pen. I write, and it is done. And by a clerk of the council I govern Scotland now, which others could not do by the sword." In the church, James had made himself as supreme as in the state. It was mainly by the exercise of the royal authority that he had imposed episcopacy on the country, for no collective expression of the national will had demanded it, and as the new ecclesiastical system was constituted, it completed his conception of an ideal state. He nominated the bishops on the same grounds as he nominated the privy councillors and the lords of the articles. The agreement of their views with his own on all questions that concerned the royal prerogative. But before the close of his reign, James had been significantly reminded that there was a limit to his interference with the national conscience. He had successfully substituted the episcopal for the Presbyterian form of church government. But when, by the 5 Articles of Perth, he sought to introduce novel rites and ceremonies, kneeling at communion, private communion in cases of necessity, private baptism in like cases, the observance of the great annual festivals of the Christian Church, and confirmation by the bishops, he was warned alike by his ecclesiastical advisers and by feeling of the nation that he was venturing on a dangerous way. Emboldened by his triumph over previous opposition, however, James, through dexterous management, procured the sanction of the Articles by both General Assembly and Parliament. But the double sanction commended them none the more to the nation. And for our church matters, wrote Archbishop Spottiswoode, who had from the first been James's most trusted adviser in church affairs, "They are gone, unless another course be taken." It was the heritage of these 5 articles that committed Charles to the policy which in his eyes was a divine mission, but which in the eyes of his subjects involved the forfeiture of his right to rule over them. The period from the accession of Charles in 1625 till his coronation in the chapel of Holyrood in 1633 was exempt from those civil commotions that were to give the remainder of his reign its disastrous distinction in the national history. Yet in Scotland, as in England, these years saw unmistakable symptoms of the future revolt that was to cleave both kingdoms in twain. During these 8 years, the train was effectually laid for that breach between Charles and his Scottish subjects, which involved the National Covenant, the Solemn League and Covenant, and the collapse of the royal authority for a space of more than 20 years. It was through the joint action of the people and the nobility that these results were accomplished, and it was by Charles's policy during the opening years of his reign that the alliance between these two classes of his subjects was prepared. By an unhappy coincidence, Charles at one and the same time alienated both the Scottish commons and nobility. The prime concern of the people at large was the maintenance of that form of Protestantism which was their inheritance from the Reformation, and since Scottish Protestantism had come to birth, it had been haunted by one constant dread of Roman Catholicism, with which Scotland had yet more completely broken than any other country. But by the first acts of his reign, Charles raised suspicions of the soundness of his Protestantism among his Scottish subjects, which were never allayed and rendered a mutual understanding impossible. His marriage with the Catholic Henrietta Maria, unpopular in England, was incomprehensible to Scottish Protestants, to whom any compromise with Rome was at once a menace to their faith and the abandonment of a fundamental principle. Charles's attitude towards the 5 Articles of Perth, always regarded as a papistical backsliding, gave further ground for alarm regarding his future ecclesiastical policy. While he waived them in favor of such ministers as had taken orders before their enactment, he made it distinctly understood that the Articles were henceforward to be the indisputable law of the Church. As yet, the widespread discontent with these actions of the king could not express itself in open revolt, but by frequent meetings prohibited by law. Ministers and congregations mutually encouraged their fears and fostered the spirit which was to produce the covenants. Along other lines of his policy, Charles equally alienated his nobles, by whose support, it is to be noted, his father had been enabled to give effect to his innovations in church and state. Even under James, the nobility had shown signs of restiveness at the status and authority that had been conferred on the bishops. It was speedily seen, however, that Charles meant to go beyond his father in the bestowal of place and power on ecclesiastics. In reconstituting the Privy Council in 1626, he admitted 5 bishops and the primate Spottiswoode, who by Charles's express order was to take precedence of every subject. As in subsequent reconstructions of the council, Charles still further increased the number of ecclesiastical members. The nobles could not misunderstand his deliberate intention of giving the first place in his councils to churchmen, equally in affairs of church and state. To the nobles of every shade of religious opinion, therefore, the whole episcopal order became a growing offense, and the overthrow of the bishops was more than a subsidiary motive, when as a body they threw themselves into the great revolt. But it was another action of Charles that, apart from purely religious motives, determined the Scottish nobles in joining the people in their uprising against his general policy. In this action, also, they saw only a deliberate purpose to weaken their order and to deprive them of their ancient standing in the country. In the first year of his reign, Charles announced his intention of revoking all grants of church and crown lands since the beginning of the reign of Mary. Such an act of revocation was no new thing in Scotland, but previous revocations had been restricted to grants that had been made during each king's minority. There was hardly a family of consequence that would not, in more or less degree, be injuriously affected alike in its possessions and standing by the operation of Charles's measure. The nobles would be the main sufferers by the transactions, but the burghs, the bishops, and even the lower clergy, all of whom had profited at one time or other by grants of church lands, regarded the sweeping revocation with grave alarm. In revoking the church lands, Charles might be accused of a high-handed action, taken mainly in the interest of the crown. But conjoined with this measure, there was another proposal which was undoubtedly in the public interest, and which Charles held out as the great inducement to the acceptance of his scheme. Besides the church lands, which had been so lavishly bestowed by the crown, there had been equally lavish grants of the teens or tithes, which had formed a substantial proportion of the revenue of the pre-Reformation Church. As these teens had been promiscuously granted to persons other than the owners of the lands on which they were levied, the consequence had been equally disastrous to landowners and clergy. It was the intolerable grievance of the former that they could not remove their crops, exposed to all the changes of weather, till the titular of the tithes, as he was called, had laid his hands on the proportion that accrued to him, while the clergy complained that they received only a fraction of the teens, which, by right, should have been their exclusive property. Charles's proposal for remedying these evils was simple and effective. Every landholder or heritor was to have the privilege, if he chose to use it, of purchasing his own teens from the titulars. Alluring as this inducement must have been to many of his subjects, it was in defiance of opposition at every step that Charles gave effect to his revolutionary measure. At length, in a convention of the estates which met in 1629, Charles definitely announced the arrangements he had adopted in the case of the church lands and the teens alike. For the revoked lands, the crown was to indemnify their owners at the rate of 10 years' purchase, 9 years' purchase being fixed as the heritable value of the teens. As the future was to show, the act of revocation was at once an economical and a political fact of the first importance. In the end, it placed the stipends of the clergy on a secure basis, a happy arrangement which had been unknown since the Reformation. From the political consequences of the act, Charles was himself to be the chief sufferer. By the nobility in general, it was regarded as a deliberate assault on their order, and their resentment was in proportion to the sense of their diminished wealth and authority. According to the contemporary chronicler Sir James Balfour, Lion King of Arms, the act of revocation was the groundstone of all the mischief that followed after, both to this king's government and family. The statement is doubtless an exaggeration, but by slighting his nobles in favor of ecclesiastics, and by reducing their estates and overriding their privileges, Charles had supplied their order with potent motives to hold a reckoning with the royal authority when the opportunity should come. During the interval of 8 years between Charles's accession and his first visit to Scotland in 1633, it was through his Privy Council that he had directed the affairs of the country alike in church and state, as it was once a legislative, an executive, and a judicial body. Every interest of the subject came more or less directly under its cognizance. But it is in two directions of its activity during the period prior to Charles's visit that we find an immediate and significant bearing on the momentous events that were to follow. Throughout the whole period, there was one matter which beyond all others preoccupied the council: the extirpation of Roman Catholicism throughout the length and breadth of the kingdom. Not a year passed without the proclamation of penal laws against the Catholics as a body, and without an active prosecution of prominent individuals. In 1629, the action of the council culminated in a measure meant once for all to cleanse the country of the dreaded pest. Commissioners were appointed for every part of the kingdom, with express powers to seize all and sundry Jesuits, seminary and mass priests, and excommunicated rebellious papists, as well as all persons going in pilgrimage to chapels and wells. The motive for this furious proceeding was not merely religious zeal, but the general conviction that the numbers and influence of Catholics in the country were a serious menace to the stability of the kingdom. In the subsequent national revolt against the ecclesiastical policy of Charles, it was this dread of a Catholic reaction that influenced the mind of all classes beyond every other motive. The national covenant was a national bond of defense and aggression against every influence and tendency that favored the religion of Rome. Next to the extirpation of popery, the business most continuously occupied the council was the maintenance of law and order in the highlands, islands, and borders. By its own admission, the council signally failed in this object. During the last year of James's reign, These districts had been reduced to a state of tranquility and order, such as has been unknown at any previous period. But his son, engrossed in the affairs of his southern kingdom, had neither leisure nor inclination to pay the same attention to these peccant parts of the country. From the beginning of his reign, therefore, there had been a gradual slackening of discipline equally on the borders and in the highlands. Due allowance must always be made for the exaggerated language of statutes, but after every legitimate reserve, the following sentence from a proclamation denouncing the Marquis of Huntly and a long list of other persons reveals a state of things little short of anarchy. Disorders have grown to that height that almost nowhere in the North Country can any of His Majesty's subjects promise safety to their persons or means. The breach of His Majesty's peace in these parts, being so universal and fearful as the very burghs and towns themselves, are in continual danger and fear of some sudden surprise by fire or otherwise from these broken men. The impotence of the council in the discharge of its most important function had at once a general and a particular result in the impending contest between the crown and the people. An impression grew that Charles's government was directed by a hand less firm than his father's, and the anarchy of the Highlands prepared a field for the future exploits of Montrose. Almost every year from his succession, Charles had given a promise that he would visit Scotland to receive his crown. But at length, after 8 years, he crossed the border and entered his northern capital on June 15, 1633. The central and public event of his visit was to be his coronation in the chapel of Holyrood. But, as Parliament had been specially summoned to meet during his sojourn, it was well understood that business would be transacted of the first importance for the country. As the affairs of the Church had been the engrossing matter of public interest, both in his own and his father's reign, the momentous question of the hour was how he would declare himself with regard to the 5 Articles of Perth, which had been tormenting the consciences of so large a proportion of his people. By the time his visit was completed, every doubt was removed regarding Charles's future ecclesiastical policy. By his own overt actions and by the measures he imposed on his Parliament, he definitely declared his intention to carry his father's policy to its legitimate conclusion. In the ceremony of the coronation, the rites of the Church of England were ostentatiously followed, to the horror of such Presbyterians as the historian John Rowe. The officiating bishops appeared in full Anglican costume. There were candles, the semblance of an altar, and a crucifix before which the bishops bowed as they passed. In the Church of St. Giles on the following Sunday, 2 English chaplains, we are told by the same historian, acted their English service, the service being immediately followed by a noisy banquet in a neighboring mansion. Long before Charles's coming, steps had been taken to man the Parliament with persons who would record their votes as desired. James VI, if he had not invented the method by which this process was accomplished, had at least greatly improved it. The process was a simple and effective one. In the case of the commissioners for the burghs, the Privy Council brought convincing pressure to bear on the electing magistrates, who were dismissible at its pleasure, and the sheriffs of the counties, appointed by the Crown, did a similar service in the election of the representatives of the lesser barons. But, as the business of the House was conducted, such precautions were hardly necessary. As has already been said, the direction and control of such measures as were proposed was entirely in the hands of the Lords of the Articles. The method of passing bills into law had likewise been perfected in the previous reign. The Lords of the Articles drafted the bills, and, without any special debate on each, the vote was taken on them in the mass. The success of this ingenious arrangement depended solely on the Lords of the Articles, and James had made sure of the satisfactory action of these officials. The lords of the articles were 24 in number, 8 being chosen to represent each of the 3 estates. The greater barons, the bishops, and the lesser barons and burgesses. In reigns previous to that of James, when the powers of the crown and the parliament were more equally balanced, it had been the rule that each estate should choose its own lords of the articles. But in his persistent extension of the prerogative, James had set this rule aside along with so many others. As the arrangement for their election was settled by James and followed by Charles, the nobles chose 8 lords from the bishops, all, be it noted, the king's nominees. The 8 bishops chose 8 from the nobles, and the 16 together chose 8 from the lesser barons and burgesses. Thus, the bishops virtually elected the whole body of the lords of the articles, and Parliament was thereby reduced to the footing of a baron court. Among the acts passed by the Parliament in the manner described, 2 only were of preeminent importance for the future development of the reign. By the one, all the acts of James VI touching religion, that enforcing the 5 Articles of Perth among them, were approved and sanctioned. By the other, it was ordained that during divine service and sermon, bishops were to array themselves in whites, and the inferior clergy in surplices. In spite of all the precautions taken to secure a unanimous vote, the House gave emphatic proof that it was not of one mind regarding the measures it was asked to approve. A general protest was drawn up against the method of voting, but before other protesters could sign, the Parliament had risen, and in the final vote on the collective legislation, the majority was so narrow that there was a suspicion of a dishonest count. By the 2 acts regarding religion, Charles had unmistakably shown what was to be his future ecclesiastical policy, but if further evidence were wanting, he gave it emphatically by refusing to look at a petition by the ministers in which they called his attention to the disordered estate of the Reformed Kirk. Yet, when on July 18, 1633, he left his northern capital, he could with justice say that according to the letter of the law, in both church and state, he had left things precisely as he had found them. It was speedily made plain that the opposition to his policy had made no impression on the mind of Charles. The place and power assigned to the bishops was, as he must have known, equally distasteful to the nobility and to his subjects in general. Yet, in the September following his departure, he added to their number by creating a diocese of Edinburgh, a diocese unknown to the pre-Reformation Church. In October, he sent down prescriptions regarding the apparel of the clergy, and in the same month gave orders that the English liturgy should be used in the Chapel Royal in Holyrood and in the University of St. Andrews, the abode of the Metropolitan Spottiswoode. In October 1634, he revived the Court of High Commission, which had been created by his father for the punishment of ecclesiastical offenses, enlarging its powers to an extent that made it a veritable inquisition. The appointment, January 1635, of Spottiswoode to the Lord Chancellorship, an office which had not been held by an ecclesiastic since the Reformation, was a further plain hint to the nobles that they were to give place to the bishops in state as well as in church. The proceedings in the famous trial of Lord Balmerino afforded a striking example of the extent to which Charles was prepared to strain the prerogative. The nobles, defeated in their protests during the late meeting of the estates, had subsequently drawn up a remonstrance, which Charles refused to receive. A copy of the document, with mitigating alterations in Balmerino's hand, came into the possession of Spottiswoode, who, contrary to his usual moderate policy, sent it to Charles and urged that Balmerino should be called to account. For more than a year, 1634 to 5, the trial was allowed to drag on, and on grounds so specious and flimsy that loyalists so dissimilar as Laud and Drummond of Hawthornden denounced its folly and injustice. By a majority of 1, the judges found him guilty, but by the advice of Laud, Charles eventually granted him a conditional pardon. Yet, as affairs now stood in the country, the pardon was of as evil effect as the trial itself. The injustice of the proceedings had roused the indignation of all classes, and especially of the nobles who had seen their own order menaced in the case of Balmerino. And now the ominous discovery was made that the government could be influenced by public opinion. The actual breach between Charles and his subjects came in the year 1636, and the act by which it was effected was, in the opinion of Charles's own best friends, one of the most fatuous in the history of his reign. Throughout all the ecclesiastical changes under James VI, Knox's Book of Common Order and the Second Book of Discipline had held their places containing the authoritative declaration of the polity and ritual of the Church. In point of fact, however, neither of these formularies was applicable to the Church as it now existed under the sanction of the state. Any new formulary was needed to define its actual character and position. In the portentous Book of Canons, which had passed the Great Seal in May 1635, Charles now announced to his Scottish subjects what was henceforth to be accepted as the polity and ritual of their national church. The contents of the book, its origin, and the method by which it was imposed equally offended all classes in the country. James VI, in all his ecclesiastical innovations, had studiously gone through the form of procuring the sanction of the General Assembly and the Estates. But solely by his own fiat, Charles now imposed his Book of Canons on the country. Moreover, the implications of the book itself considerably transcended the limits of the authority which his father had ever claimed in civil and ecclesiastical affairs. James had never declared in so uncompromising a fashion his headship of the Church and his sovereignty in the state. In its prescription of rites and ceremonies, it went so far beyond what had been known in Scotland since the Reformation that it was universally held to be a papistical much more than a Protestant document. By a wanton defiance of public opinion, moreover, the book even commanded the acceptance of a liturgy which had not yet appeared, and the contents of which were unknown except to certain of the Scottish bishops who were in Charles's confidence. In Clarendon's words, the canons appeared to be so many new laws imposed upon the whole kingdom by the king's sole authority, and contrived by a few private men of whom they had no good opinion, and who were strangers to the nation, so that it was thought no other than a subjection to England by receiving laws from thence, of which they were most jealous, and which they most passionately abhorred. Charles had, in fact, created a situation similar to that which Mary of Lorraine had created on the eve of the Reformation. He had effected a bond between patriotism and religious scruples, and the result in each case was a revolution. On December 20th, 1636, the Privy Council, which as a body had no responsibility for the action, formally announced that the promised liturgy would shortly appear, and that on its appearance it would be enforced as the only legal form of worship in the Scottish Church. Every minister was to procure 2 copies, an injunction which the council subsequently explained as being meant only to secure the minister's own edification, and not the imposition of the book on their congregations. In May of the following year, the long-dreaded volume at length made its appearance, and its contents confirmed the liveliest fears of the nation. To a liturgy in itself, there was no general opposition, as Knox's Book of Common Order had been in use since the Reformation. But to this particular liturgy, there were many and insuperable objections. It was universally believed that it was mainly the work of one man, Archbishop Laud, an Englishman, and, as was the common conviction, a papist at heart. Tainted at its source, the book in the eyes of the great majority of all classes bore all the marks of its origin. In its variations from the English service book on which it was based, it was indignantly noted that its authors had made deliberate approximations to the usages of Rome. A popish English-Scottish mass service book. Such was its summary characterization by Rowe, and the fate of the book was to show that patriotism and religion had in equal measure been evoked to withstand it. By the imposition of Laud's liturgy, as the book came to be popularly called, the issue was fairly joined between Charles and the Scottish people. As the future was to show, the gulf that divided them was one that could not be bridged. With a show of justice, Charles could say that in all his actions he had but followed the precedent of his father. For James had claimed, and had all but made good, his claim to be supreme governor of this kingdom over all persons and in all causes. And, such being the extent of his prerogative, it seemed to his son but a cumbersome form to consult Parliament and general assemblies. Yet the very disregard of consequences which characterized his action is the proof of the sincerity of his convictions. He had seen evidence not to be mistaken that the nobility as an order were now arrayed against him, while even among the bishops it was only a minority of his own creation that cordially supported the Book of Canons and the new liturgy. To every eye that could discern the signs of the times, it was evident that only by an armed force could Charles maintain the ground he had taken. But now, as ever, it seemed to him that the rage of a people against their prince was but a temporary madness with which they were stricken for their sins. End of section 53. Section 54, The Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 17, Scotland from the Accession of Charles I to the Restoration, by P. Hume Brown, Part 2. On July 23rd, the new liturgy was introduced in the Church of St. Giles, Edinburgh, in the presence of the Archbishops of St. Andrews, the Lords of the Privy Council, and the Lords of Session. The historic tumult that ensued was the first open defiance of the royal authority, and proved to be the beginning of revolution. So defiant continued the opposition of the Edinburgh populace to the book that, in spite of the threats of Charles and his council, it could not find a hearing in any church in the city, and in every part of the country it encountered the same determined resistance. It was a crisis similar to that which had preceded the overthrow of the ancient church, and the precedents of that time were now closely followed. It was by means of petitions that the Protestant leaders had sought to convince Mary of Lorraine that she was acting in opposition to the national will and the laws of the kingdom. From parishes and presbyteries, from nobles, barons, and burgesses, therefore, petitions now poured in on the Privy Council, the one burden of which was the protest against the fearful innovation of the canons and the liturgy. In September, the Duke of Lennox was commissioned by the council to lay specimens of the petitions before Charles and to obtain his directions for dealing with them. On October 18th, amid an excited crowd which had flocked from the country on the occasion, Charles's reply to the petitions was read from the town cross. It took the form of 3 distinct proclamations. The first announced that the Privy Council should henceforth have nothing to do with ecclesiastical affairs, and commanded every stranger to leave the city within 24 hours. The second declared that the council and the law courts were to be removed from Edinburgh, and the third condemned a book against the canons and the liturgy, which had been widely circulated among the people. The demonstration that followed the proclamation, in which the most unpopular of the privy councillors were somewhat roughly handled, was a significant warning that Charles had reckoned too confidently on the obedience of his subjects. It was, in truth, now brought home to the government that it had to reckon with a manifestation of public feeling which paralyzed its own powers of action. As a means toward quieting the tumult throughout the country and preventing the concourse of all classes to the capital, a suggestion was made with the approval of the council, which, however expedient at the time, was to be of disastrous effect to the royal authority. The suggestion was that each of the four classes, nobles, lairds, burghers, and ministers, who had taken part in the petitions, should choose a table or committee to represent its desires, and that a central table, composed of 4 representatives from each of the several tables, should sit permanently in Edinburgh. Thus a rival authority was set up in the state, which, supported by national opinion, could deal on more than equal terms with the legitimate government. The protesters, now an organized body, were emboldened to raise the demands of their original petitions. In a supplication presented to the council, then sitting at Dalkeith, they demanded not only the recall of the canons and the liturgy, but the removal of the bishops from the council as the authors of all the mischief between the king and his people. It was in December 1637 that this supplication was presented, and in February of the following year came Charles's reply, again couched in the form of a proclamation, and announced that the liturgy would not be withdrawn, that all the petitions against it were illegal, and that such petitions would henceforth be punished as treason. The protesters, who had secret information regarding the counsels of the court, were fully aware of what would be the nature of Charles's reply, and had made their preparations accordingly. At Stirling, Linlithgow, and Edinburgh, where the proclamation was successively read, it was in each case followed by a formal protest in the name of the 4 tables. Charles's unbending attitude towards the demands of his discontented subjects only strengthened their worst suspicions regarding his ultimate intentions. In the minds of such of them as were influenced by religious motives, no doubt was left that they stood face to face with the same enemy with whom their fathers had so often done battle in the past, and it was naturally conceived that he should now be fought with the same weapons. In their struggles against the ancient religion, both in the reigns of Mary and James VI, the Protestants had entered into a bond or covenant, binding themselves to common action against all enemies of their faith. In such a covenant, it was now proposed to renew as the most effectual means of consolidating the ranks of the petitioners and of giving unity to their action. The special form which the covenant assumed showed that their counsels were directed by men whose zeal did not outrun their prudence. The basis of the document was the negative confession, or King's Confession, which had been drawn up in 1581 with the sanction of James VI, and the burden of which was denunciation of the religion of Rome. There was a double reason why this confession should have been chosen in preference to that which had been submitted to the estates by Knox and his fellow reformers. Charles could not object to a document which his father had approved and subscribed, and, moreover, the petitioners themselves could not have agreed on a confession which precisely defined all the points of Protestant doctrine. The negative confession, however, did not stand alone. The additions that formed an integral part of the National Covenant, as it came to be called, made it a revolutionary document. Following the confession came a list of the Acts of Parliament which had confirmed it, next an indictment of the recent innovations, and finally an oath for the defense of the Crown and the true religion. The enthusiasm with which the covenant was received proved how completely it expressed the feeling of the hour. By every shire, by all the burghs except Aberdeen, St. Andrews, and Crail, and by every Protestant noble with the exception of 5. It was subscribed amid an exaltation of feeling to which there is no parallel in the national history. Now, Archbishop Spottiswoode is said to have exclaimed on this unmistakable expression of the national will, "Now all that we have been doing these 30 years past is thrown down at once," and the flight to England of himself and all the bishops except 4, who made solemn recantations, proved that for the time the reign of episcopacy was at an end. From this moment, the conviction was forced on both the opposing parties that the sword alone could decide the quarrel. As neither Charles nor his subjects, however, were yet prepared for this final issue, for still another year fruitless attempts were made towards a mutual understanding. The demand of the Covenanters, to call them by the name they received from the supporters of the king, was now for a free parliament and for a free General Assembly, which latter had not met for 20 years. In this demand, the Covenanters were influenced by politic as well as religious considerations. As they well knew, they had in their late proceedings directly usurped the powers of the state, and had thus incurred the very charge that they brought against the king. It was accordingly their manifest policy to obtain the sanction of Parliament and the Assembly for all their past action, and in the existing state of public opinion, they could securely reckon on the support of both of these bodies. Since Charles was equally aware that both Parliament and Assembly would declare against his policy, his one endeavor was to postpone their meeting till he should again be in a position to control their action. The means he employed to effect his purpose had a temporary success, but in the end only aggravated the situation. Hitherto, it had been through the Privy Council that he had held communications with his rebellious subjects, but the council was a divided body in which only the bishops had cordially given him their support. Its one lay member, the Lord High Treasurer, the Earl of Tranquere, who had sought to further the king's interests and had been his principal agent, had failed to satisfy either Charles or the insurgents, and was equally suspected by both parties. As the most promising instrument to carry out the policy of delay, Charles made choice of James, Marquis of Hamilton, whom he dispatched to Scotland June 1638 in the capacity of royal commissioner. Hamilton, who was to play such an ambiguous part in the long controversy, was in many respects admirably fitted to give effect to his master's temporary ends. As the premier peer of Scotland and a near kinsman of the king, his rank made him a fitting representative of the crown, while he was commended to the Covenanters by the fact that his mother was a devotee of their cause, and his sisters were married to Covenanting nobles. Though endowed with neither commanding ability nor force of character, he yet possessed the suppleness and tact which were precisely the qualities needed for the part he was charged to play. From the beginning, both Hamilton and the Covenanters were fully aware of each other's real ends, and they alike understood that any arrangement could only defer the final arbitrament. "I give you leave to flatter them, the Covenanters, with what hopes you please," wrote Charles to Hamilton shortly after his arrival in Scotland. "So you engage not me against my grounds, and in particular, that you consent neither to the calling of Parliament nor General Assembly, till the Covenant be given up. Your chief end being now to save time, that they may not commit public follies until I be ready to suppress them." Hamilton played the game of marking time with sufficient skill, but his demand for the abandonment of the Covenant was inflexibly refused. As his subjects were inexorable, and he was now the weaker party, Charles fell upon one of those specious compromises which served only to weaken his own cause. Towards the end of September, he empowered Hamilton to announce that the Court of High Commission would be abolished, and that its dates definitely fixed a free Parliament and a free General Assembly would be duly summoned. To these conditions, however, a condition was attached, which, as he could not enforce it, only strengthened the suspicion that he granted what he could no longer withhold. Since he could not persuade the nation to abandon the covenant, he imposed on them a covenant of his own to which he and they should alike be consenting parties. The King's Covenant, as it came to be called, like the National Covenant, took the negative confession as its basis. But instead of the additions which accompanied the National Covenant, there was substituted the General Bond of 1588, which had been drawn up in view of the approach of the Spanish Armada. As this General Bond implied the reprobation of the National Covenant, the subscriber of the one would have stultified himself by subscribing the other, and the singular spectacle was seen of two covenants competing for the suffrage of the nation. Though the Privy Council, by Charles's order, did its best to compel subscription to the King's Covenant, the attempt to divide the Covenanters signally failed, and it was with unbroken ranks that the Covenanting party took measures to make good their cause in the upcoming General Assembly. It was equally understood by Charles and by his insurgent subjects that the impending assembly would not settle their quarrel. Already there had been indications on both sides that the final appeal must be to armed force. By the King's order, ammunition was brought to Leith for the garrison in the castle of Edinburgh, but the ammunition was seized and the castle subjected to a virtual blockade. But though the arbitrament of force might lie in the near future, it was a prime concern for either party that it should obtain the ascendancy in the impending assembly. Under James VI, the assemblies had been sedulously packed with supporters of his own policy, a result which he was able to effect by his control over the Privy Council and the various public officials in town and country. Such powers, however, were no longer at the disposal of the Crown, and it was with inadequate success that Charles did his utmost to secure a majority in favor of his interests. On the other hand, in the machinery of the tables, and especially of their central table, the Covenanters possessed effectual means of securing fitting representatives, which they did not hesitate to apply. Under the direction of the tables, the various presbyteries throughout the country brought such pressure to bear on the elections that the result was a triumphant majority for the Covenant. In connection with the membership of the Assembly, there were two further questions on which the two parties were, each in its own interest, irreconcilably opposed. In accordance with earliest precedent, the Covenanters insisted that laymen had a right to sit and vote in the Assembly. But it was not only early precedent, but present policy that determined the Covenanters in insisting on this privilege of laymen. It was by disjoining the laity from the ministers that James had achieved his triumph over Presbyterianism, and in the existing crisis both ministers and laymen were agreed that their common presence in the assembly was an indispensable condition for the safety of their cause. In the teeth of all the king's protests, therefore, it was unanimously resolved that, in agreement with an act of the Assembly held at Dundee in 1597, 3 ministers and a lay elder should represent each presbytery. On the other question, Charles and his subjects were equally in contradiction. It was the contention of Charles that the bishops, in virtue of their office, had a legal right to take part in all general assemblies, while, in the opinion of the Covenanters, to have admitted this right would have nullified all their past proceedings. The ground of all their complaints had been that bishops were an unconstitutional innovation, and that they had been the main cause of the misunderstanding between Charles and his people. If, therefore, bishops were to appear in the assembly, it should not be as members, but as culprits at the bar of the house. And the tables gave emphatic proof of this contention by a formal arraignment at once of the office and of the personal character of the bishops as a body. Beaten on both issues, Charles had at least the consolation that he could deny the legality of an assembly which admitted laymen and excluded bishops. The General Assembly, which met in Glasgow on November 21, 1638, had been compared in its character and issues to the French National Assembly of 1789, and due allowance being made for difference of times, the comparison cannot be regarded as inapt. The Glasgow Assembly met in virtual defiance of the Crown, though it was nominally a religious body. 98 out of its 238 members were laymen, representing all classes in the community. The acts to which it gave its sanction affected the royal prerogative in its civil, not less than in its ecclesiastical jurisdiction. And finally, its deliberations issued in a revolution which convulsed 2 kingdoms and effaced the powers of the crown for a period of 22 years. And a further analogy might be found in the fate of certain of the personages who had now assembled in Glasgow at this crisis of the national destinies. Hamilton, who as Royal Commissioner presided over the Assembly. The Earl of Argyll, subsequently the Great Marquis, who now decisively took his side in the cause of which he was to be the astutest champion, but which all his sagacity could not save from eventual ruin. Johnston of Warriston, the clerk of the Assembly, who was the Covenant incarnate and whose legal knowledge made him an indispensable agent in every transaction in which the Covenant was concerned. Montrose, who reminds us of Lafayette by his picturesque personality and by his subsequent desertion of the party of which he was now one of the extreme champions. Sir Robert Pottiswood, Protestant of the Court of Session, like his father the Archbishop, a faithful supporter of his royal master, all were sooner or later to perish by the hands of the common executioner. In the minds of all parties, the proceedings of the Assembly were a foregone conclusion, and both the Commissioner and his opponents had arranged their general plan of action. On November 28th, a week after the Assembly had met, the anticipated crisis came. The great stroke which the Covenanters had ever contemplated was the indictment of the bishops and the consequent extinction of their order. Aware of this intention, Charles had prepared a counterstroke which was the only alternative at his disposal. In accordance with his instructions, the bishops refused to recognize the legality of the Assembly and to appear before the tribunal. The Assembly replied that it was a legally constituted body duly summoned by His Majesty and had an inherent right to sit in judgment on the bishops. This was the issue for which the Commissioner had been duly prepared, and in the name of the King he formally dissolved the Assembly and forbade its continuing in session under pain of treason. To have obeyed this command would have been to stultify all the proceedings of the last year and a half, and 3 or 4 members only dissenting, the Assembly resolved to carry to its logical issues the work which it had taken in hand. Before it rose on December 20th, it had effectually completed its task. In a series of sweeping measures, it abolished episcopacy and the Court of High Commission, abrogated the Book of Canons, the New Liturgy, and the 5 Articles of Perth, and, in fine, demolished the entire ecclesiastical edifice which had been reared by Charles and his father. With equal enthusiasm, it completed the work of reconstruction and restored by one comprehensive act the whole machinery of Presbyterianism, with its kirk sessions, presbyteries, synods, and general assemblies, further enacting that schools should be erected at every landward parish and maintained at the expense of its inhabitants. "We have now cast down the walls of Jericho," said the moderator, Alexander Henderson, in his closing words to the Assembly. "Let him that rebuildeth them beware of the curse of Hiel, the Bethelite, The future was to supply but an ambiguous commentary on Henderson's application of the sacred text. There were now two rival powers in the kingdom, and only the sword, as it seemed, could decide between them. It was with a mutual understanding, therefore, that Charles and the Covenanters made their respective preparations for the inevitable trial of strength. Charles's hope was to overawe his revolted subjects with a force that might render bloodshed unnecessary. By his extensive plan for invasion, 2 contingents from Ireland were to effect a landing on the west coast. Another force was to cooperate with Huntley in the north. A fleet was to occupy the Firth of Forth, and he was himself to cross the border at the head of 30,000 men. For operations on this scale, Charles's resources were totally inadequate. A fleet under Hamilton entered the Firth of Forth, but, though it inflicted some injury on trade, it did little to determine the contest. Instead of an army of 30,000 men, Charles, with all his exertions, could muster only 18,000 foot and 3,000 horse, and these neither well-disciplined nor equipped nor enthusiastic in his cause. The Covenanters, on the other hand, with the great majority of the nation at their back, and with the tables to give effect to their arrangements, carried out a general levy with an enthusiasm which showed that they were prepared to face their king, even in the field. The numbers raised were only 20,000 men, slightly less than the army of the king, but, according to the testimony of one of themselves, they were in a temper to face all Europe arrayed against them. In March, open hostilities began. The castles of Edinburgh, Dalkeith, Douglas, and Dumbarton were taken by the Covenanters, and in the north, Montrose broke the power of Huntley, whom, with his eldest son, he sent as prisoner to Edinburgh Castle. On June 5th, the main armies of Charles and the Covenanters were face to face, the one at the Berks, about 3 miles from Berwick, the other at Dunslaw, some 12 miles distant. Now that the decisive moment had come, both parties realized the momentous issues that hung on the stake of battle. With his half-hearted force and with his English subjects indifferent or unsympathetic, Charles could no longer hope to intimidate the enemy, and the chances were not in his favor that in a trial of battle, victory would be on his side. On their part, the Scots had their own grounds for disquiet, either in the event of victory or in that of defeat. In either case, there was a prospect of permanent unsettlement which they could not but regard with perplexity and dismay. It was with common consent, therefore, that negotiations were opened with the object of effecting a mutual understanding and averting civil war. The result of the negotiation was the pacification of Berwick, June 18, 1639, a hollow truce in the opinion of both contracting parties, and one which but postponed the final settlement. Formally, Charles had the advantage in the treaty, as he refused to recognize the legality of the Glasgow Assembly, but in consenting to the summons of a free parliament and another free assembly, he knew that, unless a change came over the spirit alike of the English and the Scottish people, the future could be only a repetition of the past. During the negotiations at Berwick, Charles had announced his intention of making a progress through the kingdom and of being present in the General Assembly that had been arranged to meet in Edinburgh on August 12th. Further thought convinced him, however, that nothing would be gained by his appearance in the coming assembly, and he found a convenient pretext for withdrawing his promise. Kerr, the Lord Treasurer, was mobbed by the Edinburgh populace, to whom the Treaty of Berwick seemed a weak concession to the royal policy. But the proceedings of the Assembly, when it met on the appointed day, convincingly proved that there was no thought of concession in the minds of any of its members. Without naming the Glasgow Assembly, it simply did over again the work of that body. In accordance with the petition, signed by Montrose among others, the Privy Council enacted that the signing of the National Covenant should be enforced on all the lieges. They were only following the example of Charles, who had made the subscription of the King's Covenant compulsory by an edict of the same body. But by following that example, they were making straight for the same impasse as that into which Charles's policy had inevitably conducted him. What is remarkable, however, is that through Traquair, who had succeeded Hamilton as royal commissioner, Charles ratified every act of the Assembly, including the forced subscription of the Covenant. What his motives were in this action he had made known to Archbishop Spottiswoode 6 days before the Assembly met. "You may rest secure," he wrote, "that though perhaps we may give way for the present to that which will be prejudicial both to the Church and the government, yet we shall not leave thinking how to remedy both. For Charles, in truth, an assembly from which the bishops had been excluded was an unconstitutional body to whose acts no sanction could give the force of law. Very different was his course of action when the estates, which met that day after the assembly rose, ratified all the acts against episcopacy and in favor of Presbyterianism. Not only did Traquair, in accordance with his instructions, refuse to sanction these acts, but he dissolved the Parliament without its own consent. The like, says the Lion King Balfour, never being practiced in this nation. The First Bishops' War and the pacification of Berwick had left the contending parties precisely where they were, and once more they were face to face with the alternative of civil conflict. Till the acts against episcopacy had received the royal sanction, the Covenanters could only regard all their labors as lost, and Charles was more convinced than ever that only display of superior force could break the will of his refractory people. Again, on both sides, preparations began for the apparently inevitable struggle. In the course of the First Bishops' War, Charles had endeavored, though unsuccessfully, to secure the services of a Spanish contingent, and with the approval of Montrose, among others of their leaders, the Covenanters, with equal want of success, now appealed to France for assistance against their sovereign. But, as they fully realized, it was on their own resources that they must depend if they were to maintain the position which they refused to abandon. Without the royal sanction, a meeting of Parliament was convened, the chief proceeding of which was to appoint a committee of estates for the conduct of impending war. The appeal to the country for the means of supporting an army met with an enthusiastic response, and by the beginning of July 1640, General Leslie, who had commanded during the previous rising, was at the head of a well-equipped force of some 20,000 men. On the other hand, Charles found greater difficulty than ever in raising a force adequate to effect his purposes. His English subjects were now still less disposed to abet him against the Scots than they had been in 1639. The short Parliament refused him supplies that had been summoned expressly with that object, and when on August 22nd he at length appeared at York, it was to find an army inferior in both numbers and quality to that of the Covenanters. It was a significant commentary on the altered affairs of Charles that in the Second Bishops' War, the Scots were the invading party. Throughout, in close communication with the English parliamentary leaders, the Covenanters were fully aware that their appearance south of the Tweed would be welcomed as a happy intervention in the interests of the English Commons. Crossing the Tweed on August 20th, Leslie dispersed a force that opposed him at Newburn-on-Tyne, and 10 days after entering England, took up his quarters at Newcastle. Again, as at Dunt's Law, the Scots submitted their demands to Charles, demands which involved the sanction of all the acts of the Glasgow Assembly. With the force at his disposal, Charles had no alternative but to submit to negotiations, and he agreed that commissioners for this purpose should meet at Ripon on October 2nd, the Scots to receive £850 a day so long as the negotiations continued. But it was not at Ripon that the treaty was to be concluded. On November 3rd, the Long Parliament met, and the hopes and fears of Charles and all England were centered in its momentous proceedings: the abolition of the Star Chamber, of the Court of High Commission, and of the Council of the North, the death of Strafford, and the fall of Laud. Engrossed by these events of national importance, neither Charles nor his Parliament had leisure for the affairs of the Scots. But the final arrangement made with them on August 10, 1641, was an adequate reward for the long delay. When they recrossed the border, it was with every demand conceded and with the sum of £200,000 as a compensation for all their losses and expenditure. The recent proceedings of the Long Parliament had convinced Charles that he had more to hope from his Scottish than from his English subjects, and, to the dismay of both the Covenanters and the English parliamentary leaders, he now announced his intention of visiting his northern kingdom. The natural fear of the latter was that Charles, by temporary concessions, might persuade the Scots to make common cause with him against themselves. And it was because of this apprehension that they commissioned 2 members of the House of Lords and 4, Campden among them, of the House of Commons, to attend upon him while he should remain in Scotland. The Covenanters had equal reason to dread the appearance of Charles in their midst. Besides the party known as the Incendiaries, who had supported him from the beginning, a party favorable to him had appeared in the ranks of the Covenanters themselves. This party, designated as the Plotters, of whom Montrose was the most eminent, were actuated partly by jealousy of the ascendancy of Argyle and partly by a reaction of sympathy with Charles himself. The most overt act of the Plotters had been the Bond of Cumbernauld, August 1640, expressly directed against Argyle and his immediate supporters, and so dangerous were the Plotters thought to be, that in June 1641 their chiefs were imprisoned in the castle of Edinburgh. When, on August 14, 1641, Charles entered Edinburgh, he could thus reckon on a considerable body prepared to give him its material support if the opportunity should occur. But as his actions proved, he had come with the intention not of gaining over a mere party, but of winning the nation to his side. In the Parliament which was sitting on his arrival, he sanctioned with even undue readiness the terms of the late treaty which abolished the ecclesiastical system established by his father and himself. After a tough dispute, he likewise gave way on an all-important point, consenting that officers of state, privy councillors, and lords of session should be chosen with the advice and approbation of the estates. These concessions doubtless gained new supporters for Charles, as with the show of reason it could be maintained that he had granted every demand which had been made on him. Between the king and the main body of the Covenanters, however, there was a fatal bar which no concessions could remove. That main body, headed by Argyle, was convinced that only the pressure of circumstances had constrained Charles to concede their demands, and that he was only biding his time to restore the regime which in his heart he desired as a man and as a king. One advantage, however, he had gained by his presence in Scotland. He had deepened the cleavage in the ranks of the Covenanting party, and the results were to be seen in the immediate future. The mysterious affair, known as the Incident, a conspiracy on the part of the Plotters to remove Argyle and Hamilton, who had for the time identified himself with the Covenanters, issued in no definite result, but it placed Argyle and Montrose with their respective followers in irreconcilable antagonism. When, on November 18th, Charles returned to London, where the news of the Irish rebellion demanded his presence, he left the main object of his visit unaccomplished, as before many months was to be faithfully brought home to him. End of section 54.